Even honestly, if I live to be 90, I can always hit that dun 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 thing. It's very clever. Some people strive for years and years. I was listening to the rubbish spouted by some poor old has-been radio presenter the other day, which is unusual, actually. I never normally bother with has-been radio presenters. This particular one was sort of talking about the person urinating, and is saying they didn't urinate on the actual memorial. And then somebody pointed out, well, I tell you what, tell us where your parents are buried, and we can all go and have a wee next to their grave. Dick, I've never heard such rubbish, but there again, well past it, I think, well past it. So today's going to be a day. You don't have a mask? Well, you're not going anywhere then, are you? Of course, I mean, you've got a washable mask. Thomas has got a washable mask. This is the first time in 12 weeks that he's come back, and what's he done? He's broken the rule already. And you know why? He's wearing shorts. It is an unwritten law on this programme that you do not turn up in shorts. It is cold. You thought you'd chance it. Yeah. Well, you thought wrong. You thought wrong. And then Luke, well, he's definitely not being a member of the Groovy Gang because he screwed up at the beginning of the programme. No, I'm sorry. We are a professional programme, sometimes, and we are sort of reflecting what all the people are talking about. Yes, now you're different. It'll be interesting. So I brought you some cherries and some grapes and some blueberries, so we've gone all healthy. Well, his laughing boy Joe thought it was for him and went, oh, thank you. I mean, it's not for you. The cherries are very good. Cherries are very good. Very good for you, cherries, but not too many. You've got a smoothie maker. Oh, are you taking it home? Oh, right. Oh, so right. Oh, well. The only thing I've got for you then, Joe, is some antibacterial household wipes. What they're like, I've got no idea. So you've got a smoothie maker. That's a good idea. You could make a nice smoothie, couldn't you, out of blueberries and grapes and cherries, but you'd have to stone them. You know what cherries are like? They sit in the corner going, oh my God, I can't believe it, we're so stoned. And then we're going to take away all the stones from them, and then they'll be fine and lovely. So I hope you had a good weekend. I was right. I did tweet yesterday, unless a certain person came forward so that it was going to be nasty, and the person did come forward. So I'm assuming they were listening to my programme yesterday and decided this would possibly be the best thing to do. So that's good news. What else was there yesterday? Well, did you see all the pictures that were taken from our windows here in Leicester Square when we had a little bit of a mini riot going on out there? Did you see the pictures of that? Oh, yeah. Zora Sunaman was leaning out the windows, people hanging onto her legs as she taking pictures. We had policemen on horseback and everything. Oh, we had all sorts of things in Leicester Square. It's unusual, isn't it? Because we're just normally here for the film industry. And when it all gets back to normal and you can go to the cinema again, we'll have all the film premieres here. And they take... We've had everything. Everything from Harry Potter through to Take That and through to... What are those boys with Harry Styles in? What are they? One Direction. The direction is you're splitting up. And... no, there was always talk, wasn't there, of actually bringing them back. Shane in Sydney says, can you say hello to Thomas? No. Why would I want to say hello to Thomas? As I say, if you'd seen his legs, it's the kind of thing... If you're watching the Antiques Roadshow over the weekend, you'd have seen something very similar on some very old furniture. Those old cabriole legs. There they are, yes. Not exactly the best pair of legs I've ever seen, but I mean, You're a cyclist. Well, putting your feet on pedals and moving one behind the... does not make you a cyclist. It so doesn't. It so doesn't. Actually, somebody got their bike pinched the other day. Who was it? It was somebody from here, I think. I'm sure it was somebody from here. I can't remember who it was. Somebody told me that they'd had a bicycle pinched. And I thought, because my friend Ant, a few years back, he literally put it next to the cash point, keyed in the cash point, turned around, the bike had gone. As fast as that. And so then, of course, the argument is with the insurance companies. They go, well, have you got insurance? And you go, well, no. And they go, well, you've kind of lost the bike. More bikes get nicked in London than anywhere else, even though the police do sting operations, which I think is brilliant, where they'll sort of, do some... They'll have people sitting on benches who look like they're workmen and stuff like that, but they're really policemen. I'd like to see... I'd be very good at doing that. I'd be very good at blending into the background. I could be sitting there eating a hot dog, and then they could go, 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 and I'd be going, I haven't finished the hot dog yet, because I can't eat quickly. Really, I can't. So... I don't want to break character. And also, I've got to get... if you're asking me to break character and go back into police mode, well, that's going to take some time. I did the Lee Strasberg method some years ago, whereas I was doing method acting. And to be honest with you, I went through the whole course. And at the end of it, I was none the wiser on what method acting was. I thought method acting is this. This is method acting, because I don't spend my entire life sitting at home going, well, what should we do now in the kitchen? You know, it's not like that. Or, you know, I think we'll go to the bathroom. You know, and so everything is method acting. And I watched Gogglebox last night, and there was Joe Swash on there. His hair was separate, and it was very funny. He was just acting badly. He's such a silly little show-off. It was embarrassing. They were showing the England-Germany game years and years ago, where they think it's all over. It is now, which is it's the only thing that people remember, apart from the fact that we're waiting for the man to put the whistle in his mouth and blow it for the end of the game, but he didn't. Then at the last minute, I think it was Jeff Hurst. Wait a minute, this is the Steve Allen problem. What the hell are you talking about? I don't do football. That's the Steve Allen show. We do Kerry Coke Toner. How fat is Gemma Collins? We don't do football. They think it's all over. That could be anybody's career. It is now. You know, but I'm talking about it's only because I was watching it and I remember stupid things. And I remember that. They think it's all over. It is now. And Eamonn Holmes was watching it with Ruth. You can tell she was about as interested as following his career. She really wasn't remotely interested. He, of course, was eating, as he always is. He's only 60. I really find that difficult to believe that Eamonn Holmes is only 60. I thought he was about 74. Or was that just round the waist? Whatever it is, anyway, it's nice to be back together again. Tomorrow, the Groovy Gang are reunited because Corey will be here. So it means we then lose Joe, so he then pops up again on Friday. It's all very confusing. Hope you're following this at home, because believe you me, I'm kind of following it myself. But it's been 12 weeks since Thomas and I have been together. When I say together, I don't mean like together. You know, what I mean is been in the same sort of room. I mean, not that we're in the same room now, but what I'm saying is during lockdown, he's through the glass and he's had a haircut, sort of. And I've had a haircut I've done myself. I think I've done it all right, actually. The back bit's rubbish. But it doesn't... Corey's is absolutely appalling. I mean, I'm thinking I might have to bring in my cutter tomorrow and we could actually do it. Yeah. Is yours electric? Oh, right. There's Flash. How much you pay for it? How much you pay for your cutter? They're not cheap. I didn't realise how expensive they were. So, yeah, my first one was 80, and I thought that was a lot of money. The second one I bought, which is 10 times better than the first one, 40. And it's really good. I mean, it really is good. The prices went through when you went onto Amazon to try and find a pair of cutters after they said hairdressers were not going to be opening for a while, and all of a sudden everything sold out, out of stock. And I remember going into a panic, thinking, and then a few people had actually said to me, Steve, I can come round and cut your hair or something. And I thought, well, I don't want to really. I only want to use my hairdresser. Although there was a woman the other day, did you see? She was sent to prison. She opened her hairdresser. She was doing cuts. And they said to her, she said, well, I've got people who might lose their houses and things like that. So she opened the salon. She was doing cuts. And they went, no, you can't. And so she was up in court. So just be warned, if you're thinking of opening, please don't, because they will prosecute. But, no, Thomas has had his hair done. I don't know what you can do with your hair at all. There's nothing you can do with it, is there? Nothing. You're kind of stuck with it. I mean, even mine, you could shave it all off, actually. You could do a Joe Swash. And you go, you think Joe's all right? No, okay. I see people walking down the street, and I've got friends of mine who I'm looking at their hair going, that really needs doing. It needs cutting. It's so annoying as well, because you suddenly realise that we need hairdressers. Because this morning, there's going to be queues everywhere. A lot of the shops have started taking all the baffle boards off to show you that they've actually got goods on sale and stuff like that. Then we're bound to get here at LBC. I'm sorry, was that an essential purchase? You know, and the answer is yes. If the shop is open, it's all essential. There must be some people who are living... Do you remember there was that story some years ago? They found a Japanese bloke on an island and nobody had told him the war was over. And he was still in the trench. He was still waiting. He couldn't understand. Nobody had told. Whether it was an apocryphal story, I've got no idea. But I think it's a bit like that. I think it is a bit like that. And people will sort of say, well, you know, you've still got to be careful going out. All the papers are carrying adverts. There is no excuse for not knowing that you need to be covered when you get onto a bus. Carl from Leeds says, shorts at this time of the morning, Steve, get out. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's freezing cold out there this morning. It's not warm at all. and he's suffering with hay fever. Remember the trouble we had last year with the hay? Every 5 minutes. Well, it was just ridiculous. And this morning, he said he was, all right, Dave. And I thought, oh, here we go again. I said, have you got a cold? You know, because you have to do the sympathy bit, because his mother would, you know, I'm kind of surrogate mother for him, sort of. And he said, no, it's hay fever. And I thought, they really milk it, don't they? Anybody with hay fever, go on, blimey, honestly. You know, there used to be the advert on the television, you know, have you got a cold? Yet, mum. You know, should you take this? I don't know. There's no cure for these things, is there? There's no cure at all. And he's tried all the tablets. He's tried all the bits and pieces that there is. The only thing that we could possibly buy him would be one of those masks which pumps air in. And that, I think that's a bit... I mean, you can't walk around with something like that. Steve, so you do a haircut, you get locked up. Cummings breaks the rules, nothing happens to him. Nice to see the country's fair. Oh, come on. You've only just realised that there are 2 different laws. Well, there are probably 3 or 4 different laws. For everybody, it depends. It's like in different parts of the country... They will do you for speeding offences. Sometimes in London, I have gone over the speed limit. Sometimes. It's only because I've looked at the road and I'm like, what's speed? Oh, God. And so you immediately... and we all do the same, don't we? You see that big yellow box on a post, and you immediately slam the brakes on and sort of, you know, skid to a halt. But I tell you, yesterday, I came into London. I drove in, as I do on a Sunday, and I thought the cleaners from Westminster Council had cleaned up remarkably quickly. Literally, there was not... You would not have known that there was anything that had gone on in Leicester Square or Trafalgar Square. And I walked across Trafalgar Square, and I've seen it when... I think the last time when it was bad was when Sunderland were playing football, and all the fans were in Trafalgar Square. The glass, you were knee-deep. I've never seen so much glass in my entire life. Knee-deep in glass bottles. Yesterday I walked through... You could have eaten your... I wouldn't want to. Eaten your dinner off Trafalgar Square. It was so clean. And I know that the cleaners are all out there in the morning, and they did a really fantastic job. I was really pleased. Are you suffering, dear? You okay? For weeks and weeks, you've all been waiting to go and do shopping. So Selfridges will be opening. John Lewis, not all open. Only 2. 2 branches open. The others will be in a few days' time, but there's 2. One in Poole, in Dorset, and the other in Kingston. So whoopee, big up me, because I've got the one open. But I mean, what is it about all the people who are going to be queuing for stuff today that means that they either don't have computers or phones that work on 4G or 3G or 5G or whatever it happens to be, and it means that you can't buy anything. So you're going to go and queue up like all the people did in IKEA, fill up the entire car park, walking around in a snake-like thing to make it look as though you're going on a ride on Alton Towers. And you sort of... And you worry about it, that people really needed to go to IKEA. So I bet you anything today, if you go down Oxford Street and you look at all the, you know, this is 2 metres, this is 2 metres, all the plaques on the ground, I think for Selfridges it runs for about half a mile. People are going to be queuing to go to Selfridges. What is it that you couldn't get over the last few weeks? I don't quite understand it, because I've managed to get everything. There is nothing that I couldn't get. If you remember, the other week I went out to get pants, and very kindly Marks and Spencer's had moved the pants downstairs, because in the Richmond branch... They're upstairs with all our other clothing, and I haven't bought any summer shirts this year. I seriously... because for 12 weeks, from March, when I would normally start looking at the shirts, so I haven't even seen what they've got in, because they haven't got anything in at the moment. So whether or not... I mean, I might have some... I mean, I'm wearing a Marks and Spencer shirt today, as you can see. Very nice. Thank you. And it's nice. Cool. It's nice. Nice top. That's Marks and Spencer's. You started shopping Marks and Spencer's now. Do you be getting pants there next? Here we go. This is where he has... Why is it you say to someone, you'll be getting pants here, and people go, I wonder what pants I've got on? Like, how can you forget? You only put them on a few hours ago. You didn't. Well, you didn't put pants on a few hours ago. Was it more than a few hours ago? Oh, well, it would have been, yes. It was many, many hours ago. OK. How long can you make a pair of pants last? Here we go. Truth time. Oh, you turn them round. Yeah, interesting. Make going to the toilet a bit of an adventure, I should imagine. You can't get a week out of a pair of pants. I'm still doing on a daily basis. So at least when I went the other day and they'd moved the pants downstairs, I was very happy. Joe awash, waiting for Hollywood to call. Yeah, I bet. I don't think it'll be calling. Somebody said, Oz, Robbie, who's in Oz, when are your hairdressers opening? My hairdressers have been open all the time. Can you make an appointment? Yeah, I'll be, book me in 10:30. I'll pop round 10:30. No, I mean ours, they are talking, I think, about the 4th of July, because they've got to put in screens, because most barber shops, which we have round our way, we don't have too many ladies' hairdressers. We've got a few, but it's mainly barber shops because it's cheap. To get a men's haircut now can be anything from a £5 up to about 12 quid, any more than that, and that would just be ridiculous. You paid more than 12 quid for a haircut? You really, Thomas has paid more than, how much more than 12 quid? How much more than, you go one to the city centre, and how much you pay? 17 quid. That is, you paid 45. Good. He's a very old family friend, and he's obviously ripping you off royally. £17 for a haircut. You see, I work on the assumption you're giving them something. They should pay you. You know, take some of my hair away, stuff cushions with it, and all the rest of it. But £17, I think, is a lot. Mind you, I've heard of people paying more than that. I really have. It would be more comfortable, yeah. Although, actually, sometimes you look... When I've cut the back of my hair, because I can't see it, I just sort of go down with the clippers, and this huge wodge of hair comes round, which is okay. It's not too bad. I can get away with it, but I can't wait for Kasia to come back, you know, and then she'll go, Steve, I do your hair. Oh, sorry, I did an impression. I don't think we're allowed to do it. She doesn't talk like that at all. Seriously, she's Chinese. I can't do Chinese. Manuel does Spanish. But he's not Spanish. I'm sure he must have been. He actually did a whole programme which was based on his character, because it's a character, Manuel, I think he was teaching people Spanish. Because surprisingly, he didn't actually speak Spanish. It was all, you know, he sort of speaks like Gino D'Acampo does, but we know how false that is. I mean, there's no way this man's got an accent like that after living here his entire life. Ridiculous. And they had another cookery programme yesterday. What was it? What did I watch? I think it was John Torode and his lovely wife. And she quite clearly wears the trousers in that relationship. I'm telling you now, I watched that programme and she said, can you cut that into cubes, small cubes? He went, oh, I can't do it. And he gave her the knife back again. It was so lovely. Shane says, I pay $15 for a haircut. Now, I don't know what the rate of exchange is, but I'm sure that probably equates to, I don't know, 15 Australian dollars. It's not the same as American, is it? It's completely different. So 15 Australian dollars is how much in Angleterre money? They shall go immediately and find these things out. So don't worry. $15. Here we go. That's very good. That's sort of £8 for a haircut. I think that's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. I think if you're paying £8, you've got to... I did see one place, £3. £3. Yeah. In Hounslow, I saw a place that was charging £3, and it was open almost like 24 hours a day. And it was literally chairs all around the walls. And, of course, when you go into a hairdresser, you have to try and remember where you are in the queue. And that's what we'll all be doing. We'll be going, wait a minute, was he in before me? He was in before me. And if you've got a hairdresser that you like seeing in particular, it becomes even more complicated. But yeah, £3, and they were literally, it was a clippered cut. There's none of this feathering or all that kind of stuff. It's a very quick clipper. And so ours not until about the 4th of, I think about the 4th of July, something like that. Steve, here in Hertford, I'm paying £105 for my 9-year-old son's highlights, says Ron. You have a 9-year-old son with highlights? That sounds slightly dodgy, doesn't it? £105. Good God, even when I used to have highlights done, some years ago, I didn't pay anything, actually. I don't think I've ever paid for haircuts. I do a deal with them. And in the case of my hairdresser, I buy them cases of water. Because the one thing the two girls like is water. So I go to Costco and I'll buy a couple of cases of water. And if they need anything else, I buy that for them. And then, just what? Get it out of the tap. Drink water from the tap. Don't be so ridiculous. Nobody drinks water from the tap. It's got things swimming in it. Little fish. Like that. No, you don't drink out of the tap. No. You drink from the tap? Good Lord above. Oh, well. Well, I mean, here, you drink from the tap as well? Oh, you're both peculiar. I've never... Get a filter on your tap. No. I buy bottled water. I buy, at the moment, because I can't be bothered to go and queue at Costco, I'm buying 12 bottles of Nestle water, which is from the mountains of somewhere, the moon, and it's £2 for 12 bottles. And I keep that in the kitchen, and then every time I go into. But then the other thing I do with it, I'm very good. I pour the bottled water into my water machine, which then goes to make my tea. It's a hot water machine. You pour it. It's a bit like a kettle, but it's instant hot water, instant boiling water. So you fill it up. It takes about 3 litres, and then you push the button on it, and it dispenses enough to make me a cup of coffee. And then you can keep pushing it, or it also does cold water as well. But I've never drunk out of the tap. Oh, no. We just use that for washing up. No, on second thoughts, I don't even use that for washing up. I used... Yes. Oh, no, I wouldn't drink out the tap. Oof, no. I don't know why, because it's supposed to be fine. Supposed to be fine. Steve, the Japanese soldier was told the war was over, but he was trained not to believe the information. He was only got a message from the Emperor that he kind of gave up. You can imagine, though, can't you, wondering why there's no gunfire or anything. I love it. Steve, next time Thomas wears shorts, could we have a sponsored leg waxing for Make Some Noise, says Jane. Do you know, I mean, I'm thinking of all you ladies out there who must be looking like Grizzly Adams at the moment. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have very hairy legs anyway. He's not a particularly hairy person. Are you? You're not? No, you're not really. No. See, I'm even worse than you. I don't have any hair at all. I don't know why. You've tried growing a beard and it just also must have looked stupid on you. Must look ridiculous. Must look one of the... Yeah, no, I've never grown a moustache. No. Or a beard. I can't go out without having a shave. I feel awful. No, you're right. I mean, I have the sort of face that, people want to hit. And why do you think I avoided Trafalgar Square the other day? I'm not stupid. What are you doing, mate? What are you looking at? I'm looking at you. That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't go down there. So let's hope it doesn't happen anymore. Please. My hair person, Steve, charges £3 for a simple number 2, but I give her a £5, says Josh. See, that's all right. I think a £5, they get paid very little, hairdressers. I have a number 1. And at the moment, I'm doing my own hair with a number 1 as well. Back to work today as the famous catalogue retailer opens its standalone stores for click and collect and returns, says Jack. He says, nervous for it, but excited. But first, the breakfast show on community radio. Not sure if I told you, I've left Buck Scout Radio due to creative differences. Does that mean they didn't want you on there anymore? Is that how generally creative differences work? I love that when they go, so-and-so's left. And they go, creative differences? And you go, no, they just got rid of them. I was fascinated by that. But Buck Scout Radio, we had a bit of a love. We've not talked about that for ages. So you're not with them anymore. Creative differences. I had creative differences many, many, many years ago at LBC. And no, you're not exactly. You're not creative enough to have a difference, are you? You could. I mean, could Thomas make a difference? No, absolutely not. Not really. So who cut your hair? Was it the girlfriend? And your little cousins. But did you give them a picture to look at, of sort of what you expected it to look like at the end? Or did you just say, listen, just cut it? You just said they were scared. Yeah. Oh, right. Very brave. Very brave. I mean, you have to work on the assumption it's going to grow. And in Corey's case, his hair grows all over the place. It's really the worst I've ever seen it. He looks like a very unfit Samson. If he was chained up, and it's not a fantasy, to 2 sort of pillars, it's kind of a thought though, isn't it? And they go, right, okay, and you get all, because wait a minute, wasn't it with Samson, they cut his hair and he lost all his strength. When he had his hair, he had all his strength. But unfortunately, Corey couldn't turn the pages of a book. That's what it's come to now. Steve, Gino came to England when he was 19 years old, says Jake. Yeah, and he still speak like this. And I'm thinking, he doesn't speak like that at all. And also, bearing in mind, he has spent time in prison. What's your favourite shampoo? You're getting this wrong again, I'm sorry. You need BBC Radio Shropshire. You go and find them. They'll look after you. Dave says, the last time I drank from the tap, it tasted of petrol. The water board had been carrying out repairs in the area. Oil must have leaked into the pipes. I just wouldn't drink out the taps. I just really wouldn't. I'm sure there's nothing, wrong with drinking bottled water, but I started doing it years ago when it was Perrier. And there was only Perrier water. And I remember it was sort of Perrier... Was it Perrier? Yes. And then it turned out that... I don't know, you weren't there. What's got to do with you? Mind your own business. And then all of a sudden they actually said, of course, the actual fizz in it was put in artificially. And the market collapsed overnight. All of a sudden people were going, oh, we thought it was natural fizz. As if. And so, but I then started drinking. Now there's a bewildering array of bottled waters out there, and I love it. Ice cold bottled water is lovely. You're doing nothing for the environment with bottled water. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. You know, you do something for the environment, I'm drinking bottled water. I've always done that for years. For about probably the best part of 30 years, I've done bottled water. And I just like it. I like the idea, although you're supposed to drink it out of glass bottles, because the moment you open a plastic bottle, apparently it then becomes contaminated. But we have water here in this building, Global, have tinned water, which is, I mean, really nice. It comes in fizzy, and it comes in, what they call it, still. And it's really lovely. It's really lovely. And they keep it in fridges. They've got little fridges on all the different floors. I go around and a little raid through the fridges. And occasionally I'll have a fizzy water. It's a bit of a treat, actually, for me, because I don't normally do fizzy water. But if I'm in a pub, if I'm going out with the godchildren, we'll have fizzy water with a little jug of lime juice. What's he doing? What's he doing now? Oh, here we go. Blowing our nose for about the umpteenth time. The time we get to tomorrow, he's going to have a big red sore nose. It's going to be, I don't feel very well, Steve. Hay fever. We'll have to buy him one of those machines. I'm sure you can buy a machine for him, but, I mean, should we waste the money? No. Do you hear I bought Corey a fan? Because he was complaining bitterly that he couldn't sleep because of the heat and all the rest of it. So I went to Costco, and... No, I bought it for him. It was a present. And it's a tall upright... which either does all different settings, but it also oscillates and all the rest of it. He said it's fantastic. Yeah, really good. Very light. Well, it finally managing to get a night's sleep, you know, which is good. Because nothing worse, is there? When you get people, if you've got hay fever, you can't sleep. I got woken up the other night because of all this thunder and lightning going on. I've never heard anything. Seriously, I thought we were under attack. I thought, no, they wouldn't come out to Twickenham, would they? And it was absolutely... shoving this little thing up, isn't it? Honestly, if his mother was here now, she'd be going, "You're all right, dear." Oh, sorry, "You're all right, dear." Hello. Is Mrs. Woman all right? Is she good? Good. She'd been listening a lot. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. And then, of course, the thing that you weren't here for was the tote bags. Because the last year, and it was the 27th of September, we know, when we did the tea towels, and we were all getting very, very excited. That was the day that Thomas was going backwards and forwards on his chair, and then Corey was getting excited. Well, this time round, we all cried. This time round, we didn't know until the person from the charities phoned through to tell us how many we'd sold, because we've set up our own sort of shop. And so Corey and I were sitting here, and I'd had a nightmare dream the night before, thinking we're not going to sell any tote bags. I seriously thought we weren't going to sell tote bags, and I got myself into a mindset. By the time I came in the studio, I was in such a depressed state. And Corey said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I don't think we're going to sell any of these." I said, "We've got a lot of tote bags. I mean, it's a small amount in the great scheme of things." But then we sort of started off, and I think by 4:15 we'd sold 100, and then we got to 250 by 1:30, and then it just started snowballing. And every time she phoned back, she came back with, and Corey would write in big letters, "We've done 1,000, we've done 1,000." It was so exciting, so exciting. And in the end, we did 6,860, I think, something like that. Whatever it was a fantastic effort on your behalf, and you can imagine, because you can hear it in the programme, how excited we were. But when we did it before, we could see the counter, and it was flipping over, and Thomas is going, I would mention it, and all of a sudden there'd be another raft of people coming through, and I can't tell you how fantastic that is. How fantastic. And then they sent me some flowers as well. I got some flowers from Zing Flowers. So I gave those to Corey to take home, so he could... In fact, actually, he's been doing really quite well out of the programme since you've not been here. He's had lots of gifts. No, you never got any of this. Well, we haven't done it before, have we? We have never done a tote bag before. Because he's got more hair than you. No, he wrote me a little card and everything, telling me how much he loves working on the show. That's obviously on the advice of a lawyer, and I know, I thought that as well. Steve, Saturday I bought some strawberry cottage cream from M&S and Scones. It's not cottage cream, it's double cream. Martin, it's strawberry, not cottage cream. Oh, no. No. It's possibly the nicest thing you've ever had. And Ron wants to know, how does Biggins manage to look not a day older than he did 20 years ago? I have no idea. And I've known him for about, must be a good 35 years, and he never ages. He just never ages. Probably because he's got a very young other half, and I don't know how he doesn't age. I really don't. He's the best sort of person you could have. If you were having a dinner party, you would have to invite him because he's got great stories. He's very personable. He's just such a nice person, actually. Steve, you're the highlight of my morning. You keep things real and funny. As for queuing, it's sheep wanting to be part of something and walk around and buy nothing just to see what's changed, says Rob. Do you know, I absolutely am inclined to agree, because I reckon that today there's going to be queues everywhere. You know why? Because people can. But I mean, what is on the high street that you can't get today that you could get yesterday, or you can get it today, but you've been able to always get it? Clothes you can order online. Marks and Spencer's do an online service. The amount of parcels people have delivered, I have parcels delivered almost on a daily basis. And that's because you can do it. You can actually order something. I've got PayPal, and so I order from America. Actually, there's a company in America that I order stuff from. I won't tell you what it is because it's too tedious. But they show you your order being packed, and there's two of them. They go, "This is your video, Steve," and you click onto it, and there's two guys with, "Steve, this is your parcel." They're holding it up, and then it shows them packing it into the box, and then they go, the label's on, "Steve, it's going to the post room now." And you think to yourself, that's so cute. Unfortunately, if you do surface mail from America, best part of about 3 weeks. It's that, unless you do FedEx or DHL or any of the other international carriers. And even then, I don't know how long, but that can be quite expensive to order. And if you have it charged to FedEx, I've seen, bills of, if you have it sort of an item for 30 quid, if you have it sent over, it's 60. It really is quite expensive. Yes, you had to get a bank card sent over. About 50 quid, yeah. I used to get a load of stuff sent over through DHL because we've got some lovely people who work at DHL who are listeners to the programme. And I'd say, I've got some stuff coming in, and they'd hold it for me at Heathrow Airport, at just outside the perimeter fence. And I would nip up there and collect it. They were that good. But I haven't bought anything. I mean, I was buying all my Tommy Bahama shirts and having them shipped over, but they're like really expensive. I mean, the shirts itself, you can rack up $600 without really it's only about 3 shirts. Really expensive, but well worth it when you get that DHL service. I loved it, actually. I thought they were really nice. It's amazing how many different people are listening to this programme at this time. And, it's people who are working, a lot of people who are not working, a lot of people probably getting up going, what time do you think we should go and start queuing? And a lot of pensioners going, oh, we're so looking forward to getting on the buses. Oh, Steve Allen just said we can't. No, you can't use your Freedom Pass unless it's a disabled Freedom Pass. But your normal Freedom Pass for pensionable people, which is over 65s, you can't use till 9 o'clock this morning. So you have to use normal Oyster. I mean, I can get on a bus and use a normal Oyster. But to be honest with you, I've not reached pensionable age without there being some sort of bonus. And the bonus is that most of us want to go shopping in Waitrose at 7:30. I mean, in theory, I could probably walk to Waitrose at 7:30. But I don't see why I should. Why should I waste my legs? And then there's all those strawberries. Because there's no Wimbledon, 38 ton of strawberries is sitting around. So they go, oh, we think we'll make them into jam. And you go, oh, that's interesting. How lovely. More strawberry jam. How much strawberry jam do people eat nowadays? Why don't they call it Wimbledon strawberry jam? That way, it would sell quite nicely. But I reckon it's probably trademarked, the name Wimbledon. But because there is no Wimbledon, which means you don't get Cliff singing because it's going to rain, and you don't get the strawberries. And they've got to be big. They don't do little strawberries. They've got to be big. And they had a man on the television yesterday, and it was on a programme. It's sort of like a religious programme, but looking at people who did good things. So I was waiting for my section, and that never happened. And it's a man, and do you know what's unusual about this man? He's a strawberry grower. He's the only Sikh strawberry grower in the entire country. His family have been growing strawberries for ages. I think he runs his local mosque as well, and they've got these huge polytunnels, and they grow strawberries. And he's been doing it for years and years. And I remember thinking, what a nice family. What a nice family. But I mean, how unusual. It's not normally the thing you would expect, somebody who is of the Sikh religion would go into. Steve, how many tote bags were sold? My husband was snoring when he announced the total. I think it was 6,000. I think it's 6,860 or 6,680. It's one of the two. I can't remember. But whatever it is, we raised over £80,000 on that one programme. £80,000, which is good. And if you remember, it goes to those people who've lost out during coronavirus, people who've lost loved ones, children, people who've lost their jobs, people who can't afford to put food on their table, all those sort of people, you know, the hospices who've had to close down at the moment because they need the money to survive. It's very difficult, very, very difficult. But this week, I've got something for you. I think it's on Friday. I'm going to be telling you what it is. And it's not something that I've done before. New leapfrog, so brace yourselves. But no, I don't. When I'm casting my mind back, I know I've never done this before. So we shall see how that goes on Friday. But I'll tell you about it then. And what else this week? Oh, Steve, I've had some British strawberries this week. Better than any imported. Absolutely, 100%. The British strawberries, at the moment, the weather's been ideal conditions, are the tastiest ever. The strawberries that were coming in from Egypt and places like that were really not very good. They were not very flavoursome. The British ones were very nice. Very nice. And I nearly bought some hanging baskets with strawberries in. Itchy back now. And I nearly bought some hanging basket strawberries, but unfortunately they were on sale at Waitrose and I didn't have the car. And I thought, I'm not going to stand on the bus holding 4 hanging baskets. I'm going to look like a right dipstick. So but today I'm going to be planting up and then taking stuff over to the cleaners. Because he does all my washing and ironing. You don't think I do stuff like that, do you? I'm way too old for that kind of thing. Years ago, I would have done it. I used to play Prisoner Cell Block H at home. I had one of those flat irons, like a Singer, and you lift it and went, and then you put the shirt on and you go, like that. That was really good, actually. I've still got it. It's just I don't use it anymore. It's not my sort of thing. Somebody else does it. That's what we have dry cleaners for, and people who do your washing and ironing. That's, as far as I'm concerned, the godsend. And also, I don't smoke. So I'm only spending the money I would have spent on the cigarettes on having other things done for me. I can clean my own shoes. Because I learned to do... Because you buy this stuff now, you just wipe it over there and it dries to a shine. So it looks like you've been really buffing away, on the head. And so, that was quite... I'm taking a break. I'll do it. Your company... Oh, Steve... Sikhs use temples, not mosques. Thank you. It was very nice, whatever it was. Also, I've almost fallen out of bed when you said how many tote bags were bought. In the words of Gary Barlow, absolutely fantastic. I'm delighted my 2 bags are part of that, says Stephen Birkenhead. Well, I mean, we were cock-a-hoop as well, as you can imagine. Also, Steve, love the show. Not going out shopping, because today is going to be madness, isn't it? Don't you think? I've just done my shopping. Amazon and Asda, says Peter in Gillingham. And Billy says, up early and listening in, regarding senior citizen bus passes, what's the point in all these supermarkets offering exclusive shopping hours for pensioners in the morning if they can't use the pass? I know, well, I specifically used Waitrose at 7:30 because it was convenient, because that's about the time that the car gets me home. And so I was saying, drop me off at Waitrose, and then I would nip in and buy a few little bits and pieces, get on the bus and then go home. It's only a stop, admittedly, but if you're buying a few heavy items, staggering, half a mile, it's not particularly brilliant. But it's a case of now the mayor, with the help of the government as well, but the mayor came up with it to start with, has decided that you can't use your Freedom Pass until 9 o'clock. So and yet I reckon now the buses are going to be completely empty. What difference does it make? I don't really understand what the purpose is. I mean, do they think that all of a sudden today the public transport's going to be chock-a-block with people? I don't think so. And so you can't actually use your pass. I mean, it doesn't actually make any sense as far as I'm concerned. I don't really understand what they've done it for. They go, oh, it's to sort of free up essential people. You think, well, what's that got to do with it? I bet you anything, I will take photographs today of people standing at the bus stop with no masks on, no covering, and the buses will be totally empty. Totally empty until 9 o'clock, when they'll be packed out with a lot of people who are pensionable. And I don't understand why we can't sort of go to it. Yes, I mean, it's just stupid. The buses are 3/4 empty at the moment. It's not going to change. Why would it change? A lot of people are still not going to work. Andy's regret at not saying sorry. This is Prince Andrew trying to backtrack now, but unfortunately, as nobody likes him, there's not a lot we can do about it. In fact, actually, I've never known a member of the royal family so disliked as Prince Andrew. Mind you, there's been quite a few, haven't there? I don't think the public liked Sarah Ferguson. I don't think they liked Andrew's children. In fact, the entire family they didn't like. The only person we seem to like is the Queen and Prince Philip. And Charles is sort of gradually mellowing as he gets older and shorter into older age. You like Kate? Yes, I thought you'd like Kate. Trust you to like Kate. Yes, he likes Meghan and Harry, but I mean, they've made a big mistake. I think that, and I'm not alone in it. They've gone to America. Did you see the bit the other day? Harry's latest friend in America. The trouble is, because they're isolated in the royal family, they don't know the real world. They have no idea. They go to premieres. They don't have to sit in an ordinary seat. They get privileged all the way through. They get fast-tracked. You know, they are top of the queue at Disney. They don't need to stand in a queue like the rest of us peasants. And so over in America and over in this country, they've had really bad choices. The advisors at the palace seem to not be able to tell them what to do, because you can't tell Harry what to do, because he'll just do completely the opposite. He has no sense of the occasion. He's not interested in the royal family, can't be bothered. He'll do whatever she wants to do. She now seems to claim that the entertainment business runs through her family, which of course we all know is the biggest joke under the sun. There is no entertainment in the news. But anyway, the person who Harry has latched onto, so we were told the other day, is none other than Liza Minnelli. She's going to show him around Los Angeles. Well, she's as mad as a tree frog. You cannot have her anywhere near members of the royal family. You absolutely she's mad as a broomstick. I mean, completely mad as a broomstick. Is it a jigsaw, Steve? No. What sort of water do you have, says Jack. Oh, what, hard and soft? I've got no idea. I really wouldn't know if it was hard or soft. Would you know? You wouldn't know either, no. I think hard because it's London. I think hard. How would you know if it was... Oh, you can feel it, can't you? If it's soft, you feel it. Don't you? Well, I don't know. Steve, did you see the Chris Moyle show team pubcast on Friday night? I have never laughed so hard. And over 100,000 for charity. The amounts you and your colleagues at Global make for charity is simply amazing. Yes. Well, I think so too, Matt. I think so too. It is fantastic. I mean, it is fantastic. It's very good indeed. They asked me to do it last year, and I thought I couldn't go. I'd just get drunk and be silly. I'd be very silly. I mean, that would be absolutely a nightmare for me, I think. Definitely. Steve, according to the British newspapers, Harry and Meghan are completely irrelevant, not just here in the UK, but anywhere. I mean, I just don't... all this, I think they thought they were going to go to America and the Americans were going to fall over themselves backwards and sort of put them on in stadiums. They were going, oh, they can make £500 million. And of course, that's all they see, because the one thing they don't have in the royal family is cash. They've got the houses, they've got the palaces, they've got the gardens, they've got the pomp and the ceremony. They've got no cash. They don't spend it. You know, even though Harry's got a bit of money, he's not going to be spending it on a house anytime soon, because some fool somewhere will gift them a house that they can use and rent and do whatever. So, in fact, he's never had to worry about going out and somebody says, that's not for you, you can't afford that. I shouldn't imagine he's ever done a day's shopping in his life. Never known the delights of wandering around, you know, a department store or a supermarket. They don't do things like that. They can't do it. So that's why. And I think they're sitting over there. And so she gets a little voiceover on a Disney, charity kind of thing, saving elephants or something. Well, that's it. There's no big Hollywood contracts for them. And what can he do? Nothing. Nothing. He's not qualified to do anything, because behind all the work that he did in this country was an army of people for his charities. You know, it's an army of people for all of the charities. He doesn't have to do anything at all. He just had to sit there and look sort of, big smile on his face. See, buses are only carrying 20 passengers. OAPs will block people going to work. But they've been around our way. We've had it for the last 3 weeks. The double-decker buses carry 20 and the single-decker carry 10. So it's not going to make any difference, is it? And sort of 9 a.m. is a fine time to pop out for a tin of beans. Well, it's not, because they open at 7:30, says G. I'm just wondering what sort of reception... I can't talk about that, as you know. I can't talk about that, but I also queried that as well. Thank you. Somebody else commenting on shorts. Yes. Won't ever see me in a pair of shorts, I tell you. Not a cat in Hades chance. Steve, why don't you do a special one-off phone-in? I think not. No, I mean, Robert, thank you very much. Very sweet, but it's not for me. Other people do it better. It's like, other people can't do what I do, so they tell me. But, no, definitely not. Another one here. It says, in Bournemouth, M&S did the same. All the underpants were downstairs. But I'd like to know why £18 for a set of 4 briefs is almost £5 a pair. Quality, yes. Overpriced, yes. You see, yeah, you're probably... I mean, I'm paying... What am I paying? £10 for 2 pairs. That's a £5 a pair. I don't mind a £5 for a pair of pants. That's okay, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I suppose I could sort of auction them for charity, but, to be honest with you, maybe not. Steve, have a look at the world's biggest ship. Yes, I've seen it, Dion. Dwarfs the Titanic. Everything dwarfed. The Titanic was a lot shorter than people thought, which is quite amazing, isn't it? Steve, London water very chalky, bad for kidney stones. Oh, right. Well, that's good, isn't it, really? Richard says the real reason for changes is to raise increased revenue. Similarly, the congestion tax from next week. I just love London. I know next week you're going to have to pay 15 quid a day to come into town if you're driving in. Very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. But because they've given away so much, they've decided they want to take it back. And who do they take it from? The motorists. Would it be lovely if you went, I tell you what, no cars are coming into London. No lorries, no nothing. You can sit there and whistle. Wouldn't it be lovely if we could actually hold them to ransom? That would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. And, Steve, can you give a mention to the admin guys who make sure Steve Allen's Ultimate Spikers group on Facebook runs very smoothly? Sue, Angie, Karen and Paddy are a credit to your name and do you proud, says Steve, again in Birkenhead. They keep us entertained. Lord above, honestly. You want to sit where I'm sitting. Mind you, actually, you should come in and sit where I'm sitting. I think they were offering on Global, if you go on to lbc.co.uk, you can find the Global page with all the items to raise some money. And one of them is a trip round any radio station that you fancy for 4 people and a behind the scenes. I've got no idea what's behind the walls. I don't know. And, of course, at LBC, we have 2 studios. And I suppose if you sort of decided to book for that, then you could probably come in early in the morning and say, we'd like to come in and see Steve Allen's programme, What is it like? And the answer is it's exactly the same as listening to it at home. It's just that you get to see me at the same time. It's lovely, isn't it? I noticed some of our friends down at Classic have got, what have they got? They've got a tea tray. A tea tray, which looks quite nice. I quite fancy the idea of a tea tray, because they have a cup of tea, I think. I don't know why a tea tray. I'm trying to now sort of work out why a tea tray, but never mind. News is coming up at 5 o'clock. Steve, I joined Costco yesterday, says Paul, and I bought too many cream cakes. I looked like a fat toad eating a creamy worm. I was like a boy in a sweet shop. Oh, I tell you, it's fatal, isn't it? You can't eat a whole case or a whole sort of packet of their cream cakes. Well, you probably could, actually. I just like taking... It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's an historic day. It's an historic day for... a lot of reasons. In fact, probably more reasons than I care to shake a stick at. First of all, a lot of the high street is opening, which is so exciting for people who've never learnt to use a computer. And so they'll all be standing, staring wistfully into space outside. I don't know what, actually, because most of the shops are open anyway round our way. There's only a few little bits and pieces. Timpson's has not been open, no. But, of course, I've not been walking around on sort of, heels without sort of going, I must pop into Timpson, see if they can add an extra lift for me. The only thing, the coffee shops have been open, but not for sitting in, which means you've got to go and find a bench somewhere to go and sit on, which is a bit embarrassing. But you can go in and get that. The supermarkets have all been open. The butcher's shop's been open. The fish shop's been open. The takeaway Chinese is open, as opposed to the not takeaway Chinese. And there's a couple of those. And there's a pizza shop that's open doing pizzas. So... It's all quite... I tell you what I discovered the other day. I'm a bit of a stickler for service in shops. I'm not looking for something that's really sort of over and above. I'm just looking for normal service. If I'm good enough to give my custom to a particular place, and unfortunately it falls on Iceland this morning, the shop as opposed to the country. So I nip in there yesterday. I needed to buy just a couple of little bits and pieces to bring in to keep boys and girls happy, and... always useful having mashed potato at this time of the morning. And so I go in there, and we all have to stand behind the lines and all the rest of it. And some people don't see the line, so they immediately go into a queue until somebody goes, excuse me, I think you find there's a line here. OK, hello, move yourself. Anyway, so there's some bloke on the till yesterday. In fact, they have 2 tills, 3 if you push the little quick one. And so I sort of empty my stuff onto the conveyor belt, and I said, can I have a carrier bag, please? I'm always very... So... he starts moving the stuff over the... I thought, give me the bag, because it's always a race, isn't it? They're moving it over the little magic eye. You're trying to get it in the bag as quickly as possible so that you both finish at the same time. Something which is very difficult to achieve. And so he did. He gave me the bag, but as opposed to opening it, he just threw it down on the thing. And I thought, listen, if you don't want this job, then on off and somebody else can have it who might want to enjoy doing it. So I might have to write a letter of complaint to the boss, the CEO of Iceland, who I know is a big fan. Because it's unnecessary. You know, if you've got somebody sitting on the till, somebody who looks... I mean, I wanted to say to him, you really don't want this job, do you? You're really not interested. All right, so you're sitting on a till. But, you know, if you don't want to do it, oh, no, then somebody else can come in and have the job properly. They do that in a certain bakery. It's so annoying, because all it takes for him would be to just open the bag for me, which the girls do, but this particular bloke was obviously beneath him to open a bag. And so I'm there, I've got my mask on, so I've now got to pull the mask down to go... to sort of open the bag and then throw the stuff in as quick as possible. And it kind of left a nasty taste. And I remember thinking, you know, I bet other people have probably complained about Mr. Misery on the till. I mean, I don't know why. If you really don't want a job and you're not going to put 100% into it, well, then go and find something else that you can't do. Because, frankly, the people who sit on the tills in all the shops, they're the link between you and the shop. I mean, it's not like we're asking for anything. I'm not asking him to sort of pack the bag for me, you know, which they used to do in Marks and Spencer. Now we've all gone self-service, and I quite like going self-service. I'm quite happy. I've learnt to sort of, you know, whiz my stuff over the line. Oh, by the way, Thomas has got a shock today, because he's not been here for 12 weeks. So what you're going to have to do now, when you go home today, normally we would go home together. Well, not together, but on the bus. Well, I have a car now. So you have to get the bus by yourself. Yeah. Think on that one. He's never been on the bus by himself. It's going to be a bit of a culture shock, I think, because we normally get the bus together. It throws me off at Waterloo, but of course I can't get the bus because not only does it not now take the Freedom Pass, because I'll be honoured at 7 o'clock in the morning, but also the train doesn't take the Freedom Pass till 9 o'clock. It's so annoying. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We love being pensioners under you. Thank you very much indeed. And another one here. Is Costa Coffee Shop opening today for takeaway? I think they've always been open. Well, our one has. Always been open for takeaway, just that you can't sit in there. So you can sort of take it away and then try and find a bench that the council have thoughtfully provided, or go and sit by the river where we are, which is quite nice. Sorry? You can sit outside. Oh, well, most of them don't have benches outside the shop. I mean, I've seen some places. There was one little artisan coffee shop that I remember sitting at a table there the other day with Chris, my friend, and that was okay. But now I've noticed they've taken that away. And there's hardly any way to sit down. All I want to do is sit on a bench and watch the world go by. I'm of pensionable age. You know, that's the kind of thing we do when we get to that sort of stage. So today, just when you're having to stand at the bus stop waiting for the bus, I shall be whizzing home in my limousine. But just remember, you can't get on the bus without your mask and your covering or something like that. You've got to wear it. Where did you get that one from? Why did you not pick something interesting? Why just plain black? Could you not have put a pattern on it or something? Or could you do a mouth? And then it would look as though you're talking. Oh, you've taken it off. Oh, no, you've still got... Oh, that's nice. It changed. Oh, it's reversible. I quite like that side as well. I like the other side better, black. That looks really cool, actually. Some friends of mine make them. For a company called Prop Dog, and they've got playing cards all over them. And I wasn't sure whether that would look good. I might do something. I don't know. I'm two minds, actually. Two minds over things. But the one thing I've been good at is not spending money, and that's a lie to start with. Richard is in Coventry. He says, I've got you on and watching Quest TV. Quest TV. I've never even heard of Quest TV. He says, there's a cow with a hole in it. Oh, we've seen that one. We've seen that clip before. They take all this stuff out this cow's got in its stomach through an incision. Have you seen it? It's on YouTube. It's been doing the rounds for ages. Steve, good to hear zoos are opening again. Well, they are, but they're not opening all of them. They're opening the zoos, but they're not opening the insect houses and the reptile houses and things like that. So there you go. Marilyn says, face covering. I bought a lovely delicate pink scarf with a gold print of butterflies from Matalan. Only £6. It's good. I like the sound of that. They charge older folk more for downstairs underwear in some shops, M&S in Bournemouth, because if you can make it up the back stairs, there's no way you're going to have the energy to argue with them about the price or take it back, says Phil. Oh, I always argue. I'm always the first person to argue about things. I'm terrible because I also have a radio program. So if I had an experience years ago, which I think is all over YouTube, with Maplins, about service in Maplins. And where are Maplins now, I ask myself. Answer, nowhere. But it's if you've got somebody sitting on the till, they are your link. I'm not asking them to pack my bag. I'm just asking them, maybe it would be a nice gesture if the manager, maybe from Iceland, had been around and sort of said to them, if somebody wants a bag, you open it for them. And so I can then place my stuff in there, not stand there, take the mask off and blow in to separate the bits of plastic, because I can't open carrier bags for love nor money. A right pain. Steve, I've not been out of the house since the 12th of March, and I've got no desire to do so anytime soon. I get everything I want delivered, and I'm content to stay in, says Sue. We're a pension couple with hobbies. That's probably how we're going to go from now on, and quite happy to do so. How wonderful. See, isn't it funny? Some people go, they hate being, locked up indoors, they can't do things, and whereas I'm quite happy with it. I'm quite happy with it. I watered the baskets yesterday, and I shall water them again this morning, and then I shall plant a few little bits and pieces. But I'm just thinking about Thomas being by himself on the bus. He won't know anybody, he'll have nobody to talk to. But at least, as I speed off into the sunset. Actually, it's light already outside. Have we changed the clocks or something? I don't know. It just seems to be lighter and lighter every morning I leave here. You're present. Lovely. I mean, it is quite nice, actually. I quite like walking out. Sometimes you get bright sunlight. Is it the longest day? Really? Certainly felt like it, I'll tell you. Another one. Steve. Good morning. They need to be making that money back. That's why they've charged the elderly and changed the elderly times off boarding. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Steve, I wanted to correct you about the Royals. You said Harry had never shopped in a department store. Well, yes, he has. Many years ago, I was in the food hall in M&S in Ken High Street, and Diana was there with her two boys buying goodies. Yeah, once. Hello, once. Good Lord above. Anyway, she went there. She used to go to a little cafe there as well. But, I mean, that's not Harry shopping, I'm afraid. That's Harry being dragged around by his mother. That is not shopping. Sheila in Arbroath says, I'm glad you've stopped talking about strawberries. I'm allergic to them. She says, my skin is itching. I'll end up looking like one. Oh, isn't that funny? Fancy being allergic to a strawberry. Never thought about that. Yes. And, wait a minute. I've just found something else which I hadn't found earlier on. Another one here. Oh, the person who joined Costco yesterday. Oh dear, you'll be buying the spare ribs, the cooked chickens. The steak's they do a nice steak in there, and they do lots of things. I like their curries that you could take away and just sort of pop into a saucepan and just cook it. It's quite easy to do, which is okay. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. No, Bron, I didn't need to worry about the £9 back on the overcharge of the Prosecco because I'd misread the computer printout. So, in fact, they were exactly the same price, which is good. Kevin the Milkman says, Kevin the Restaurateur, I'm so sorry. We have to have some humour at these times. We told our kitchen porter he needs to wear a mask. He turned up in a full white Stormtrooper's mask. Top marks for effort. Yeah, you can buy those in Twickenham, the Stormtroopers masks. Whether they're sort of easy to sort of put on, I've got no idea. In the papers, because today being an historic day, they're calling it Manic Monday. Well, that's what they're hoping. They're hoping it's going to be Manic Monday. They want you to go out and spend money. Whereas, in fact, we've been spending money. We've just been doing it online. And so I don't know whether or not this is actually going to change. The Victoria Beckham tedious story is that she wore sexy clothes in the Spice Girls to hide her insecurities. They say she became a worldwide superstar. She was never a worldwide superstar. In fact, if ever you asked about Victoria Beckham, she'd be the one who couldn't sing in the Spice Girls. She la-la'd. Watch the Tell You What You Want, What You Really, Really Want, and count how many minutes in before Victoria Beckham does anything at all. It's all Jerry and Scary Spice. Fan favourite Maya Jama. I don't think anybody knows who she is, actually. I think she was famous because she went out with Stormzy. And now she's got to be so desperate that she's wearing a dress which is too small so that her boobs are practically resting on a table. That's how tragic her career's gone. They never ever went. Good career move, that. So she sported this daring low-cut frock. It's the only way she can get attention. It's the only way she gets any attention whatsoever. But, nobody's ever gone, great presenter. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Great boobs. Let's have a look here. There's going to be a washout for the next 2 weeks. That'll ruin my hair. Everyone knows it. Do you know, I've not actually stood in a drenching for ages and ages now. Whereas I used to, you know, when you went to school, I can remember my parents, because nowadays kids get into the 4x4, fall asleep on the back seat, and mummy or daddy, generally mummy, drives them to the school and drops the little sweeties off by the sort of gate. Bye, bye. Me, it could be tipping down a monsoon, and I'd have to walk to the bus stop. You didn't have an umbrella because that was not seen as butch enough. Nobody turned up at school with an umbrella, put it that way. And you'd get there, you'd be soaking wet. By the time the bus came in, it would be packed. So you'd have to stand, and the steam would rise off your pack-a-mac like there was no tomorrow. It was dreadful. Nowadays, the kids get spoilt something rotten. Take you to school, come and collect you from school, do this, do that for you. And then, I mean, woe betide you if you have to get on the train and there's a load of kids on it because they've got kit bags the size of themselves. How these poor little children cope with all this sort of stuff, I've got no idea. But they do get it good. They get it good. John Cleese says he turns into Basil Fawlty on social media. He's 80. 80. Talking to people on social media. Here with a check on the road and the... Coming up 20 minutes past 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on this historic day, because they, after weeks and weeks and weeks, they're opening the shops, and so people will be out shopping. Buying what? I have no idea. Selfridges are going to be opening, but you'll have to find out which door is the one you go in by, because most of their doors are exiting doors. And I don't know how many people in Marks and Spencer, it's one in, one out. Well, they can't do that at Selfridges. You'd be sitting there till Christmas waiting for somebody to go in and out. And I'm assuming at any one time you could have thousands and thousands of people in there. But what are people buying? What are people buying? I mean, is it because, you know, some people have had no money because their jobs have gone, or they're being furloughed, and maybe, I mean, there's nothing that you need to buy today, is there? I mean, I need to buy a bottle of Creed, but I don't need to buy it today. I can wait till the end of the month. I have to wait till the end of the month, the price of it. But that's the only thing. I don't need anything else I buy online. If I really wanted something, I'm not going to go, oh, thank goodness, John Lewis is opening Kingston. I can go out and buy something. I'll look forward to Marks and Spencer's opening so I can go and see what sort of their summer shirts look like. But I have a horrible feeling it'll be the same usual tat that we get, because the material gets thinner and thinner and thinner, certainly a bit like the toilet paper that they sell, which is, I mean, it really is, it's thin paper. They go, oh, it's got a pretty print of a fleur-de-lis or something. And you go, yeah, but it's really cheap paper. It's not very good value at all. You get better if you buy some of the other different brands. I'm quite funny about these things. Remember I complained bitterly about years ago, socks from there. The stuff they were using got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper until you might as well have not bothered, so I stopped buying socks from there. You know, the moment the underpants section goes down, I shall be taking my business elsewhere. Where, I've got no idea. Dan says, Steve, Victoria and sexy do not go together in the same sentence. Yes, absolutely. Nobody ever goes, Victoria Beckham, ooh, sexy. Nobody ever says that. They say that about him, but now he's got that funny hair. We're not too sure about it, really. And it does look, that's why he has to wear his flat caps all the time. Do you think he goes into the bedroom and by the side of the bed, there's an array of flat caps, so when Victoria wakes up in the morning, he quickly sticks the hat on and goes, hi. Welcome to Manic Monday. Looking forward to my walk into town later. Popped into Feltham yesterday. Says Dan, taking my life in my own hands. I took advantage of Sports Direct's 50% off for NHS workers and came away with a new wardrobe full of joggers, T-shirts and Skechers trainers for Grace and Miley. Returning to the local store this morning, as I'm like you, looking for baseball caps. Actually, yes, I mean, I could go out and buy some baseball caps today. I like baseball caps. Today it's red. Red. Normally I wear sort of dark colours, and Thomas has got a baseball cap. That's a nice one. That's an American one, isn't it? You can tell. It's from your summer camp. Don't know what that is. He always says from the summer camp. But the Americans live in baseball caps, don't they? People of all ages wear baseball caps. Because, you know, if you're having a bad hair day, it covers up a multitude of sins. And most say Trump wears a baseball cap. And let's face it, he must have not only a bad hair day every single day. Because you never see him taking it off. He must go there and they go, wait a minute, let's just rearrange the bit on the side. That's the way it goes. Oh, wait a minute, the German prosecutor's back in the newspaper. Do you remember the one who very kindly told Madeleine McCann's parents that she was dead? He's changed his mind. She's now alive. So there you go. Hans Christian Wolters horrified the family when he said she was killed quickly after she was snatched. And the British police agreed that Bruckner was the main line of inquiry, but they said there was no evidence she was dead and they were still treating her as a missing person. I mean, it is amazing because if how can I explain this to you? Some people like to latch onto a story. Since Madeleine McCann's disappearance, how many people across 101 countries claim to have seen her? More than 8,700 people have said, we've just seen Madeleine McCann. And so that's ever since she vanished in 2007. You know, I mean, some of them were from New Zealand to Nepal, and they were then sort of marked with no further action. This one seems to be blamed for just about everything. He's in a German prison, and he's up on various charges. They don't think that they have any stuff that they can charge him with. They don't have enough information. And now Madeleine McCann's parents think their daughter may still be alive. Well, they've got to do that, haven't they? They're not going to go, OK, that's fine, she's dead, let's just move away from it. They can't do that. But most people have said if you don't find a missing person within 48 hours, the chances are you're not going to find that person again. And this has been years. Absolutely years. But of course, the police are looking for more money for this. I mean, how many years does this run? I don't want to be mean about it and churlish, but I keep thinking we spent 12 million quid. I think Nick Ferrari told us the other week, 12 million quid looking for a child who doesn't appear to be anywhere at all. And all we've come up with after God knows how many years is some German person in prison who might have been the one with the camper van or might not have been the one with the camper van. We're not too sure. And then there was some woman who claimed that she went out with him. You know, why she's come forward after, like, 17 years, I've got no idea. I mean, the whole thing is just mired in mystery. The whole thing, isn't it? If only. That would be the big question. There's a woman who claims to have hatched eggs from Waitrose in an incubator. I don't see how that's possible. I know that seems really an odd thing to say. Shop manager Charlie, spelt C-H-A-R-L-I, hello, left... she waited a month before the cutest little balls of fluff arrived. I don't think it's possible that eggs that have turned up in a supermarket could ever be hatched, because they've been through a freezing kind... Not a freezing kind of thing, but they chill them down. They want to make sure... I mean, otherwise you'd be hatching all over the place. And I don't think so. I'm not totally convinced by this. I don't know why. She says the ducklings will live a very happy life with her in Hertfordshire. Yeah, till they get big enough, darling, and then it's a case of, wait a minute, cherry sauce could go very nicely with those. Crispy duck, hello. They did a scene, actually, didn't they, on Golden Girls, which was on the television the other day, and they're all, who's the one who's mad? Anyway, one of them who's mad, played by Betty White. She brings in a chicken, and she said, but he's a really clever chicken, can I keep him? And they go, well, not really. She said, but he plays the piano. And they put the chicken down, and he jumps on this little toy piano and bangs all the keys out, which was lovely, and then puts him back. And then the next day, there's three of them sitting in the kitchen. Blanche, otherwise known as the tart. Then there was the grandmother and Dorothy as well. And the Betty character was outside, and they're all eating chicken. And so she comes in, she goes, I don't know. The chicken's vanished from the garage. And so Dorothy's holding a piece of fried chicken in her hand. And so she calls to the housekeeper, where did you get the chicken from? And she goes, I found it in the garage. They're only eating the pet chicken that plays the piano. It was hilarious. I don't know why that would be funny, but it just is. Steve, have you seen the leaked pictures of Trump getting a spray tan, says Monzi? Yes, I mean, I like the idea of leaked picture, getting a tan. And Paul in Wigan says Madeleine is going to be like the Loch Ness Monster. Well, how are they going to know what she's going to look like? You can have artists who can do impressions, but I just don't think this is going to lead to anything. If they can't charge this man with anything and they don't know anything, but they're sort of going, oh yes, we actually could, but they need more money. How much more money? I don't know. But I mean, you know, how many times have the police been incompetent with this thing? They've managed to keep it going for so many years now, and we don't seem to be any nearer. And they've been out there on numerous occasions. I mean, at the moment, I think at the Praia de Luz resort, they're just renting out the room as normal. That doesn't make any difference to them. In fact, the whole thing was a bit embarrassing, you know, to actually sort of have something like that. The George Clooney episode was on the Golden Girls the other day. We actually got the one with Burt Reynolds, who was, I think, the first nude centrefold for Cosmopolitan or something like that, and he had sort of, you know, he always regretted it afterwards. Not surprised. And he'd done a nude centrefold with the staples covering the appropriate and offending article. I don't know why. I watched Naked Attraction the other day. How could you ever go back to work after that? How could you ever go back to work? They had somebody on there, and he worked in a warehouse. And I remember thinking, oh my goodness, what is it? about these people. They want to stand on television. Their little dinky is shrunk to the size of a small acorn, and you think, just why would you want to go through this? What would you want to do? I mean, it is the worst thing I've ever seen. I mean, fascinating at the same time. But you do see you. Bye, love you. Who was that? No idea who she is. Who was that masked woman? She just sort of circulated. But the Naked Attraction they've got, and this person's a builder. See, that I could understand. I could understand a builder going on there and sort of taking all their clothes off. But I mean, is it really necessary to see naked people on the television? I mean, I just don't, I just thought it was a bit odd. And especially if you're not particularly down to your kneecaps, then there's no point, is there? You don't want to go on television, people laugh at you. You can imagine all your friends going, oh my goodness, what's going on there? Steve, just looked online. Creed Royal Mayfair, 120, is now reduced to 165, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't use that one, which is not very helpful. I use Aventus. And it's terrible. It's about 180 quid for the 50 millilitre bottle, going up to 235, I think, for the 100 millilitre. It's terribly expensive, but it does last quite a while, provided you don't use it and take it out of the box. 84850, Jill, good luck. Good luck today. I'm sure it will be fine. And another one about Meghan saying that, I mean, they did lose an awful lot of staff, didn't they? Mind you, Prince Andrew lost a member of staff, somebody who was to advise him in the media, and he was the one who said to Prince Andrew, do not do this interview with Emily Maitlis. Do not do a Newsnight interview about this thing. And of course, Andrew, being the clever little nobody, thought he would go ahead with it, and that was his big downfall, because he came over as the biggest plonker in history. By the good news from the same network, says Ian, the Hallmark advertising Christmas in July begins July the 10th. That's when they're going to start. They were doing a thing the other day on one of these make-your-own Christmas cards kind of thing channels. They were talking about Christmas. And even I thought, wait a minute, it's June. It's June. But on the Hallmark channel in America, July the 10th is when they start showing all their Christmas films. Isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic? Oh, look at them next door. Yeah. Darren can get the channel. Oh, he'd love it. I love Chris. Is that exciting? Oh, honestly, I'm so looking forward to Christmas. Every 26 minutes to 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast show. Steve, M&S always used to boast their clothes were all made in Britain. Now they come from all over the place. Yes, they do. They do. Well, you know what they do? What they do, talk about what they're doing, is you're looking for the best value. But unfortunately, the cheaper you go, the quality disappears. And that's the problem. One here is from Steve, who says, Steve, we're selling baseball caps to raise money for Samaritans. I shall have a look at that link a bit later, thank you. Steve, if you had to have a body double, which celebrity would you nominate? Oh, I think probably Brad Pitt. I think he's probably the nearest thing to me, isn't he? Don't you think, Brad Pitt? John Cena? Oh, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, yeah. That'd be my body double, yeah. No idea who he is. Is he muscle? Oh, I mean, obviously very muscle. Chris is in Alberta in Canada. He says, you put me to sleep almost every night for a year or so. We're 7 hours behind in Mountain Standard Time. Good Lord. And he is in Alberta. Oh, my God, fellas. That's who? Dwayne Johnson. Why would you want to look like that? That's not even appealing, is it? I mean, that is just... Oh, goodness. No, I don't want to look like that, thank you. No. No, I don't look at anything. I think too many muscles. It's like the line in the Rocky Horror Show, isn't it? Where he asked Janet, what do you think about Rocky? And she says, I don't like a man with too many muscles. And he snaps at her. He says, I didn't make him for you. Well, look, Clive Bull could play Steve Allen, I think, actually. Yes. Sort of. Look at how young he was there on Nightcaller. How funny. I love looking at things like that. Yes, so much hair. Well, we all had hair. So Chris says, I've never heard anybody working alone to be so entertaining. He says, well, you do have your silent sidekick. I'm an essential worker. So quarantine is something I can't relate to. And best wishes as you're to reopen London. We're slowly reopening too. That's in Alberta in Canada. We've got people around the entire world. And, Steve, have they ever had an incident on Naked Attraction where a participant may have shown signs of being pleased to see somebody? No. No, they're far too fearful. Far too fearful. It doesn't work like that, actually. It would, and even if they had, you'd never see it. Well, in fact, you would see it, but they wouldn't show it on the television. Quite an interesting idea, isn't it? Really. Front page of the Sun. This was the picture I picked on yesterday, and this is a Black Lives Matter hero who carried a stricken far-right rival to safety and says, "I want equality for all." This is Patrick Hutchinson, who rescued the man during clashes in London. He says it's not black versus white; it's everybody versus the racists, and God knows there were some racists out there, as indeed he will be able to tell you. Inside, Ricky Gervais snubs local cuisine as he goes around the globe trotting. He does it, he only eats in Italian restaurants. He says no chef can get the basics wrong for pizza and pasta. And that's what he has, pizza and pasta. I thought pizza was really fattening. Somebody told me pizza was really fattening. But if it's so much cheese, but if it's a proper pizza, it's very thin. And they're supposed to cook, I think, in under 2 minutes. If it's so thin, it's supposed to be very, very quick. And you're not supposed, the things that we have on it. Oh, you can have ham and cheese and pineapple. You try going to Italy and asking for a pizza with pineapple on it. They'll look at you with disbelief. They don't do things like that. Meatballs on a pizza. Oh, dear. That's just tacky, isn't it? Just a bit tacky. Also, what have we got here? Oh, Prince Andrew's accuser called him a toad after he said he regretted not apologising to her in an interview. It's too late now. He's basically pulled up the drawbridge, and he's just not being very useful at all. He's not a very nice person. They didn't ask him for anything that was too complicated. It was just...
Hello.
Oh, shut up. Blooming phone going off here. And it's like having the friend... Shut up. It's like having the friend you never really wanted. Hello. Why on earth would you start talking to me at this time of the morning? I didn't ask you a question, did I? Premier League hard man, Troy Deeney. Now, not being a football... I've got no idea who he is, but he's apparently the Watford skipper. And he says, wait for it, brace yourselves, every football team has at least one player who is gay or bisexual. He believes they keep their sexuality secret only because they fear shouldering the responsibility of being the first high-profile player to come out. Well, there's players come out before. It's just that they've waited till they've retired because they don't want to get sort of abused by the people. He was speaking to Louis Theroux. He said, "I would go on record saying that there's probably one gay or bi person in every football team." So in other words, let's face it, if you know about it, I should imagine everybody else knows about it. Whether that's I suspect it probably is very difficult to come out. But the funny thing is, in rugby, they can't wait to come out. It's a veritable fairyland. Seriously. I've never known so many rugby players to go, "Oh, yes, by the way, I'm gay," and we'll go, "Oh, how boring." It's so tedious nowadays. Who cares? In sport, you could be a gay runner, a gay high jumper, a gay swimmer. We've got a gay diver. We've got everything else, and yet woe betide anybody in the football league. A Chelsea player, gay. Hello. And all these other places. Man United. Do you think Man United's got any gay players or bi players? I bet that's a bit of a worry, isn't it, in the showers? At least if somebody's gay, you know where you stand. If they're bi, you've got no idea where you stand. Very worrying. Very worrying. And there's one here. A hotel worker. He was sacked for falling asleep, which you can understand, actually. At his desk, he claimed he was only resting his eyes because of his contact lenses. As you do. AJ Parek was meant to be supervising junior staff when they discovered him dozing in the office and took pictures. They showed the night team members slumped over his desk at a Premier Inn in Leicester. A tribunal in the city concluded the postures were unusual to adopt simply to rest the eyes, and they dismissed a claim for unfair dismissal. Ha, 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 ha. That'll teach you. And what will Meghan Markle do now that her best friend forever is accused of racist bullying? That's a little bit difficult, isn't it? A little bit difficult. So, do you think that Jessica will join the list of Meghan's outcasts? The ones so far, Piers Morgan and also Gina Nelthorpe Cowie, former agent, ditched. Millie McIntosh, ditched. Lizzie Cundy, ditched. But everybody ditches Lizzie Cundy, don't they? And Thomas Markle. And then there's all the servants that they had before who gradually they went one by one by one by one. And I think Harry was quoted as saying to, I think, the chef at Windsor, whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets. And obviously she didn't want the servants. which is a bit odd because she's never had servants before, I shouldn't think. She didn't fit into that sort of category. She was just sort of a jobbing actress. Shane says, I put One Foot in the Grave on DVD last night. Bit of a laugh. I can post it today, Steve. You could be doing tomorrow's show wearing it. Well, we could take a picture of it as well. Listen, if you're raising money for Samaritans, good for you. Good for you. Also, Steve... somebody was sending this to Darren, talking about a little bit late in requiring face coverings on public transport. There's going to be somebody, isn't there? There is going to be somebody who's standing at a bus stop today with no face mask on. Luckily, my boy will be wearing his face mask because he has to, because he knows, because otherwise he doesn't want the humiliation of getting on the bus and them going, I'm sorry, you're supposed to be covering your face. It's humiliating getting on the bus in shorts. I mean, seriously. Seriously. And, when people used to... we're not going to get a tan at this time of the morning. It's sunny out there. You're not going to get you've got little spindly white legs. Do you know what they look like? Pipe cleaners. Pipe cleaners that you sort of... You know when you have a shave and you empty the shaver out, it's got those bits in there, and then you get a pipe cleaner and run it through. That's what your legs look like. Seriously. Don't ever go on the beach just wearing your Speedos with those little legs. You can look ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm just saying that because I care. You're an athlete. Yeah. Well, I've worked with you for a number of weeks, seems longer, and I've never seen any evidence of you being an athlete. I'm more of an athlete than you are. I've got cups and medals at home, hello. When I was younger, I could do the high jump, and the long jump, and the 100 yards dash, and the egg and spoon, and the sack race, so to you. Coming up with, I'm an athlete. You're not an athlete. Since when were you an athlete? You've done triathlon. You can't even spell it. That's the trouble with you, you see. You try and jump on other people's bandwagons. It's no good writing down triathlete because it's got spell check. It's got spell check on here. That's how you're doing it. Ridiculous, honestly. I have to put up with this all the time. It's constant one-upmanship. Constant one-upmanship. And to be honest with you, I've had enough. I'm going to go out and queue today outside a shop. I don't know what shop I'm going to queue outside. There's nothing I can think of, really. There's nothing I need. I'm not going to queue outside Holland and Barrett. I'm not going to queue outside KFC. Well, I don't know, though. That one sounds quite promising, doesn't it, really? And Steve says, Miles, on the person who could be you, Bruce Willis. No, I don't think so. He said, but I seriously think you're related to Paddy on Emmerdale. That's just outrageous. Outrageous. Steve, I've started buying... I don't know what these are, actually. And they're Undercrackers boxers. What's that? Undercrackers boxers. They're made in England from quality British fabric and miles comfier than M&S. Tip, wait for their regular 50% off sale, says Drew. I've never even heard of Undercrackers boxers. Is that a make? Undercrackers? Shall we find out? Let's find out who they are. I've never heard of them. And also, the trouble is, I'm not a boxer fan. Should we do the travel first? Oh, look at you. Honestly, you've only been back a few hours and already you're cracking the whip. Oh, let's take a break, Steve. So here it is, the check on the road. And we found the Undercrackers. They're not cheap, are they? They're about 30 quid a pair, which we've all decided is too expensive, Drew. It's way too expensive for us. And also, although I do look very similar to one of their models, they have reduced some of them to £19 and £18. This is what I call designer pants for men. It would be like buying sort of proper things, for sort of women spending a lot on underwear. You can get very classy underwear, then you get the basic underwear, and this would be classed as classy underwear. But the trouble is, nobody's ever going to see it, are they? The producer sort of looked at it, and we all agreed the price was terribly, terribly expensive. 84850. Doesn't Greggs open today, Steve, says Matt. I've got, I don't know why. I mean, I think they are opening. I'm pretty certain. There was a list earlier on of places which are opening, and I'm sure that Greggs would be. Why would they not? Why would they not? I quite like the idea, though. That'll be people listen, if they were queuing for McDonald's, they're certainly going to be queuing for Greggs. But, of course, you can only have one person in the shop at any one time, which is a bit difficult when you've got somebody making... you can have to sort of separate them down the middle with a screen or something. That's the only way I can think about doing it. I'll check later on today. I will check later on today and find out. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, you can't use the term bandwagon. Bandwagon? The snowflakes deemed it as racist. Bandwagon? What, jumping on the bandwagon? Since when was that? How does that one work out? I'm sort of curious by that one. Having a quick look, actually. Bandwagon. It's, wait a minute. Oh, no. This is, the police have apologised after an officer accused a black woman of jumping on the bandwagon of the Black Lives Matter movement. They haven't banned bandwagon, they've just accused her of doing it, so they've actually used that phrase. So it's not a banned phrase at all. Because I thought, they've just said you're jumping on the bandwagon. It's not a banned term at all. Cool, got quite worried then. I thought it was another thing we can't talk about. Steve, Marilyn says, I don't know why Greggs were closed. I don't know why, actually. But also the public toilets get reopened. No chance. And also the public toilets in the coffee shops, they won't be opening anytime soon. And poor old Selena had a vegan burger trying to help my diabetes. What for? Why would that help your diabetes? So she said it made me quite ill. Well, it would do. Your body's not used to eating things like that. I don't know why. I mean, you don't need to eat vegan burgers or vegetarian burgers to change your diabetes. You just need a copy of Phil Vickery's new book to help diabetics, and some of those fabulous recipes in there, which we talked about the other day, which sounded quite delicious. There was one which involved, whatever it was, it looked and tasted delicious. In my mind, it tasted delicious. And then somebody wrote in and said they'd actually tried it, which is good. Somebody says your double would be Ian Moore on TikTok. TikTok is this little video thing, isn't it? And it's, you say, it's sing along and dance. Oh, that's right, actually. So it would be Ian. Wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing now. Ian Moore on TikTok. He's your double. Well, we're having a check now, and we have to find out whether or not he's my double. Is it really insulting? Wait a minute. I'll show you which one it is, because then we can ban him, so he's got no friends left at all. There you go. It's that one there. 0546. There you go. Can you see it? We always do this. We always have a little check, and then we sort of find out. If it's something that's rude or insulting, we bar you. It's fantastic. It's great. We love doing it. Oh, see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. So no public toilets opened at all, actually. Our baker's shop has been open for 4 weeks, says Sharon. Well, we have a baker's in Twickenham. They've been open most of the time. It's a food shop. You're allowed to sell food. It's just, if it was a restaurant, they do food, like pizzas and stuff like that. And they don't, you can't do that anymore. You can sit outside, I believe. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why Greggs didn't open either. Perhaps they were too mean because it's quite an inexpensive shop. Perhaps they're too mean to spend the money putting in the partition down the middle of the shop. So you stand one side and somebody stands the other side. And then you can sort of order your bacon rolls. So they've learned how to cook the bacon properly in Richmond. But we shall never know. We shall never know. But Matt the trucker says, I might consider queuing for a bacon roll. Seems like a good idea, doesn't it, really? Shoppers who ordered a new bread bin were stunned when it arrived with bizarre health and safety instructions. Do you hear about this one? This was a very, very bizarre thing the other day. The Amazon customers were warned that the pre-assembled wooden item, which has 2 storage shelves, was to be used at your own risk. It comes with a user manual and a safety instruction. One woman customer said it's a bit over the top. The buyers are also reminded the product is not a toy and it's only to be used as a bread bin. It's 28 quid. I mean, you bought it as a bread bin. It's a bread bin. But you know what people are like nowadays. Also, a vet saved a tortoise's life using a tub of Halford's car body filler. Oh, I saw a tortoise once. I'm sure it only had 1 leg or something, or I might have had 2 legs or something, as opposed to 4. And they propelled it along on wheels, which I thought was quite sweet. I've seen that with sort of dogs and everything else. I think that's quite nice. We've still got Ascot, I believe, coming up very shortly, but they're doing it. It's called Royal Ascot at Home, and so a lot of people, but it'll be doing it virtually. So I don't know how that works. I've really got no idea at all. I'm a little bit out on things like this, but I've seen people wearing beautiful hats and outfits. I thought it's a bit chavvy now, Ascot. It's not as classy as it ever was. You know, some of the people who are allowed in really should never be allowed in. I'm sorry. It's just Yes, so people would be sort of dressing up at home and doing it presumably in front of a camera or something on your computer. To be honest with you, I've really got no idea. I just think that as it starts tomorrow, there won't be any racegoers there. So presumably the Queen will not be going down the course either, which is part of the fun of going to Ascot. And the chavvies, you know, the ones who get tiddled on a few bottles of shampoo and things like that. We go, oh, here's the Queen. Well, actually, they don't talk like that at all. Oh, where's your Queen then? You know, here she goes. And so I think it's being done online. And I think the racing will be done the same sort of way. So it's like the football. You'll hear the crowds getting very, very excited, and that's it. But apparently I'm told it's very realistic. It'd be like every time I said something funny, there'd be a round of applause or What? Don't you think that's a good idea? I quite like that. Other people do. Nick Abbott does it. You know, he has all his little drop-ins and his jingles. We've had to drop one of my little jingles, but you don't know about that because you've not been here for 12 weeks. That's why. Goodness sake, you've got a lot to learn. You have. It is coronavirus's fault, actually. 12 weeks we've been apart. Seemed like too short as far as I was concerned. We could have gone another year at least. Kevin the Milkman says, everyone's an athlete these days. I know, I am, because my boss always tells me I'm for the high jump. Yeah. Unfortunately, Thomas is living, you know, in this deluded world of, you know, oh, I've got a bicycle. Yeah, it's got stabilisers at the back. OK, that's all I'm telling you. You know what? And he's not allowed on the road because the amount of bikes I see in the road in the morning, no lights on. No lights on the bikes. And I remember thinking, do you want to be killed? And the answer is, obviously, yes. Otherwise, you'd put lights on your bike. It's illegal not to have lights on the bike. So what's open? What is open today? Zoos and safari parks, places of worship for private prayer, auction houses, photography studios, electronic retailers, indoor markets and non-essential shops such as clothes or toys. OK, now they all have to have a risk assessment. There's a way. They'll have, you know, different things all over the place. So what do you have to do as a customer? Be prepared to queue to enter and follow one-way systems. Masks are not compulsory, but shoppers will have to keep 2 metres from staff and each other. Changing rooms are closed. OK. And can I have a pint in my local or get a badly needed haircut? No. July the 4th, and that's at the earliest. So they've got, I'm trying to find, in London, places that are open, Gosh Comics, Mowbray Carpets in Enfield. This is just basically a load of lists, but on the big ones, it's John Lewis, who have only got 2 branches open, Poole and Kingston, and I think opening today as well, I think Robert Dyas. Love Robert Dyas. That's always so exciting. Robert Dyas are just so exciting. You can go in there and get a saucepan and something that kills flies. It's amazing. You can buy all sorts of things. They sell the most amazing thing. It's the shop I can browse in forever. But you know that I bought, and I'm very excited actually, I forgot to tell you this last week, I use these aluminium trays because I'm a bit lazy on the washing up department. So what I do, I use them. I cook something, pour it into the tray, and it's like having a takeout. And I eat it like the Americans do. They eat all their Chinese takeaways. They don't put them on plates. They eat it out of the box. And I'm doing the same with these things. And I discovered a big DIY superstore the other day, and they had all their barbecue stuff out, and they had the aluminium trays, because I've been trying to find them on Amazon. I can't find the blooming things. When they arrive, they're, you know, about the size of a doll's house. But I found exactly the right ones, so I bought 50. Now, each block of 50 has got 5 in it. So I've got a fair number of these trays, a fair number. And brilliant. Every time I go in there, I always buy another 5. And because it gives me another 25 excuses to eat food. So backhanded compliment, says Kevin Maguire. He says, I must be the only man appearing regularly on mainstream television channels in the chain's reasonably priced gear. He says, most of my suits, shirts, pants, socks, coats, shorts, jeans, hoodies and T-shirts are bought from M&S. Well, there you go. That's it. See, I'm exactly the same. I'm a Marks and Spencer's boy. I am that person. I am that person. So this is the turning point today. The turning point is the shops opening, you being good about the queuing bit. If you want to wear a mask, you don't have to wear one in the shop. But if you're using public transport, or you're using Uber, or you're using Addison Lee, or any one of the cab companies, you've got to have a mask on. If at Uber, they've actually said if you don't have the mask on, they'll cancel your account. So be warned. On the buses, on the trains, and on the underground, you need to have some sort of face covering. 6, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Lovely to have your company on this historic day. It's fantastic. Marilyn says pensioners can use their bank card for the transport. Yeah, but they don't want to pay for it. That's why they've got their Freedom Pass. I've got a Freedom Pass. I mean, I've also got Oyster cards. Because when my brother and his wife come up to London, I put some money on there and I give them the Oyster card so they can get around on the transport system, which is a brilliant way of doing it. But no, the whole idea of being a pensioner is that you manage to get to a ripe old age and then they give you a nice little card, which means it's free. We all know you can pay for it. I mean, I can get on the bus when I get home this morning, but I've got to pay for it with an Oyster card. Mind you, somebody claims that they've actually seen a bus going past, and I'm 100% certain, Steve says, Colin, that 2 people were not wearing masks. I mean, well, that's just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. M&S is closing in Staines, says Jim. Is it? God, I used to shop in there all the time. That's a really quite big... That's in the Elmsley Centre, isn't it? It's a very big one. Very big one. I know that there were a number of shops that... Because there will be shops that will close. Or failing that, there'll be shops that don't open. The Primarks are opening today. Cool, blimey, that'll be people. Because when you think about it, this started... When did we have lockdown? March the 12th. Was it March the 12th? Something like that. And it's a case of since then, we've not really been out buying clothes. I mean, you can go and buy clothes, but it's just that for those of us, you know, like Kevin Maguire, going out there buying all the stuff in Marks and Spencer's, it suits our pockets. It's at the right price. You know, it's not that we're mean or anything like that, because I'm sure he earns a fair whack. Cliff in York says, public loos in York open as they are in Filey. Are they? Blimey, certainly nothing down here at all. Absolutely nothing. And Chris says the public toilets were open in Battersea Park. Oh, right. Because I had an awful lot of people who were sort of saying that they'd actually, you know, weed, you know, in a bush and things like that. Men do all the time. Men have an inability to forget to go to the toilet when they leave the pub on a Saturday night. They walk out of the pub. Somebody should really say to the door, have you been to toilet? You know, because otherwise you just get puddles of wee all over the place in shop doorways everywhere. And I think the police do fine if they catch you. Mind you, I mean, they've got enough things to worry about without worrying about people weeing in doorways. But it goes on all the time. But very, very difficult. Very difficult. A lot of people talking about athletics, which we try not to do. Prince Andrew's admitted his Newsnight interview over his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein is a source of regret. Bit late now, mate. A little bit late. And his admittance comes in stark contrast to reports he told the Queen that his interview with Emily Maitlis was a great success. A source close to Andrew says, I don't think he regrets the intention behind the interview, which was to clear the air for the family. In fact, actually, to be honest with you, he's made it worse. Absolutely worse. The fact he was unable to convey his sympathy. I don't think he has sympathy for anybody apart from himself. He's the only person. Andrew loves Andrew. And that's it. But then, of course, there's that famous Pizza Express in Woking with Princess Beatrice. To be honest with you, I'm really quite surprised that his daughters, who are generally quite vocal about everything, haven't come out and said something. You know, we've had a word with our father and he will actually do something about it. That would be the miracle. Did you stock up on socks before lockdown? No, I always keep quite a number of pairs in abeyance. So I've always got a number of... No, I went to Costco, so I was able to buy some more. Because that... What? I have good socks. I do good... Oh, stocks of socks. I always keep them in. It's like pants. I've always got loads of pants in as well. And then I just went and bought some others the other day. I like to keep stocked up all the time. It's like, seriously, if I had a separate room in a house, I would have, you know, sock drawers, pants drawers, everything. And I've got a T-shirt to wear tomorrow. I'm wearing my T-shirt tomorrow. Have you got a T-shirt? I'm not living that way. Oh, right, okay. Okay. Because tomorrow's the day. So let's thank the nation's heroes. You're all heroes. You're all heroes, but they've got other ones because you've got, I think, the Pride of Britain Awards coming up and people like Frank Mills. This is, he was inspired by Captain Tom. Frank's got spina bifida and he's raised over £300,000. over £300, £300,000. Also, they've got a homeless help group called Social Bite. They won. The Bodmin Bikers. Do you know, I tell you, I was looking at something the other day, and it was really quite moving. And it's one of our mountains in this country. We've got lots of tall mountains, but these are ones which people climb up. Lots of people did it. And at the top, they've turned them into memorials for people who've died. So they've had little plaques made, and stonemasons have carved things and all the rest of it. And there's quite a lot of them. But the people who look after them are sort of saying, you know, we're trying to preserve the mountains. We're trying to actually look after them. But it was ever so moving when they had all these people. One of them, 500 people walked for a little chap who just dropped dead at the age of something like 12 or 13. And his father goes up there, and it provides immense comfort to him. Did you know it's not a good idea to cook with aluminium utensils? I'm not cooking with aluminium utensils. Didn't say I was. When did I say that? I've never cooked with aluminium utensils. No, I eat out of those aluminium trays. I don't cook in them. Honestly. Why can't people listen properly? It's so annoying, isn't it? Honestly, you have to feel able to repeat everything. Steve, LBC could sell Steve Allen socks for Make Some Noise. Listen, we've got a tote bag coming out your way very shortly. Printed on both sides, I should point out. Steve, I believe Greggs are opening some stores on the 18th of June and the 2nd of July. So that's quite a good idea, isn't it, really? And see, the socks. See, the socks can only appeal to people who want to wear socks. A tote bag, everybody can use. And so as nearly 7,000 people have bought the tote bag, I'm the only one who's got one. I'm the only person who's actually got one. I'm frightened by this story. It's in all the papers today. It's a family of 8 share their home with some exotic animals, including pythons, tarantulas, meerkats, and an albino skunk. Scott Gavin, where does this bloke come from? He can't be from this country, can he? No, he's on Merseyside. He's on Merseyside, and he's got his sort of little daughter, who's he's a father of 6. He says it's safe to let the snakes slither around the backyard as his young children, Chloe 11, Ellie May 8, Emily 3, and Megan play. Blimey. See, I wouldn't let snakes anywhere near little children. You've got this poor little kid sitting on the settee, like, you know, ooh. I mean, she's obviously only about sort of 2 or something like that. And next to her is a python. Well, I mean, why would you do that? He says, I'd never leave them unattended. So in other words, he's worried about it as well. He says, we have got cute, fluffy guinea pigs, rabbits, meerkats, oh dear, ducks and reptiles, including geckos, lizards and snakes. He says, we have 14 snakes. 14 snakes. He said, including pythons, corn snakes, a false water cobra, Baron's racer and western hognose. They're harmless. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. The family live in a 5-bedroom house in Kirkby on Merseyside. The animals cost £400 a month to care for. Oh. Well, not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me. It makes me feel quite ill looking at something like that. But the kids seem to quite enjoy them. I don't think you should keep meerkats. I really don't. I think they are, you know, I don't think you should. Oh, look, another picture. Oh, that's lovely. It's Dave Beckham celebrating another day, pretending to walk, standing in a field, dressed up like some bloke who, you know, please don't open your mouth and speak, Dave, because we just die laughing. And take the flat cap off. You've either got Dave the Amish or Victoria, apparently, who's, he admits, hasn't been over-impressed with his collection. Well, I can imagine. Mind you, she's seen the hair close up. So that's a bit of an achievement, isn't it? We're a bit excited by that. Plus, sad news, that beached fin whale has died despite efforts to save the stranded creature. 44 foot long, apparently weighed an absolute ton. In fact, quite a number of tons. And we don't know what it is. We think sometimes these whales come in and their radar goes. And so I've seen people try and drag whales back out to sea, but sometimes they come back in again and they beach them. Sometimes there's been a huge pod which has sort of beached itself on the shores, and you don't know why that is. Maybe something's happened in the water. Perhaps there's been some noise that sort of changed their sort of sonar devices, because it's so difficult. You know, there's people fight tooth and nail to make sure that you can get these animals back out to sea again, because rarely we see them. We don't see these things too often. Closed schools, according to the Daily Mail, the obesity crisis, because apparently everybody's eating badly, very badly. Still trying to work out whether I think it's a sort of an April Fool, the woman who claimed that she hatched from free-range eggs 3 little ducklings. I mean, why would she? You have to ask yourself the question. So she went to buy eggs, presumably to eat, and then she comes home and puts them in an incubator. What would you do that for? Surely if you want eggs, you just go to a farm and go, I'm looking to, I don't know. She came away with a weekly shop and an idea. She bought a box of duck eggs, put them into an incubator, and a month later, not 1 but 3 white ducklings hatched. I don't know, I'm very sceptical of that. Very sceptical. But there again, I would be. Because what you went out to buy ducks to hatch them? That's not very normal, is it, really? Not very normal. How the high street stores have had to change. Where you walk... Listen, if you've been to any of the DIY stores or IKEA, you know exactly what it is. You walk in, you follow the arrows round. There'll be some people who can't read and are a bit stupid. And you just follow it round, and then you can buy everything. And they've got hand sanitizer stations. Tills should be 2 metres apart. Cashless for payments where possible. Where possible. You see, I'm using cash in Marks and Spencer's because the self-service machines, 2 of them, take cash. So I like occasionally to do that. They've also got disposable pop socks to wear if trying on shoes. That seems like a brilliant idea. But you just have to follow the instructions. But I bet you anything, we're going to be looking at the buses today and seeing how many people are not wearing things because, it should be sorted out. 6:15. Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. So don't forget, as you know, wear a face covering on the buses. Stay alert, control the virus, save lives. If you're a pensioner and you have a freedom pass, you cannot use it until 9 o'clock this morning. OK, so everybody else can go on the buses, but not that many people going on the buses anyway, so they're going to be even more empty than usual. I think it's pensioners who make up most of the passengers on the bus nowadays. So you can't use it till 9 o'clock. That's because they want to get everybody else there on the buses. So after 9 you can use it. This is every day of the week. So if you want to pay, you can pay. But if you're thinking of going to the supermarket at 7:30 and going there by bus, no chance. Unless you want to pay. So you can use your Oyster card or you can use your bank card, pay for it that way. Makes it so much easier. So much easier. Other stories which are running in the papers today. There's the Maddie suspect. Did he attack and kill another British girl 2 years earlier? They seem to have you noticed, they've thrown everything on him at the moment. It's every time, wait, did he do this? Did he do that? And they know nothing at all. Nothing. But they said... he's refusing to talk to the police. The defence lawyer, Friedrich Fulscher, has visited him in prison where he's serving time for drugs offences. He said Bruckner was not responding to allegations that he killed Madeleine, but that should not be viewed as an admission of guilt. And as we pointed out before, apparently people who commit these sort of crimes generally try and record something so that they can look back. It's almost as if they're waiting to be caught so they can go, oh, and I was responsible for this, for this, for this, for this. But in this particular case, he said nothing. There's no record of him meeting Madeleine McCann or anything at all. You only have, the word of a few other people, especially some girl who claims that she was his girlfriend and he hid under the bed and all this kind of stuff. But she's waited God knows how many years before she's actually come out and talked about it. Courtney Cox celebrates her birthday today. She was paid for the sitcom Friends, each episode, $1 million. $1 million per, back in those days, yeah. That she was eventually paid $1 million an episode for the sitcom Friends. That is, she's also got a painting by Banksy, but then if you earn $1 million an episode... But they spend ages doing it. I remember a friend of mine went to the recording of a big American show, I can't remember which one it was, and he said they'll do it. He said, and if there isn't a laugh, they'll then stop the recording and say to the audience, did you not get that gag? And if the audience go no, they will rewrite and then they'll put it out again. And so they have to do all those sort of things. Whereas our ones, we just sort of put out, they're not funny. Doesn't make any difference. It's the British sense of humour. That's what it is. And we're looking forward to the British sense of humour at Christmas. So we can have some pantomimes. But at the moment, looking a bit remote. What are we into now? June... July, or I think August is the actual cut-off for the Palladium pantomime. That's why if they decide August that they're going to run with it, they've then got 6 months to get the theatre up to standards, the scenery in, everything got to be cleaned and sanitised. I mean, it's a huge operation. So we'll wait and see. Steve, hope you're well. I've just seen 4 people get on a bus in Portobello Road with no face masks. Well, I thought they, disabled people with freedom passes. No, you can use the disabled freedom passes. You don't count as being something that they don't have to stop you using. If it's a disabled freedom pass, you're okay. But if you've just got the freedom pass, 9 o'clock. But unless you want to pay. Steve, I've just passed the 222 at Heathrow and about 4 people not even wearing a face mask, not even the driver, says Dave. See, I don't know what the law is. That's the problem. I mean, I know that they've said it's supposed to be today and they're going to enforce it. I said before, I don't know how they're going to manage it. I can see people getting on and I can see people going, why are you not wearing a mask? You're supposed to be wearing one today. So what's happening to Karl Lagerfeld's will? I don't know what it's worth. I think... It's worth about 170, 300, about 400 million pounds. That's what his empire is probably worth. And he'd been working for ages and ages. The lucky 7 people who we think, one of them is, well, the first one is Sebastian John Dow. He's a part-time boxer and odd job man, turned model, bodyguard and chauffeur. And he was with the designer for 2 decades, hailed by the French media as the true heir, and is said to have held the designer's hand at the time of his death. So he's, you could see he's a model, and you have to look at him, actually. And Baptiste Giabiconi, a French model who was like a son to the designer after they met at a nude modelling session when he was 19. And there's been a bit of iffy. I mean, he's one of those people. There was a guy standing in the queue, strangely enough, the other day at Waitrose in London. He was, 19, 20, something like that. He had to be a model. He couldn't have been anything but a model. You know why? He just had that kind of face. And when you look at these pictures of Karl Lagerfeld's friends, they had these kind of faces. They've got this chiseled look. And it's just even with sort of, bad lighting and everything else, they still photograph very well. Jake Davis is 40. He briefly dated one of the Sugar Babes. And he's originally from Yorkshire. They're all quite old now, aren't they? Hudson Kroenig, who is Brad's son. This is Brad Kroenig, originally from Oakfield, Missouri. And he originally caught Lagerfeld's eye after being pictured fully nude in an Abercrombie and Fitch shoot. Have you noticed there's a lot of this going on? I mean, that's one of the reasons I've never decided to be a male model. They spend a lot of time sort of going, of course, you'll be doing nude, won't you? And you go, I don't think so. No, not really. And they go, well, that's part of the contract, really. You have to do... Instead, all these famous male models have done nude shoots. That's why I'm a radio presenter. So much easier. Steve, if a sitcom's not funny, then you're watching ITV. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And stop moaning about the Freedom Pass. Us disabled people out of London, do you mean outside of London, have to wait until 9 or 9:30 since the scheme was introduced? Well, it's your problem. You live outside of London. What's it got to do with me? We live in London. We're in the capital. You need to move. That's what you need to do. And then you can have the same delights that we've got. Honestly, it's nothing worse than people in the sticks moaning about things. Oh, we haven't got this, we haven't got that. The village shop's only open 2 days a week. The bus service is useless. We can't get anywhere and the village doctor's retired. We've got... Oh, goodness sake, honestly. They moan more out of town than we do in town. So, have you any idea when we can start using the Freedom Pass before 9 again? No, it's going to stay like that for a long time. They're looking at well after December, so they're trying to recoup money. I mean, if you want to get on the bus, you can use the, your bank card, or you can use the Oyster card, and that's fine. But no, they've already said it's going to be in for some time. You just have to start shopping after 9. What they're going to do at Waitrose this morning, they're going to be standing around going, I'm sorry, what's happened? Where are all the people? Where are all the people? Janet Street Porter's got the quarantine blues. Well, there's a surprise. I thought she could have talked to herself and sort of got herself out of that one fairly easy. And another one here. So, the 8 tips to be happy. It's the Finnish way, though. Basically, I think to be quite honest, if you want to start your day properly, here we go. This is why they're so dull. Start the day with a glass of hot water. Well, for goodness sake. And then go for a short walk. You see, you can do that in Finland. You can't do that here. It just doesn't work. Although there was a very good thing the other day. I noticed it was some bloke, I think he might have won Bake Off. He was very camp, and he made Eccles cakes on the programme the other day. They put him on a baking programme. But his parents have got a farm, and a very nice farmhouse kitchen, obviously quite well to do. And I don't know who he was, but he was very good. I think they'll be using him a lot more. Experience cold water. This is how to make yourself a lot happier. So in other words, if there's no handy ice holes in your neighbourhood and you can't face a freezing shower, a dip in the sea or the river, stick your face in the kitchen sink with some ice cubes. They're very hardy, these Finnish people, aren't they? Focus on small things. Oh, daily. Also, make a conscious effort not to worry. Oh, I don't know, just worrying about the conscious effort is the worrying thing. And connect with nature. So it says, look closely at plants, trees and what's living around you on your daily walk or bike ride. God, they're boring. Seriously. Breathing. Well, that's always useful, I always think. You know, breathing's very helpful. If you're not breathing, chances are you're not really with us in the real world. And then make something simple. You know, like crochet. Yeah, we'll have to take up crochet now. That's what the Finnish people do. Oh, today we'll do crochet. And it could be a cake, a salad, or just a drawing. Something the matter with them. I'm glad they're over there, aren't you? We don't want them over here going around hugging trees and doing crochet work. I mean, honestly, not my idea of fun on a Monday morning. But there's also 3 weeks, they say, to go before you can go back in the salon. And that's why the television and radio are full of adverts for, you know, trying to take out the black line down the middle of your head if you dye your hair. Because a lot of people are going grey. They're going grey, and they're, you know, if you've got dye. And of course, it's a nightmare. So people are booking up for salons, hoping that they're going to get stuff done as quickly as possible. And I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work at the moment. I think people think we're going, the salons are open tomorrow, I'll go and get my hair cut. They're going to go, we haven't got anything for the next month. We're fully booked for the next month. You go, another month? Yeah. Mind you, I've always said, ladies, you should try some of the guys' salons, you know, the barbers, because if you've only got short hair, they can cut short hair. If you're looking for cut, colour and styling, some of the girl, my hairdresser does cut, colour and styling as well. There's a gentleman's salon, and some of them, and but they can also do ladies as well. So, you know, shop around a little bit, because they're going to be bunging prices up left, right and centre. I don't know how much cut and colour is nowadays, 60 to 100 quid, something like that. So a lot of, you know, what would you know? It's to 7 at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. They're checking all the blue plaques in London now to find out whether they've got links to slavery. I'm assuming there's going to be quite a few that have got links to slavery, seeing as that's what most of our cities seem to have been built on, so that'll be interesting. The drug dealer jailed. The police got hold of his telephone and found how many messages relating to drug deals? Just 14,000. Obviously, Mr. Thicko didn't know how to delete things. And because people think they've deleted, it's like on the computer. I've deleted this, but of course there's the inner memory. And that's what you can't delete. You have to sort of go for a deep clean. Another dreary picture of Christine McGuinness. I mean, she must spend most of her time staring in mirrors. It really must be very embarrassing. The Queen's been given permission to fix her leaky roof. It's only taken them 200 years to get round to it. They've got buckets in Buckingham, but you can imagine, can't you, really? And Boris Johnson wants the high street tills to ring as Britain begins the bounce back. Let's not get too excited. And how many more pictures do we need in the papers? A, of the dreary Beckhams, and secondly, another picture of Ant McPartland and his girlfriend walking their blasted dogs. What on earth's the point of that? I mean, he must have the most unexciting life in the entire universe. Mind you, I suppose, I always remember, actually, Ant and Dec, they never did the showbiz parties. They were always sort of stay-at-home boys. You know, they were more than happy to stay at home and have fish and chips or a curry or whatever else, but they don't do the showbiz parties. I bet that's what Ant's girlfriend's discovering. He don't want to go out unless it's with the dog. So they go out, and another picture of them walking their dogs. So what was the other one, which I quite liked as well? Oh, EasyJet and Virgin Atlantic have banned alcohol on all their flights. Well, that'll be an interesting one, won't it? The reason being, they don't want the cabin crew to get too close to somebody. What's the matter with him? Is he? Hay fever again. Oh, it's now... Oh, dear Lord above. People sneezing left, right and centre in the studio. I'm all by myself, actually. So I don't have any of this sneezing. So is China seeing a second spike? They think yes, but slowly. but slowly. So banning the alcohol, sorry, for EasyJet and Virgin. I mean, if people can't go on a flight without booze, although actually my friend Graham would be one of those who would fly first class, but he would literally drink himself across the Atlantic. If somebody said to him, sorry, there isn't any booze being served, he'd have to find another airline that was serving the booze. Also preserving the taste. Did you know that the unsold strawberries from Wimbledon, they're picked in the morning, 4:30, to arrive at Wimbledon for 9 o'clock. And then you get, whatever it is, 4 or 5 for £2.50 or something. They stick some cream on there. I don't know why going to see Wimbledon tennis means you've got to have strawberries and cream. You get all these people, you know, it's like going to the Chelsea Flower Show. All these people really sort of glammed up and everything else, sitting there, you know, a plastic glass full of champagne and some tatty old strawberries and cream. I mean, you might as well take your own. They're only £4 for a huge, huge box of them in M&S, and probably exactly the same in other supermarkets. So apparently, I was going to tell you, they turn them into jam anyway. They do Wimbledon jam. So the strawberries that they haven't sold, they turn into jam. It must take forever, mustn't it, to turn things? I suppose you could take away a little souvenir of Wimbledon. It's like taking away a cup of rainwater, isn't it? The same sort of thing, because it always rains at some point, and over the next few days, it's going to tip it down, which is great if you don't mind your car looking sort of quite nice and shiny for a few days, and then when it dries, it looks horrible. What about all the car washes? They've had a load of trouble recently trying to get people in there. I go to a car wash near Kingston Bridge because they're really good and they whiz through, and I've started paying on the card, which I never paid on the card. I'm a cash person. I've always been. My accountant hates it. He said it's so much easier. He said if you put everything on the card, then we can see where you've spent the money, as opposed to, you know, if you take cash out, they're always thinking, what are you doing with that? And the answer is, I've always been that sort of, even when I was little, I never sort of relied on credit cards and stuff like that. I didn't go for it. Ray Davis says he may turn Lola. Leo and Cola. Met her in a pub down in Old Soho where we drink champagne. He could turn it into a show. Fantastic. I'd buy that one. I'd definitely buy that one. And they found some dead swans. They've been killed with catapults. What people in their right mind, they think it's teens, would actually want to go out and kill swans, beggars belief. Unfortunately, what I would like to do with them, I'm afraid I couldn't even tell you about on the programme. They'd be going, I don't think you can do that kind of thing. But what is it? Do they have a screw loose, or do they have quite a number of screws loose? Mind you, judging by the people who are sort of, you know, having their little ruck in Trafalgar Square and in Leicester Square. I mean, the hatred on their faces. They must be such sad, lonely people. Really, really sad. I mean, they sort of... And then the police turn on them and they run away, picked up their skirts and off they ran. And you think just... I mean, one of them, he was sort of pretending to box. And you look at them and you think, you seem to fit a bit of a stereotype. The stereotype being thick. A bit thick. And I just felt a bit sorry for them, really. A little bit sorry. Oh, look, it's a picture of Christine McGuinness. We were only talking about her the other day. Here she is. She's advertising bronze skin. Oh, it must be really tragic, isn't it, really? Have you seen that Housewives of Cheshire? My God. They all hate each other and we're not at all surprised. Seriously, they're the most awful people you've ever met in your entire life. It's almost as bad as the Housewives of Orange County, which is over in America, and there's Vicky on there. She needs to get medical help. There's something the matter with her. And she's got a friend called, I think it's Tamara or something like that. She is vile. I mean, she sort of pretends, oh, I didn't know I was doing that and all this kind of thing. And they're all over made up and Botoxed. Even poor old Vicky, she's had so much Botox, she looks nothing like the person originally. And then you look at the Housewives of Cheshire, and they're just tacky. I'm so glad Cheshire is so far away from us. I don't need to go anywhere near there at all. And also, Kyle Walker's ex-Annie on the War of the Wags. This is Rebecca Vardy, desperate to be somebody, and unfortunately she's nobody. And Colleen, who's a bit like a closed book, but she's got the man with that stick-on hair, which hasn't worked. But poor old Rebecca Vardy, she's so desperate to be famous, isn't she? And it's fizzled out for her. Nobody cares. And so they've now got this sort of epic clash of two football giants that's running into extra time with no clear sign of a winner. The only person who's going to win in that is going to be the lawyers. The lawyers are the only people who are going to make money out of it. The reason being that Colleen has accused Rebecca Vardy of leaking stories to the press, And then I think you'll find that Rebecca Vardy said, I don't need the money. And so she sort of kicked off as well. And then they both threatened to go to lawyers. And somebody the other day said, listen, I work for a newspaper. Take my word for it. Nobody's going to win on this one. Nobody's going to win. In fact, Colleen has just got rid of her lawyers because they said, listen, you don't stand a chance of winning this thing. And they're the experts. But of course, like Prince Andrew, they always think they know better. And unfortunately, the only thing she'll do is be short of a bit of money at the end of the day. A bit like Prince Andrew, having to sell the little chalet, which is in wherever it is, not Birmingham, Verbier or somewhere like that, because he needs the money. That's the one thing. That's why they're always impressed by people who've got money. They don't care how they made their money. They've got to hang around. Look at Sarah Ferguson. She was on the phone to Epstein trying to get money out of him as a loan because they don't have any money. Apparently, the 1970s Adam Faith series, Budgie, is to be repeated onto... See, I never got Budgie. I liked Adam Faith, but I never actually got Budgie at all. And does it stand up well? I wonder what the copies look like if they come out on the... It's going to look a bit faded, isn't it? Some of the early things on Minder, they look a bit faded. They don't sort of hold up too well. Some of them are good, but some of them are not very good at all, actually. Also, Steve says, Jackie, they expect you to go shopping but not use the loo. Well, that is true. And, of course, I mean, I don't know why we can't use loos. I've really got no idea. But they say it's the changing room, isn't it, kind of thing. But they don't want you changing into things. So, but some people change into things and then they walk out the shop, don't they? Because they thieve. I bet you anything, there'll be thieves going, right, well, here we go. We're off and running on this one. I'm going to have a cup of soup, Steve. Do you fantastic one? I think you mean, do you fancy one? And the answer is no. Thank you very much indeed. No. I'm afraid if Greggs are opening, some of them, and the first one they've got to open is Twickenham. You know why? Because they bake most of the Greggs stuff in Twickenham. That's where their little bakery is. Just off the green. It's hidden round the back. But they bake for loads of them. No, not in each shop. No, good Lord, no. I think the only thing they actually do in each shop is the stuff comes in and they just put it in to cook it. But it's... Yeah, they go all over the place. Yeah, we have all the Greggs lorries going through Twickenham on a daily basis. I've tried to flag them down. Excuse me, bacon roll? And they always go, red sauce, brown sauce? No. But so some of the bacon's a bit ropey, I'm afraid. And then they do the vegetarian sausage rolls. I've never tried one. But they're good, are they? Oh, right, OK. I've had the other sausage rolls. They're actually quite nice. They taste sort of better. And their Cornish pasties are good, but everything falls apart. You pick it up, then next thing, you've got half it down your front, which is not a very attractive look at all. Kevin Peterson, on how he's discovered a new mission in life. He's helping out with... Oh, thank you. He's helping out with... Oh,
I didn't
right.
catch that.
No.
Could you try again?
Kevin Peterson, I was just saying. Oh, this is like a strange person opting in on the programme. What are they doing now? I keep saying, I don't do anything. I don't touch the phone. It's sitting to one side. And the next thing, oh, I didn't catch that. Should we ask her? Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear on 14 degrees in London. Expect partly cloudy skies starting early in the morning at 11 a.m. and rain in the afternoon. Today's high will be 22 degrees and the low will be 14.
I wonder if that's a real person. I've often worried about that, if it's actually a real person or if it's a made-up computer voice. I don't know. We should probably never find out. She'll probably write in and go, that was me. I remember we had a presenter on LBC one year, and he came down from up north, and he spent the entire programme trying to find out who said, mind the gap, on the London Underground. He wanted to find out who it was, who was the person who did mind the gap. You see, I think you shouldn't tell people. I think it's so much fun when they fall down, and they just disappear, and you have to, oh, we told you about that. Can't you see? Mind the gap. Mind the gap. Really busy today. I wonder if we can have more people out there on the roads. They're obviously thinking so, if they've sort of decided that they don't want pensioners on the buses, but you're OK with the disabled card. You can still use that. That's the one you can use. You are exempt, which is good news, isn't it? Which is nice. Steve, next time I see you in Costco and you have your car back, can I have a look in the boot? Absolutely not. Outrageous suggestion. Actually, at the moment, what's in the boot at the moment? I can't remember, actually. Prosecco. Probably Prosecco. There's always Prosecco and loads of things. Oh, also little drones. Little drones. We've got the little drones as well in the boot. So, former Strictly judge Arlene Phillips thinks the show needlessly made a fuss out of same-sex dancers. That's what I said. That's what I said. I mean, we're so good at the BBC. We're so diverse. Yeah, right. That's why there have been so many complaints about the way people work there. Dreadful, really. Dreadful. Steve, the female voice on your phone could be Andrea Corr from The Cause. No, I'm told it's an artificial voice. I'm told it's artificial. I'd love to know who it is. I'd be fascinated by that. Just in case somebody says, and, that was my daughter or something, and you think, oh, wow, that's fantastic. So Showbiz Strictly holds up in a hotel because they've got to isolate, shop for Britain. But the trouble is, I mean, I understand shopping for Britain. But on the other hand, after the past 12 weeks, what is it that you've not been able to get? Because I've managed to get everything. The only thing I've missed is a quick tootle around Robert Dias, to pick up sort of a frying pan or a saucepan or something exciting like that. And that's about it. But the rest of it I've managed to buy in the supermarkets. I managed to get the Prosecco. I've managed to get clothing. I managed to get all sorts of things. So what are people missing on the high street? The answer is nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, unless it's Greggs. And to be honest with you, you don't really miss Greggs. It's just another place that you've missed, and then you can go and get it from go to the supermarkets. You can buy all the stuff they sell. You just got to heat it up yourself. Can't be that difficult, can it? Well, I wouldn't have thought so anyway. School closures are putting a generation of children at the risk of obesity. Oh, wow. But also, 36 virus deaths were recorded in 24 hours, the lowest toll since the lockdown began. That's good, but let's not be complacent about it. It might come back, and I'd rather we didn't sort of worry about that at the moment, because you bet your bottom dollar. I mean, it really has. It's dropped. It went through a peak in April, but now it's dropped right down, and so it stays there. We don't want to start seeing it climbing out like it is in certain parts of China. A couple put a rescued egg in the oven, now it pops a duckling. Yeah, I mean, this other woman who sort of took these, and I don't know why. She decided she'd hatch ducklings from free-range eggs instead. So does that mean she couldn't have cooked it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just seems a little bit odd, doesn't it, really? A little bit convenient. But there again, some people do tell, porky pies. So what they did, they actually found an egg, this couple here, and they decided to take it home, and they put it in the oven. It started to crack open, and then a little duckling emerged, and he's quite cute actually. It looks a bit like Quackers, which is sweet. So, and he rang his partner Alice, who, quick as a flash, preheated the oven and set to make a makeshift incubator by placing a tea towel on a baking tray. And 2 hours later, to their delight, the shell cracked open and the duckling emerged. He says the egg must have been moved by a dog or a fox. If it was a fox, it would have eaten it. No two ways about that at all. And he says the duckling follows us around everywhere. Well, of course it does. It thinks you're its parents. The first thing it sees is the mother, and because there's no mother there, if it was, admittedly, it could have been Thomas, couldn't it? And sort of the hatching, I think I'd go back in the egg. And, no, but there is that possibility. It might not want to. But it's the first thing it sees. It will follow you around. Do you remember that bloke who had... did he have ducks, or was it, whatever it was, geese or something like that? Whatever it was, he hatched them, and they thought he was the mother. And he had a microlight aircraft. And when it took off, the geese all followed him. They all took off at the same time. And they made a film about it. There was a film about this man with the geese, and they've got footage of him flying his microlight and the geese flying alongside of him. If he went down, they went down. If they went up, they went up. And it was made into it because it was such an unusual thing. Not sure, it's such an unusual thing. Somebody says, have you heard of the thing called clothes? Have you heard of the internet? Ridiculous people, honestly. So here it is. This is the film. Oh, no, there's this one here. Look at them. They all think that he's the mother, so she goes off for a flight. They go off for a flight. This was on National Geographic, but there is a film. There is a film of it. It's clever, isn't it, really, when you think about it? I suppose that they don't know it's not that. They're just thinking, my God, mother's got a bit of stamina and makes a lot of noise. Must be an absolute night. But listen, it's just absolutely amazing. I love watching that. It's so nice. They also look quite nice with a bit of hoisin sauce and some pancakes, but that's another story altogether. Pat says, you're missing the point. People go to the shops because shopping is a leisure activity. Ugh. Lord, unless you've got nothing going on in your life, I should imagine it's a leisure activity. I love the idea of something, have you heard of a thing called clothes? And I go, have you heard of a thing called the internet? You know, have you never ordered anything online before? Well, you must try it. It's marvellous. You can use a card and everything. It's so easy. I'm sure even you can manage something like that. The raves. Carnage at the I didn't even know raves still existed. I had no idea. I'm way too old for things like that. So EasyJet banning the alcohols. The Chinese second spike. This is in Beijing. They've banned tourists from going in there. The church, because they're opening churches as well for private prayers. I don't think it's sort of mass. The couple who won a £200,000 payout over the unlawful Gatwick drone arrest, they still can't work out why they were singled out for this one, but it cost the police down there at Gatwick £200,000. They settled the claims for wrongful arrest in an out-of-court package. The pair said they had no explanation, but they finally got vindication. Sussex Police said they've commissioned a thoroughly independent review. Always making mistakes now, police forces. Always making mistakes. They need to sort of buck their ideas up a little bit. America erupting again. Flames and fury. And the mum who shamed, apparently, fly tippers into putting rubbish back into their van. This is a lady called Andrea Good. She approached the men who claimed they were sorting the rubbish out by a field of hers in a Hampshire National Park. And she refused to believe their cock and bull story about another car going past and dumping rubbish. In a video, she says, I ain't being funny, mate, but you just pulled up here and this has all been hurled out. I'm going to wait here until you clear it up. So they put it all back in their van. If it wasn't yours, why would you put it back in the van again? But anyway, the company that they came from, I'm not sure if it is a company, they had a toilet. It was all put back in the van, and then they drove off. Because you get people like that. I told you I was waiting outside my accountant's place in Chiswick. Very upmarket. I mean, it must be Dave O'Brien lives there. And there were some boys. They had a flatbed truck, and they were offloading rubbish into the street. And they saw me standing there, and I started filming them. So they looked at me, smiled, put it all back on the wagon. He drove past me, and he slowed right down. He went, it's all right, mate, we'll dump it somewhere else. And that's what they're like. And what I wanted to do, I wanted to take all the rubbish that they dumped, and I wanted to take it up in a helicopter in a net, like they do with polar bears, and then just open the net and drop it all over them. That's what I wanted to do, but that's me being a bit miserable and unkind, you know, not that kind of thing. Bake Off's cast and crew face 6 weeks away from loved ones. They can't get insurance for Prue. She's 80. We can't get insurance for the producer. Tried desperately. Nobody's interested in insuring him. Where's he from? Aberdeen. No chance. No chance. But, eventually. The Daily Star. Football's coming home, but there's no, I nearly said congregation, actually, but for some it is a religion. Revealed the hero of the protest front of the Daily Mirror and Shop for Britain. I don't know why. I've been able to buy everything up until now, except Greggs. But you can, actually. You can get the Greggs stuff. It's on sale in the supermarkets. Then you go to Sainsbury's. They've got all the Greggs range. You just got to heat it up yourself. The Guardian. UK officials may offer flu vaccine to everyone, and we can't Photoshop our history. The campaign to remove public monuments risks is distorting Britain's past. Thank you for your company this morning. It's going to be a day today. It really is. Let's see how many people screw it up. Can't be too many, can it? Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Brooklyn Beckham posing with his girlfriend again. These desperate attempts to be relevant are so sad. Michelle Keegan complains about picking out Mark's dirty underwear. I mean, you knew he was this disgusting, but yet you chose him anyway. And Peter Andre wants to have more children. Please, somebody make him stop. Please make it stop now. The day they put him into prison for 14 days. What a waste of money. What a waste of money. It's going to cost a small fortune to keep this idiot inside prison for 14 days. I mean, he's obviously something the matter with him. He lives with his parents in Stansted. His father thinks he's a bit of an idiot, and everybody else thinks he's an idiot. And he said he'd drunk 16 pints that day, and then he'd gone up there to save the memorials. Yeah, Jackanory. I couldn't believe it. Why would you drink 16 pints and think you could... Perhaps he thought they were coming alive. 16 pints. I'm looking at my two, thinking if they drunk 16 pints, they would be flat on their backs. I couldn't drink 16. Well, I couldn't drink a pint. So there'd be no point at all. I'd be... The Steve Allen 16-pint challenge. I'd be really sick. Even thinking about it, I'd be really sick. But the Groovy Gang are back together this morning for the first time in 12 weeks. We are here. We are wearing our Groovy Gang T-shirts, which is great. Corey still hasn't had a haircut. I mean, it's just appalling. As you will see in the photograph, we're going to take a photograph later. How we're going to take a photograph of all of us, I do not know. We'll have to work this one out. This is, I don't know. Unless, because you can't, you think, oh, right, taking a photo sort of a long distance. Oh, right, we'll have to do that then. And then we'll tweet it a little bit later on so you can see what we all look like. Corey will be the one with the long hair. Like Jane Seymour or somebody like that. You won't see his face because of the hair. Even I had to go at doing my hair this morning. And look at Boris's. Boris's has gone all over the... In fact, that's what Corey's looks like, except that Boris's is a better colour. Isn't it? I mean, it's sort of... Corey's is longer, I know, actually. Corey's is much longer than that. So the shoppers were on the loose yesterday, and it did seem that it was Primark, because they don't do a mail-order side of Primark. I'm not surprised. I'd probably say a little bit later on this morning, you find that the envelope is worth more than the actual clothing inside of it. So they don't do that. It's too complicated. They don't need to worry about it. And so people go and queue up for it. But there was no social distancing. There was nothing at all. In a Nike store in London, they practically ran the entrances. I've never seen anything like it. It was just unbelievable. But it was the face mask rules. I thought the government brought in a law. Pardon me for thinking that, people adhere to it. No, there were stupid people on the buses. If I'd been the bus driver, I'd say, you're not coming on without a face mask, OK? What is it about you need a face mask on? It's for all the papers yesterday. And then, when we were waiting, I dropped Thomas off at the bus stop yesterday, make sure he was there. I put an elderly person in charge of him saying, make sure he gets on this bus, the 176, OK? Because he definitely won't know. He gets a bit confused. It's like coming up to smoke. And but at least eventually we sort of managed to get him on the bus in the opposite direction. So that was something that needed sorting out yesterday. But he was saying, he tweeted and said there were people on the bus with no face masks on. Are they thick people? Are they particularly dim? Or have they all got excuses? Have they all got exemptions? Because some people get exemptions. If you could sort of travel if you had. I can't remember what the mask thing was. That's right. If you've got Down syndrome, if you've got a disability, you didn't need to wear a mask. But all the people I saw not wearing masks just looked perfectly able-bodied. Mind you, perhaps you can't tell sometimes. Also, somebody. Oh, somebody says, I pay for a cut and wash in a well-known West End salon, £275. £275. That's for cut and wash. Sam, that just seems an excessive amount of money. £275. That must be by the particular person who owns the salon, because that's the only way that you would ever pay that sort of money. I mean, normally if you have a junior... I mean, for me, you can do my hair with sort of clippers. With Corey's, I shouldn't imagine you could probably, do it with clippers. You'd have to cut it with something. It's just awful. Chainsaw. Do you know, I was reading... Well, lucky. So... My Jove, I tell you, we can't say that one on air. I was reading a thing the other day, and I got a bit confused, because you know that we executed... Was it Lady Jane Grey? She was beheaded, I'm pretty certain, because she'd had a fling with some bloke, and they executed him first on Tower Hill, brought his body back. She was inside the Tower of London, I seem to remember. And so they had the cart with his body on and the head. She was only 16. Only 16. She was beheaded at 16. But she'd taken somebody with her who'd helped her convert, not that it made the slightest difference, to Catholicism. And she was blindfolded. And she did say to the executioner, to the axeman, she said, "You're not going to take my head off till I'm ready." And he went, "No, madam." And so they blindfolded her. What difference that makes, I've got no idea. And so she read her thing, but she couldn't find the block. And she went, I can't find it, help me. And so they guided her so that she could find the block. And then she put her hands down, and then she did her into "Thy hands, Lord, I commend my spirit." And that was it. But at 16. And I was thinking, didn't they have laws about things happening to people of a certain age? I mean, 16 sounds incredibly young to me. Incredibly young. I love the idea that Mr. Motivator is in the papers today. It's about time that Derek came out and talked about this. He went in for his first job, Derek Evans, Mr. Motivator, and the bloke said to him, apparently, "Oh, I didn't know you were black." And Derek came back with, "I didn't know you were white," which I thought was one of the best things I'd ever heard. So well done to Derek, who was with us only a short while ago because he was doing all his exercise. Now, you remember yesterday, Thomas? I did a thing about the Sikh strawberry grower. And I said, and then he was running a mosque or something, and then people wrote and went, no, for a Sikh it wouldn't be a mosque, it would be a Gurdwaras. And so I did that yesterday. So somebody's written and said, I would like you to investigate a comment you made yesterday. Well, obviously you weren't listening to the programme because we did it immediately. The moment we'd actually said it, somebody wrote in and said, no, he wouldn't be running a mosque, he'd be running this other one. And they say, the comment as such, comments fuel hatred towards the Sikh community. Cobblers. Absolute rubbish. We did it straight away because a lot of people wrote in, because I've got a lot of people from all sorts of ethnic diversity groups of people, and they told me what it was. So we don't need to investigate or do anything at all. What you need to do is open your ears and listen properly, because we did it immediately. In fact, we did it on one hand, and then practically a few seconds later, we did it on the right thing. Steve, Dave said I'm waiting for the council to come round and cut my hair. Could be a good one, couldn't it? Having the council come round. That's what we like. But I do like my favourite tweet came in from Mike. You'll like this one. He said, Steve, yesterday was fantastic and such a relief. After 3 months of queuing outside Tesco, Sainsbury's, Asda and Waitrose, I was also able to queue outside Debenhams, Primark, the Boot Locker and JB Sports. Great day. Why would people want to go and stand there for... some people were there overnight. This time of the morning, there were people queuing outside Primark. No masks, no social distancing, waiting for the shop to open at 7:30 in the morning. I mean, is there something the matter with them? We're going to find out about this a little bit later on this morning. Because, have you really missed Primark that much? There was nothing that I missed yesterday at all. There was nothing. I didn't think... All I actually thought of was... it's going to make Waitrose and all the rest of them a little bit emptier. And it was. I walked straight into Marks and Spencer's. No queuing, no nothing. Because they were all queuing outside a few other shops. I walked straight into Iceland. Didn't have to sort of worry about anything like that at all. A little bit later on, we'll speak to the retail expert and founder of the Future High Street Summit, Claire Bailey, for more on the state of things on the High Street. Because I reckon it's going to be the same today. I think it's going to be exactly the same. People will be getting up now going, better get down there early because there's going to be a queue around the block. I think in one shop, I think they normally get so many thousands of people in Selfridges. Yesterday it was about 3,000, I think. So they're all losing out. They're never going to make enough money, are they? And the coronavirus, by the way, takes between two days to 14 days or something to incubate, and then you'll start seeing the effects of it if you've got it. But all these, I was amazed at how many people were wandering around with no face masks on. I really was amazed. Here's the store director from Selfridges, Maeve Wall. No mask. No mask. I mean, perhaps you don't need to wear them inside shops. Perhaps there's some sort of ruling I've missed out on. But look, all the people on the escalator, not one person wearing a mask. I would want to be doing it. And yet they're making you distance on the escalator. So why not masks? Why are the bus drivers not sitting there going, get off the bus, I'm not taking you, you've got no mask on? That's supposed to be a government law. I don't know what TfL are going to have to say about that. Steve says, Billy, an Englishman will queue even if he's the only one there, old Belgian saying. I mean, why do we queue in this country? Only in this country do we queue. Nobody queues elsewhere. You see people in a big long line for the bus. Just get all the tourists, they go straight to the front of the queue. We're not standing there. I remember going to Vienna, well, quite a number of times to Vienna, and I went to McDonald's, and of course in McDonald's you do an orderly queue if you're British. No, people just go straight to the front of the counter. 2 double hamburger, 2 cheeseburgers, 2... Oh, sorry, that was an impression. Because I know the person very well, and that's exactly how they speak. And only I know that. But they were sort of making sure that people sort of queued. But we don't do queuing. Well, we're supposed to, but, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. I don't know. Happy birthday to the Liverpool manager, Klopp. Does he have a first name? Jurgen Klopp. Oh, sorry, I did another accent. I'm so sorry. I have to apologise. 3 Hail Marys straight away. He's 53 today. That's quite young, isn't it, for a manager? I think managers are generally a little bit older than that, aren't they? Is he any good? Jurgen Klopp? Is he... Oh, right. He's very good. Thank you, Pam, very much indeed. Also, Sam... A very happy 30th birthday. She's your greatest fan and listens daily. Like you, she's mad about Christmas, cold weather, candles and sprouts. You are 2 peas in a pod. Love, Mum and Dad, Fliss and Adam. All spikers. All spikers. Do you know, I heard something today. What was I hearing today? Friday's going to be a day for Make Some Noise, isn't it? Friday's my day that I've got some news for you. And we'll see how that goes. And there's all sorts of other bits and pieces going on. And then we're also going to be doing a picture today of all three of us. Because I don't think we've ever had a picture of all three of us. Have we? Have we had a picture? Corey thinks we have. I can't remember, actually, whether we had a picture of all three of us. Was it? Wait a minute. It wasn't actually a picture of all three of us. It was like a reflection, wasn't it? Was there a reflection in the glass? I seem to remember... I think this... Yeah, Corey thinks, but of course he would, wouldn't he? And you know, there was a film all about him on the television yesterday. No, not Bigfoot, no. No, Samson and Delilah. Samson and Delilah. And there they all were, picking on him because they blinded him. And Delilah, who was a bit of an old tart, it has to be said, and he said, take me to where the pillars of the temple are. And it was a real good moment. I think it was Tony Watson, but anyway. And... Sorry? Corey's right. There was a picture of all three of us. Was it? Oh, how dreadful. How dreadful there's a picture of all three of us. And we're going to find it as well at the same time. Wait a minute. Here we go. Oh, yes. Good. Look at that, honestly. Look. That's why Corey had decent hair. That was in front of the Make Some Noise thing. Wow. That's good, isn't it? Yes, the worst thing is that when you see a picture of today, you're going to go, well, how long ago was this taken? Was this last year? We don't know when it was. Does it say? How funny. February this year? Really? What, just before we went into lockdown? Just my Make Some Noise thing? That was the live show, was it? Oh, right. Good Lord. Look at us, honestly. Well, you wait till you see the one today. Because today we've got to be back a bit further because of our T-shirts. Because we've got... the groovy gang. There are exemptions to wearing masks. Those of us with COPD and other respiratory conditions are exempt from wearing them. Why, if you've got a respiratory condition, would you be exempt from wearing it? You can breathe through a mask. It's not, that's not a requirement, is it? I don't think so. We shall find out. I'm a bus driver. We've been told not to challenge people for not wearing a mask because all we get as drivers is a torrent of abuse and told just to drive. And then we still can't ask anybody to leave the bus. You see, I'm afraid I'd be playing it differently. If they're bringing a law, and the law is that you wear a mask when travelling on public transport. I know there were loads of people on the tube yesterday who weren't doing it. They're either deaf people or they don't understand. Because it's a case of, if I was the bus driver, and I realise that people get torrents of abuse, I'd be going, I'm sorry, you can't come on without a mask, go and buy a mask. It's been, in the papers for the last 3 weeks. I'd just sit there and turn the engine off. And go, we're not going anywhere. We're going anywhere. And it's up to the bus to turn around and say to the person without the mask, get off. Thick person, honestly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But if it's the law, and it's the law, then, people should be doing it. It's not difficult. So the happy, we've done that, haven't we? The happy birthday to the manager. Also, hardly any masks said yesterday in God's own country of Eastbourne, says Donny. Wow. So, I mean, when you say there aren't any masks, you mean there aren't any masks for sale or people are not wearing them? Because all the people queuing for Primark, they were all school children. And there were loads of other people who obviously are sort of not going to work. And the argument is, if you can be bothered to queue up for Primark, you can get off your fat bum and get into work. It's not difficult, is it? Not difficult at all. I think that's what Richard Littlejohn says in his column today. Also, most churches are open now for private prayer. Yes, you're so distanced, they've had to remove all the chairs, the pews, everything. So that's actually, that's quite a good idea, isn't it? Somebody says, can you tell me what qualifications Simon Calder has to make everything... well, I've lost the blooming thing now, actually. Simon... Oh, where's it gone to? Simon Calder. What qualifications? Well, he's an expert on flying. He's an airline expert. He knows all about... He's been a travel journalist for God knows how long. Decades and decades. I love the way somebody goes, could you tell me what his qualifications are? You don't get qualifications for that. It's called years of experience, and he's got years of experience. He knows everything. It's like John Warrington that we've used on LBC loads of times. He's a travel agent. He knows about flights. And Simon Calder knows about flights. In fact, he's used by, I think, all the TV stations because he works for a high-powered newspaper, and he's the travel expert. He knows about flights. He just knows about everything. And he used to have a show on LBC. So it's as simple as that. You don't have to have qualifications. I mean, it's like saying, what qualifications have I got for being a radio presenter? And the answer is none. Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. You don't have there are no qualifications for being a radio presenter. It's called, what are your audience figures like? And that's what, and if you've got good audience figures, that's your qualification. It's as simple as that. Steve, all go my end. Nosebleed with everywhere, says Donny. And the girlfriend doesn't want to properly wake up and have a chat. Oh, surprised. Thomas has had nosebleeds before on the programme, haven't you? I had one once. I remember I was talking to somebody and somebody said, "Oh my God, your nose is bleeding." And I went, "Oh, just think it'd be a little..." No, I drenched a handkerchief. Never have nosebleeds. I'm not a nosebleed sort of person. Steve, the man who was jailed for the urinating. Yes. Do you know, most people seem to be anti the jailing of him. I thought he was an idiot. An out-and-out idiot. 16 pints and he just wanted to go for a wee and he had a wee there. I mean, it was... Why not fine him? Just fine him and publicly humiliate him. But there again, there must be, I would think, I wouldn't be guessing incorrectly, thousands upon thousands of people on that day who urinated in a public place. I would guess, definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, it's not fair on people who do wear masks on buses, says Sally. I know. But in fact, a friend of mine sells shutters, and he always says to the person whose house he's going into to show the shutters, "Listen, do you want me to wear a mask, or do you not want to wear, I'll do whatever you want." And most people say, no, don't bother. They'll just sort of distance themselves from him, and he just gets out his samples and everything else, and then measures up, and then they sort out an estimate and everything else. That's it. Steve, we went to view a house recently and was told, says Dolan, to wear a full PPE. So after donning the overshoot, the face mask and the latex glove, I said to the estate agent, the last time I wore this gear, I got caught and got 3 years. He looked mortified. They're all doing it, aren't they? But now you don't need to go round to a house. You can do a virtual tour of a house. If you fancy a house, they will show you. Somebody says 16 pints, Steve. I'd be dead. I know. But you only had to look at the size of him. We've yet to find out what he does for a living. Obviously nothing, I should imagine. Judging by the fact he's still living with his parents at the age of 28. He was about as big as 2 sort of bus shelters all by himself. And he drank 16 pints and then came out to protect a statue. Did he really? Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Happy Tuesday, says Matthew. Happy Tuesday. What a nice idea. Happy Tuesday. Do you use Brill cream? No, I've never used Brill cream. I used to love the smell of it, but I've never used it. Seriously, I've never done that. Niall says, do you wear a mask whilst out shopping? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm diabetic. I'm sort of protecting everybody from me, I suppose. But, I wear the mask all the time when I'm out shopping. There was a piece in the paper today that the National Trust has bought the site of Lorna Doone, and they said that they were cash-strapped. I thought the National Trust was the richest charity in the country. So I've got the boys on it to find out. I thought they were worth hundreds of millions of pounds. What do you mean cash-strapped? The National Trust, I thought, was filthy. How can they be cash-strapped? People give to the National Trust. They want to protect things, don't they? That's why. So I was slightly disappointed. It was either bad journalism or I've got it wrong. But very rarely do I get things wrong like that, because I'm very interested in charity. And every time there's a big disaster around the world, you get people appealing for money. And you think, but you've already got loads of money. You could actually solve this problem quite quickly. In fact, you could solve it very, very quickly. So we're trying to find out in sort of terms of what you need is a table of the richest charities in the country. On Google. I think there is a table which has got, Battersea Cat and Dogs Home and stuff like that. You'd be surprised, actually, how much some of these charities are worth and how much they bring in every month. It's a serious amount of money. Serious amount of money. It's even more than you can ever imagine. Charities that sort of spring up to offer help to people in other countries. And so here they are. So this is the National Trust, the top charities, okay. So at number 10, Henry Smith Charity, 865 million. Number 9, the Esme Fairbairn Foundation, 908 million. The National Trust is $1 billion. How are they cash-strapped at $1 billion? After them, City Bridge Trust. You won't know who half of these are, will you? I don't know who they are. 1.14 billion, 1.15 billion for Trinity College, Cambridge. Leverhulme Trust, 2.49 billion. Children's Investment Fund Foundation, 2.82. 6.3 billion, the Church Commissioners for England. Blimey. The Garfield Weston Foundation at 12 billion and the Wellcome Trust at 20 billion. That's the top charities in this country. But the National Trust, there's nothing else. There's no cancer relief in there or anything like that. The National Trust is about the only one you've probably heard of on that list. And they've got over $1 billion. How can they be cash strapped? They're absolutely not. They're very, very rich. Very, very rich. Says one of my writers, says, if that chap can afford to drink 16 pints of beer, a fine won't bother him. Depriving him of alcohol for a couple of days will, says John in Newton-le-Willows. Doesn't that sound nice? Newton-le-Willows. It's probably terrible, but it makes it sound quite exciting. He'll be out of prison on Friday morning, Steve. 50% remission, no discharges from prison at the weekends, so must be released first thing on Friday morning. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't bear him. Not because he urinated in public, because I see loads of people urinating in public. All the people sleeping rough in Leicester Square urinate in the doorways. It's that bad. It is that bad. I've seen people urinating in daylight. Because I remember walking past somebody once, you could tell they'd had a few sherbets, and unfortunately my mouth got the better of me, and I said, oh, look. I said, any bigger it'd be called a penis. Went down like a lead balloon. I know, I couldn't help it. You know what? Sometimes you have to remonstrate with yourself. It's not my fault. Steve, I've used Brill cream since being a teen in the 70s. Also Brilliantine, shiny hair with hold. Wow. I don't think any of my boys would use anything like that. They don't use product. You don't use product, do you? Oh, you do use product. Before you shaved it, what did you use on your hair? What did you use? A little bit of gel. So camp. Who uses gel? Honestly, you don't use gel. I used to use mud. Did you ever see mud? You used to sort of rub it between your hands, and I mean, it didn't make any difference. And mousse. I used to use mousse as well. Trying to get the thing to stay on your head was a bit of a problem. In America, Steve, we have to wear masks in all stores, supermarkets, and any form of transportation. We're not allowed in a store without a mask. Well, they were in stores the other day without masks on, which was a bit of a shame. Steve, what are your thoughts on the people that knock on the door trying to guilt trip you to sign up to a charity? I don't answer the door. We have cameras on our door, and I look at if they look like they're sort of, hello, would you like to be friends with Jesus? Not today, thank you, no. So there's no point in trekking all the way down there to open the front door, so I don't bother. I just ignore it. So that's it. Steve, how are you doing on the lottery? Not very well. His life has been ruined in his family. Do you mean the urinator? Well, I mean, but he didn't make the front pages, which I thought he would. We know his name's Andy Banks. We know he's a drunken lout. And he urinated in public. Well, I defy anybody to go through any town, village, everything. And you will see men and some women outside pubs, everywhere, urinating in public. I think in one place, in Nottingham, because it's full of students like loads of other places, they literally, the police were standing there with a bucket and a mop and asking people to sort of mop. I mean, everywhere you go, we have rugby in Twickenham. You would not believe that you would get a whole line of rugby fans all urinating against walls in public places. Seriously. It's like an absolute ocean of wee. Terrible. Nicola says, I got a call this morning saying I was on the list for COVID-19 test. An hour later, I was in the testing station. The most surreal experience. I don't know why they called, but I've had a chest stop at birth, pneumonia as a kid, and that's all I can think of. Oh, well, perhaps that's why, actually. You might be on the high-risk list. And so you might have to have that COVID. Because somebody said to me a while ago, when all this started, they went, oh, you're actually diabetic. You're supposed to be self-isolating at home. I went, no, I'm not. Absolutely not. The trouble is a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing, and some people have a little bit of knowledge and don't know anything at all. And so that was the embarrassment, I suppose. And so I didn't even feature on the dangerous diabetics, of which there were quite a number of people who were sort of fairly high up the list, and because I wear my masks all the time, because I bought them in the chemist. The moment I discovered you could get them, my chemist, Goods, in Twickenham, put a trestle table in, so you can only go a certain way into the shop, into the pharmacy, and it was a case of they put out all their masks and their hand gel and everything else. So I bought 50 masks to start with, which I'm just running out of, and now I've got another batch of 50 masks. Which I think is good, actually. Which I think it's good to keep them because you wear a different one every day. Thomas has got one, but his is washable. It's a different one. It's a different kind of thing, isn't it? Where did you get it from, dear? I can't remember where you got it from. Was it from the internet? Was it very expensive? About 14 quid? Something like that? About 14 quid, yeah. Because there's so many different ones with designs on, but to be honest with you, I don't think you need a design. That's quite nice, isn't it? It's nice, I like that one. Yeah, they are quite comfy. No, I've got about 60 masks. I buy packs of them, so I sort of keep them in. Corey's mother makes them as well. Did she just make them because she can make them? Oh, she's got nothing else to do. Isn't it funny, out of all the things you can do, toffee apples, coconut ice, what does she make? Bloody masks. Nice fabric. Is it John Lewis fabric? Oh, right. I've seen some of them look like things out of Star Wars. Have you seen some of them? It's like... She's really quite frightening. But listen, I wouldn't dream of getting on a bus without wearing a face mask. Yesterday, though, I was quite good. I actually paid to go on the bus because I've got a freedom pass, but you can't use it at the moment until after 9 o'clock. So I nipped in to go and get a few little bits and pieces, like a baguette and some sliced beef. Just have a little cheery breakfast. And I did that yesterday. And then I got up later on, went out, did a few bits, bought myself an ice cream. I thought a bit of a cheery kind of thing to do in this sort of weather, because I was cheered up by the fact that I paid my sort of accountant's fees. I paid maintenance fees and all those sort of things. So I was feeling quite good, about myself. And I thought, I'll treat myself. And in Marks & Spencer, they've got like one of these chest freezers, which when I get lots of money, I'm going to buy one and have all full of ice creams and lollies and jubblies and all sorts of things. And I bought, it was a Cadbury's 99. And it was like a cornet, frozen, with a flake in it. And, I really enjoyed that. It was about the most exciting... with the chocolate bit at the bottom, which I really, really liked. And if ever I could afford it, I'd buy one of those machines where you pull the handle down and it goes swirly, 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 swirly. And then you could put crushed nuts on it. Always one of my favourite things to do. And some dribbly chocolate sauce and stuff like that. And a chocolate flake. Do you know in Iceland they sell a box of chocolate flakes? They've got a whole section where they've got all the cones and the wafers. I could eat wafers till the cows come home, and then they've got the little Cadbury's flakes you can put in there. So you could just buy a tub of ice cream and then just stick a flake in it or something. I don't know whoever came up with that idea, but it's a brilliant idea. I love the idea. Yeah. Oh, a tub of ice. Oh yeah, to make chocolate milkshake. Oh yeah. Oh, I could drink milkshake. The trouble is they're so bad. Bit of Malibu. Oh, no, I tell you where we had that. When I went out with my friend Paul ages ago, we went to... It's a burger place. And it's not Byron. And they did milkshakes with booze in. I mean, seriously, that's dangerous. It's seriously dangerous because you do get the combination of... the milkshake, and there they do a lovely banana milkshake, which has got bits of banana in it, and it's just like yummy, yum, yum. And put bourbon in it, and it goes yummy, yum, yum, wee! Psh. Did you make about 8? It's fatal, isn't it? It's anything like that. I used to make them at home. If my mum was out, I'd look in the fridge and see how much milk she had left. If there was enough milk in there, I'd pour it into the thing, and then add some ice cream from the freezer. And then stick a banana in as well. That was quite nice. I've got to think about it. See, now everybody wants milkshakes. Why can't they have milkshakes for breakfast? Why is there not a shop open now that does milkshakes for breakfast? Milkshakes and sausages. Sausages, so you could just eat sausages, but you're drinking a milkshake. Isn't that a nice idea? Coronavirus. I don't want to eat coronavirus, no. I don't want that. I definitely don't want that. Although there have been on a few occasions, when you wake up in the middle of the night and you've got a dreadful cough and you think to yourself, where's that come from? So I've got this thermometer, which you stick in your ear. It is an ear thermometer. And you just push the little button, you go beep, and you take it out, it goes 36.4, which I think is about as perfect as it's going to get. But that's not the indicator that you might have something. But I'm just avoiding people. I just can't wait to see people so we can actually go out and have lunch and have dinner and do things, because rapidly, at this rate, I'm wasting away. Not. Steve, before my MS got worse, I was in retail management for 30 years. Got a call one night from one of my staff at 3 a.m. A lovely customer had been to the toilet in the wines and spirits section, and not number ones. Thank you, Sheila in Arbroath. Oh, I know, it's dreadful. We have foxes that do that in our car park. We have foxes that do that. And you know what dogs are like? If you take them out for walks in the countryside, they love rolling around, don't they? Steve, can you tell people to dispose of their masks appropriately? I've seen too many lying about on the streets, says Neil in Belfast. I'm not... Well, me too. Me too. It's also... Can you tell people who sit at bus stops... It's an interesting fact that you go to the bus stop, they have a drink, generally a can of Stella or something like that, and then they just leave the can there, and they're sitting next to a bin. Steve, I don't want to be pedantic, but I'm sure Waitrose in Twickenham doesn't open till 8. No, it's 7:30, Matthew. I was in it yesterday, so I can tell you exactly what time it opens. It's open at 7:30 in the morning. In fact, I was in it at 25 to 8, doing my shopping. Always. Also, Halford, who's my N29 driver, between last night and this morning, I refused to travel to 6 people because they didn't have a face mask or covering. Good for you. Good for you. Well, Connie, I can't repeat that, but it sounds very interesting. You should report it to the appropriate authorities. Niall says, have you got a mask on your microphone? Yes. Not a mask, it's a muff. I have a muff on my microphone. I think that's what they call them. Steve, 5 years on the kidney transplant waiting list this week. I'd buy a cake if I was able to go out. How's sunny Twickenham? Well, it was very sunny yesterday, then it went overcast. I spoke to a friend of mine. She's a financial advisor. She advises people about their pensions. And I've known her for 30 years. Long time. So she looks after my money and stuff like that. But she said to me yesterday, she said, I've got a client at the moment, she's driving her absolutely mad. You know what people are like who want to check every little bit, and it's a pension worth quite a bit of money, actually. Quite a bit of money. Because not everybody has got... I bet my boys don't have pensions. Have you got a pension? Thomas has got a pension? Corey, have you got a pension? No, Corey, well, you can take out a pension. You can take out, a little pension. You don't have to spend a lot of money per month. You can have a pension that sort of, was £5. I mean, well, you get one. You get one from work only if you're staff, though, don't you? Oh, you get one, do you? Oh, right. Well, there you go. They would tell Corey about that. Because I got a thing on my pension today, and I think, although I can't believe it, that my pension is worth, I think the actual prize fund, as I call it, is over £1 million. Which, I mean, how that works out, I've got no idea. But apparently, then at 75, I can get 16,000 quid a year. Well, that's going to be very useful, isn't it, when I'm 75? What point is that? Luckily, I've got a few pensions. And I'm not interested in the government pension. I haven't taken that, even though I qualify for it. But you should always start a pension early, if you can afford to do it. I mean, I had one that was something ridiculous. It was like £1 a week or something stupid. Every little helps, absolutely, as Thomas says. Steve, have you got an Iceland bonus card? Good Lord. No, absolutely not. I have. They sent me an email saying I've got a free treat of £1 dessert cornetto or an eclair because it's my birthday on Saturday. How sweet. No. I never got one of those other things. The card for Nando's, the black card, which gives you free food for up to 6 people. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? Steve, you said they sell boxes of chocolate flakes in Iceland. Well, I would really like a couple of boxes for our chest freezer, but it's a long way to go for You can get them in any Iceland. Any Iceland branch sells them, and I think you'll probably find them in every supermarket. It's made by Cadbury's. And so Mike says, he said, can't you get them in this country? It's a long way to go. In Iceland, I see what you mean, yeah. That's the gag. No, I mean, it's a good idea, actually. Very good idea. To go and get the little flakes and then sort of make your own ice creams up for the kids. But I nearly bought yesterday a pack of Jubblies in Iceland to go into the freezer. And then I could sort of take a Jubbly out. But in the end, I didn't. I opened a bottle of Prosecco instead. But it had been rolling around in the boot of the car for a while, so I'm frightened to open it at the moment because I know damn well it's going to explode like there's no tomorrow. And you've got to cling on to the top of it. And this is a big bottle. It's like a litre and a half. And so I'm frightened to open it at the moment. So I'll leave it for a week or so until it settles. Because I've had that experience before where, you take off the metal covering and the little sort of bit, and then all of a sudden, half your ceiling's gone. So I'm not risking that one. Steve, do you know anyone who's had the virus? Yes, I do, actually. Yes, a friend of mine had it. And he hasn't got it now, which is good. Somebody says, slurping your tea live on radio is disgusting. Well, go and listen to something else then. I'm sorry, we slurp tea. You know we slurp tea. That's what we do. In fact, it's on the new bag. It says on the bag, slurp, doesn't it? In fact, on the front and on the back of the bag. So it only goes to prove we get the management seal of approval at LBC. Unfortunately, you know, when you've got a cup of hot tea, you have to slurp. And I don't know about live. This programme's pre-recorded. We haven't done anything live since Easter last year. In fact, I'm very much looking forward to letting off fireworks over the weekend. I've still got my 2 rockets in the hall. Chris Humphreys, my old... He said, are you sure you've still got... And I said, yes, I've got 2 big fireworks. He said... should you really throw them away or something? I don't know, I'm saving them for a special occasion. I don't know what the special occasion is. But no, they're sort of propped up by the front door. If ever I have a fire, the display is going to be sensational by the front door. Could it be? Yeah. It will destroy the building. They're really big fireworks as well. The big fireworks. It's 12 minutes to 5. Company, Tuesday, the 16th of June. You know what today is? Ascot. Ascot Day. They start doing Ascot, but unfortunately it's only going to be nobody there. The Queen will not be going down the course. There'll be nobody standing cheering in the stands. There'll be no strawberries. There'll be no... My God, their booze intake's going to go down. I mean, Ascot is just full of the most amazing amount of people who start boozing from the moment they get there. I mean, the worst thing is that when I used to... I mean, luckily at Waterloo Station, it's sort of changed a bit now, but used to get people with tattoos all over their faces, piling into all the carriages. Oh, ghastly. And clutching bottles of booze at, like, sort of 7:30 in the morning, which is not so great. Steve, I love your show. Says Robert, I'm in Perth, Australia, painting the house. And I've got the internet radio in the background. By the way, looks like the virus is under control here. Exclamation mark. Feel bad for you guys. Well, actually, we're doing very well. We've had, you know, the amount of deaths from coronavirus has plummeted. About the lowest it's ever been. So we're just going to make sure that we that we sort of keep it going in that direction. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, did you know, says Billy, that a 1.5 litre bottle is known as a Magnum? No, a Magnum's an ice lolly with ice cream around it and then chocolate covering. I don't like them actually that much. They try and make out they're very exciting, but they're not really that exciting. I'd much rather have something else. Steve, it's been a while. Jake, our favourite Methodist minister, about blooming time. Where have you been? I've been writing many papers. He's in Minnesota, by the way. Jake is a Methodist minister, as you know, and he's in Minnesota, so where all the trouble started. And he said, I'm writing so many papers in preparation for my pastoral continuing education classes that start on Friday and end the next Friday. I've written 5 papers so far, each about 5 pages in length, and I've got 5 more to write before class starts. Oh, and I've got a sermon to write on top of that. Oh, joy of joys. Classes will be online because of the COVID, so I'm also expected to pay attention to my computer for 6 hours a day and learn. I want to throw my MacBook out of the window, but you can't. And Trevor says, Steve, they give the Nando's black card to those who can afford to pay the prices. Yes, they do. They do. I knew 2 people in this building who had the Nando's black card. It comes in a lovely box with your name on it, and you just present it. And it's for you and up to 5 friends, so 6 in total. Free food and drink, which is, I mean, a brilliant idea. I never got one. Steve says, Phil, don't drink your large bottle all at once. You may have the urge to go for a wee in appropriate places. And you know where you can end up after that one. The funny thing is, that must be the only person who's ever been taken to court for urinating in public, because most people aren't. You either get a police caution or you get a rap on the knuckles. And that's as far as you go. This one goes to court, I suppose, because it was near that memorial. That's the only reason. Steve. Best of all, says Ron, there'll be no stretched limos full of drunken ladies with big hats turning up at Ascot. Oh, it attracts the worst people. It really does. I mean, there are some nice... Brucey Forsyth used to go there a lot. He used to love it. And I just sort of like seeing it. For sort of the I mean, I think it's people who sort of go there, but they're not going there to gamble. They're just going there to get drunk and show off these dreadful fashion faux pas. Really bad. Steve, you mentioned the birthday on Saturday. Will it be Joe Allen's, Essex, or neither? Says Matthew. It'll be neither, actually. Birthday Saturday. Whose birthday is it on Saturday? I don't think I know anybody's birthday on Saturday, do I? I don't think so. In America, Steve, you have to wear masks all over the place. The UK seems very relaxed on it. Well, they can't get it right. They cannot get it right. Because it was supposed to be people who have sort of, you know, I don't know. I just don't understand why they don't do it. Bit of a worry. Bloke and I, says Tara, sat outside yesterday drinking strawberry daiquiris. Very healthy, not, and definitely enjoyable. My day commences with plenty of giggles as usual. They did them on the television the other day. John Turode and his gorgeous wife were making, I think it was frozen strawberry daiquiris. They looked delicious. They had copious amounts of booze in. And I don't think I've had a strawberry daiquiri for ages. I like all sorts... If I'm going out to have cocktails, which we used to when we could go out to places, we would go and I would probably have about 4 of them. 4 sort of different cocktails. So expensive in London. An average cocktail in a place is between 8 and 12 quid. Seriously. And there's not exactly much booze in it. That's why you need about 4 of them. And that's sort of... I just like the sound of it. I had one which was made of Earl Grey tea. It was delicious. Absolutely delicious. Mandy says, you've not sneezed in a while. I do, it's just that you're not hearing it. I've got a little button that I can push. That means that you don't hear the sneezing. I think I sneeze because of the hay fever thing. I don't get hay fever. I just thought I'd mention it. That I don't get hay fever. Yesterday, Thomas was very bad with his hay fever. And then today, fine. Fine, isn't it funny? And it goes like... And yet today is supposed to be bad as well for you hay fever sufferers. Never mind, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You took your nasal spray. Well, so you should. Never mind. He looks all right today. He's Corey. Oh, seriously, what's going on there? You are perfectly healthy, yes. Apart from the hair. Well, the hair does got nothing to do with your health. But when you saw... Yeah, the hair's too healthy. It does seem to be growing at an extraordinary rate. Doesn't it? I mean, it really is an extraordinary rate. If only I could grow hair like that. But that would drive me mad, because you need it cutting all the time. In fact, looking at the picture that we had taken... For Make Some Noise in front of the poster there, your hair looks almost reasonable. I've forgotten what it looked like. Now it's just all over the place. I don't think you have had it cut since. You had it cut because all you kept saying was at the time to me, oh, I hope it grows again. I hope it's going to grow again. I mean, of course it'll grow again. It's only if your name's Steve Allen will it not grow again. Are you still eating those ginger nut biscuits? How many have you eaten out of the packet? Yeah, show me the packet. Show me the packet. Yeah, can you push down the top of it? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. So you've eaten about a third of them. No, they're nice though, aren't they? They're very addictive. It's like Pringles. You have a Pringle and you go, oh, that's nice. This morning I was eating some of those little savoury eggs for breakfast, which have got bacon and egg in them, and I had it with some Hellmann's mayonnaise just to dip in. That was particularly nice. I'm sure it's all bad for you at that time of the morning. Spain's Fury, España... go mad. Why? A Formula 1 champion has branded bullfights torture. Well, there you go, finally, somebody with some sense. And also, there's a lovely picture of a man doing a tightrope walk. What's unusual about the tightrope walk is that he's doing it over an active volcano. He's 854 feet up in the air. The volcano is spewing out stuff, and he's walking over the top of it. You get people who do that. Also, why changing your sleeping position could beat your back pain. Corey's very interested in that one because he gets a bit of back pain. So, because he thinks he sleeps on his side. So, that's all the hair can grow over the pillow. I sleep on my side and I'm fine as well. Yeah, but he's Corey, isn't he? I mean, that's, you know, he has to be such a baby. I know, seriously. Talk about a drama out of nothing. You know, oh, I sleep on my back, I can't do this. Yeah, it's my hair. And then he said, all my hair's in my face. Ant Middleton. He's on one of those SAS sort of type programmes, has sparked fury. He's referred to the Black Lives Matter group as absolute scum. They've deleted it now. Are these people, is this something that, have they got screws loose or something? EastEnders Dean Gaffney, not the brightest penny in the box, partying with strippers at a lockdown bash, 200 miles away from his home. But there again, he always was a little bit sad. Do you still buy Green Shield stamps? You can't get them. They went out years ago. Ian says, do you think Lady Jane would have taken some comfort had she known a cup of tea would be named after her? Yes, I'm sure she was about to be beheaded. She must have thought, do you know, in years to come, they'll think... And then it all finished. At the age of 16. There's a very famous painting. Unfortunately, it never looked like that, but on LBC, you're very welcome. We're with you till 7, Monday through Friday. And the good news is that if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and you download the LBC app, which I promise you is easy peasy, really easy peasy, you can then download everything that we've got. All the shows on LBC, every single one of them, with no exceptions, have their own podcast, and you can download. I can't remember how many podcasts I've got, actually. I think I've got 2 running, which is Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra and the whole show as well. And then I think there's also the Best of Steve Allen. Does that come out as a podcast as well? But that's part of whole show as well. So it doesn't come out as a separate podcast. Oh, right. It used to, though. Did you know it used to? Yeah. Oh, right. But it doesn't now. Okay. Not since Chris's. Oh, right. Okay. So we've got those, and you can get them for free. And I would urge you to listen to them, because you can go back about 7 years. You can go back into our archives, and it's absolutely fantastic. It really is. I mean, it's very clever. Very clever. I only just discovered the other day, and where it came from, I've got no idea. I've got the Global app on my phone, and I can listen to... Did you put it on there? Oh, right. They have to remind me what they do. Probably at the same time you change maybe the voice of Siri. Yeah, who knows? Let's really upset him. At one time, South African woman, and now all of a sudden we're over in Ireland, in Limerick, and who knows? So that's why I don't let them play around with my phone, because they deliberately do it to annoy me, and it works every time. It's sickening, isn't it, when you hear such a group of people who really enjoy each other's company, but only in the studio. There's none of this socialising malarkey. You know, people writing into me the other week going, "Oh, would you be taking Corey and Thomas out for a meal afterwards?" No, of course not. Don't be silly. No, it's just a working relationship. Yeah, well, there's nowhere to go, is there? The only thing we could do is probably go and get a burger or something, and then sit on the pavement, socially isolated, eating a burger on the pavement, hoping as we push Corey ever towards the curb, you know. He might sort of fall under the wheels of a bus or something like that, and then we could all sing the song "The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round, Round," but then we never get to that at all. Joy of joy, says Chris in Chelsea. The cat's just been sick on the bedroom rug. He said, "I'll have to wake the wipe up now to clean it up." Our cat used to do it all the time because it had fur balls. You'd never know walking behind it, but I mean it did, I promise you, and it would eat grass to make itself sick, to cough up the fur balls. It was the most disgusting thing. It really was. Terrible. Steve, I would queue for Primark because I've never been able to see everything because it's always busy inside, says Jan. Yes, that is true. Oh, I forgot my poem. And now I'm not sure about the poem today. You have a choice. You have the one that the producer picked, which is called Aboard at a Ship's Helm. And the other one, by Walt Whitman, is "O Captain, My Captain." Neither is particularly stimulating, but it is Walt Whitman, as we're being told, who apparently means something. Does it mean anything to you, Thomas? Oh, does it? You know? You don't know anything about Walt Whitman at all. Yeah. Of course he's an American poet. How many people do you know in this country called Walt, apart from Disney? Yeah, massive beard, yes, I know. So, what do you want, short or long? Please say short. No, not long. Don't. Seriously, because I haven't read the long one all the way through, and I'm not sure it would be particularly interesting. I mean, I can do it. I don't pick these poetry. I was doing very well with the Methodist Church the other day. So here we go. Should we struggle through "O Captain, My Captain"? This is produced. Sorry. Corey went, "Oh, Steve, there's one called "O Captain, My Captain." I thought, oh, that'll be a good one. You actually hear this. Ready? Brace yourselves. "O Captain, my captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wrack, the prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But O heart, 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 O the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. O captain, my captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills, for you bouquets and ribboned wreaths, for you the shores are crowding, for you they call the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, captain, dear father, this arm beneath your head, it is some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored, safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip, the victor ship comes in with object won. Exalt, O shores, and ring, O bells, but I, with mournful tread, walk the deck, my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. He was a laugh a minute, was Walt. I tell you, we used to double up in laughter. You'd bring him round. I don't know. We used to bring Walt round at Christmas. I know. Oh, you like the original one? All right, I'll give you the original. This was the original one that we got. We thought that one was peculiar. As I say, Walt was a laugh a minute. He really was, honestly. You'd bring him round for Christmas. People would be throwing themselves out the window. This one is called... He had a thing about water and ships and captains. But this one was a little bit different. So try and get your laughing gear around this one. It's called Aboard at a Ship's Helm. Aboard at a ship's helm, a young steersman steering with care. A bell through fog on a sea coast dolefully ringing. An ocean bell, oh, a warning bell, rocked by the waves. Oh, you give good notice, indeed, you bell by the sea reefs ringing, 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 to warn the ship from its wreck place. For as on the alert, oh, steersman, you mind the bell's admonition. The bows turn, the freighted ship, tacking, speeds away under her grey sails. The beautiful and noble ship, with all her precious wealth, speeds away gaily and safe. But oh, the ship, the immortal ship, oh, ship aboard the ship, oh, ship of the body, ship of the soul, voyaging, voyaging, voyaging. What a pile of rubbish! Good old Walt. Glad he's not with us anymore. Oh, dear me. Perhaps we should drop this poetry malarkey, honestly. I don't know where we get them from, seriously. I mean, it's just that it doesn't seem to make... See, I like the poetry to rhyme. Oh, ship of the body, ship of the soul, voyaging, voyaging, voyaging. Yeah, I mean... It said ship a lot. He's got to think... I mean, perhaps he only writes about ships. I don't know. Perhaps he can't write about anything else. Perhaps somebody said to him, do you know what? Yeah, perhaps he's got a fetish on ships. Perhaps just hanging around a harbour, used to sort of get him in the mood. He'd go down there, the wife would go, I tell you what, well, tonight, and he'd go, I'll just go down the harbour. And then he'd come back, now. Honestly, I don't know why we bother. Sir Neil says, Steve, poems, what's the point? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. Cynthia says, what time do you start working? Any minute, I suspect. Any minute. We've just been filling time at the moment. We haven't decided whether or not we want to work today, because it's Tuesday. And yesterday, do you remember I told you I bought this big trough for the patio? It's wooden. And it was only 16 quid, and it's about 3 foot long by about 2 feet wide. And so I've got a huge bag of earth that filled it all up. And then I've planted it all out with things. And I think it looks quite nice. So yesterday I did plant up everything. But unfortunately my fig tree has kind of lost the will to live. So today I've got to get the fig tree down. Luckily I've got a trolley, and then we shall dispose of it, and I shall fill up and put other things in there. Probably geraniums, because geraniums seem to last through, thick and thin. They really do. Steve, it's my birthday on Saturday. I fancy going to the zoo or Kew Gardens. Well, Kew Gardens, there's nothing open. You can go into Kew Gardens, but all the greenhouses are closed, the restaurants are closed, the gift shop's closed. There's nothing open at all. So you can go to the zoo, but in fact, not everything is open in the zoo. The reptile houses aren't open. Anything that's indoors is not open, so there's no gift shops or anything else. So, I don't know. I don't know really what to suggest, actually. Somebody said we cycled into the centre of Guildford yesterday, not to buy anything, just to see what shops were open. Too many people for our liking who are not socially distancing. In the street, Robert Dyer's, Lakeland, Greggs still shut, Waterstones, Boots, Opticians and Primark were open. Huge queues outside Primark. So that's Lisa and Martin, Spikers from Guildford. It's funny, isn't it, that all of a sudden people have been indoors for ages and ages, and now all of a sudden they want to go and stand in the road and queue for Primark. I just wouldn't do it, really. Steve, you mentioned Ascot. I love it. Spend a lot of money, but don't worry, I pull the right sort in the discotheque afterwards, says Matthew. We can't go because there's nothing taking place. All the races will be taking place, but no crowd. No Queen, First time in God knows how many years that she's not done Ascot. So people will be doing it, I suppose, online. You can do one of those reality type shows, I think. Steve, your pension pot of £1 million should be worth 50 grand a year. If you were told 16k at 75, they're expecting you to live to 102, says Roger. Yes, probably. I've always looked at the figures, and I've thought, how on earth can it be this much? I think what they're doing is they're estimating. They had no idea of coronavirus, of course, when they sort of were estimating. So I think it's going to be completely different. Lawrence in Dudley says, if you don't like Magnum, you're not eating it right. The best chocolate in the world. Oh, see, I just don't get it at all, actually. I like the other thing the other day. I like a cornet, you know, which is much sort of easier for me to eat. And if you go to a cornetto's, lovely. Just one cornetto, give it to me. Delicious ice cream from Italy. It's lovely. You can if you go out to Iceland, you know, the shop, you can get 4 cornettos for £1. 4 cornettos for £1. It's cheap. It's very cheap. People like things like that. I like it as well. So I might, if it's going to be nice today. Wait a minute. My friend Johnny Perry said you forgot to finish the remainder of the show, the story the other day, because he was at LBC, as you know, with Clive and Brian Hayes and Simon as well. Now runs a guest house down in Bournemouth with his partner Simon called the Cransley, and I've been down there actually. I can't remember how many times, and it's interesting. It's interesting, isn't it? But he was talking about me talking... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing now. Honestly, sometimes, you know, phones, they put all these new little bits and pieces in. But he said, I sent you a photo, and this was the Arcadia and Aurora in Poole Bay at the moment. And he said, you didn't start talking about what Delilah did to the blinded Samson. Yes, well, she didn't know he'd gone blind. So, of course, he couldn't see her beauty. And he just wanted... He worshipped his god, which was, you know, the god at the time, and all the people around there were laughing at him. And so he literally huffed and puffed and pulled the temple down, and they were all killed, which is quite good. I'd never seen the film before. I remember it because I remember the Bible story about Samson. When they actually cut his hair off, he lost all his strength. So Corey could be the same. We cut all his hair off, and not that he had any strength in the first place, but I mean, all of a sudden, he could actually be a different person. So when the hair grew back, then all of a sudden back came the strength. Yes. I can't imagine sort of tying him up to a temple or somewhere, can you? That would be a sort of the kind of thing that would drive him absolutely mad. Him in a little loincloth on, you know. That would look particularly peculiar. Steve, I've got to go to the dentist today. Are they open? Are dentists open? I wasn't aware, though. They are, apparently. And, Steve, re your fig tree. Give it a reprieve. They have general rule in Cyprus never to water a fig tree. Hope it helps. Yeah, but it's in the ground. That's why. Mine's in a pot. And I think it's outgrown the pot. Just a large planter. It's the biggest planter it's in at the moment, which gives you a rough idea how big this thing is. So I don't think it's going to come back. I was thinking if I leave it by the rubbish bin, somebody will come and take it. I think if somebody puts it in a garden, it might start kicking off again. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to in my place. So, Steve, my goodness, I'm scared. A huge seagull landed on my windowsill and is knocking on the bedroom window. Even though I've got 3 dogs and a cat in there. Oh, goodness. That doesn't sound very promising, does it, really? It's only when you see seagulls close up you realise just how big they are. Steve, you still manage to keep scaring me by making my Siri reply in my room every time you ask your Siri something. So thank you, Ross. Nick Abbott says a zoo is a prison for animals. It is. It probably is. If only for the fact that some of the zoos, and I know London Zoo does, they've got a huge conservation programme there. So that's why. And I was a member, actually, of London Zoo for a few years. And it was just a nice place to go to. We go there, have a cup of coffee and a toasty sandwich, and that was it. My captain, made famous in the film Dead Poets Society with Robin Williams, his adoring coterie of students use the line to show him how much they admire him. Yes, because he was in charge. Unfortunately, it ends in tears. You know, all the boys stood on the desk, and that's that famous... You find it on YouTube. Type in Captain, My Captain, and you'll see that classic bit with the late Robin Williams going out and saying, thank you, boys. You know, because they'd all stood there and showed their loyalty to him. One boy committed suicide, and the rest of them were there, and the master said, sit down. And, of course, they didn't. One by one, the boys stood on their chair. Not all of them. Not all of them, but it was enough to... And the music is fantastic. And so that's the captain... My captain bit, which was lovely. Steve, I meant to say, what time do you start work every day? Well, hopefully soon. I'm just filling in till the other bloke gets here, I think. And Walt Whitman's poetry is used in the Dead Poets Society. It's such a good film, actually, but sad in the end. But sort of like an uplift, because the school wanted him out because he was a damning influence. And the boys loved doing it. It was something very important to them. And so they said, listen, at the end, they made us do these things, to get rid of him. So the school fired him. But he was doing the poetry for them, and they would sit down. It was so wonderful. Some of it was just beautiful. One of the boys, he went on to do a school play. Only.
Hello.
Oh, shut up. I love the way she just chimes in. Oh, hello. Like she knows me. And, hello. Hello to you too. And he's at home, and he's going to be in the school show, and his father says, you're not. You're going on to military academy. He says, I don't want to go to military academy. And his father goes, you're going to military academy. It's as simple as that. And the boy goes down into the library, and he kills himself. And the parents wake up. And they suddenly realise when they go down there, I think the mother goes down, and it's a case of, oh my God, what have we done? What have we done? Made a big, big mistake. So that's why it's such a good film. There's so many good films out which you should have in your collection. Really, really good films. Steve, send my love to Angie on Facebook, says Matthew. Our chats, love our chats, but have not been on recently. People like a good chat, don't they? I think it's what LBC does. It brings out the chattiness in different people. So, front page of let's do the front page of the Sun. Maddie, the saddest letter. This is the prosecutor in Germany who can't make up his mind. First of all, he writes them saying she's dead. Then the next time he writes another letter. This is Hans Christian Wolters saying, no, we think she's alive. Now they've written saying, no, she's definitely dead, and we have proof. And so the McCanns are quite clearly going, hello? What proof? And he says, I'm not telling you. And he says, I know it would be a relief to the parents to know how she died, but it would hamper the investigation. Well, I mean, they don't have a body. They don't have anything, so I don't quite understand what he's telling the McCanns. Is he just saying, I'm guessing? Because the man that they think perpetrated this crime and probably loads of others seems to have been the godsend for them. Just, it's him. It's him all the time. He's in prison. Anyway. So I don't know where they're actually going. Poor old Maya Jama in the papers, she has no intention of covering up her boobs. She co-hosted some programme on Saturday night. The trouble is, she's an ex-radio presenter. She's not particularly well known, apart from the fact she went out with Stormzy, and that was about it. But she's ex-presenter. In fact, she's ex of everything, really. But she's obviously discovered the only way she's going to get noticed by getting her boobs out. And then people complained, apparently, because it was just a bit sad and tragic. But funny, they never mentioned any of her presenting skills at all. The German cop's letter to the McCanns. Excuse me, but they can't repeat it. They can't tell you what it says. But they say, revealing the evidence too soon might damage the chances of him ever coming to trial. He's in prison. What do you mean, ever coming to trial? He's in prison at the moment. This is Christian Bruckner. Clarence Mitchell, the McCann's family spokesman, said, Kate and Jerry simply don't comment on private correspondence received from the police. Well, so where are we? Answer, nowhere. Nowhere. At all. This drifter has 17 convictions across Europe, including sex offences against children. Now, he is supposed to have filmed all of his attacks on people. That's what people like him and similar of his ilk do. And the reason that they do it is so that they've got a record of what they actually did, because it sort of elevates them up to a different level. It's a case of, yes, I'm so proud of what I did. I'm telling you, this is what I've done. But apparently, and we were told this a short while ago by the newspapers, there is nothing to do with Madeleine McCann. He's never spoken about Madeleine McCann. So who knows where we go from here? And so now, you've got now they're actually going back to one of the houses he lived in to search the well. Well, I mean, surely the police after 12 years would have come up with this, wouldn't they? Or were they not aware of him? Either way, it's very disturbing. And I shouldn't imagine that the McCanns are remotely interested until they get something. So in other words, they are actually the parents of the child who might or might not be alive, and the police chief is not saying anything to them. What's the point? What is the point? Steve, do you ever have natural sleep? What's natural sleep? What's that mean? Natural sleep, is that different from natural sleep? Oh, you mean as opposed to artificial sleep? What, you mean with the help of tablets? I've never used tablets. I sleep really well. Really well. In fact, it's sickening because Corey had trouble sleeping before, so I bought him a fan. And, now he's getting some sleep. It's blowing the hair all over the place. It looks like an advert for net curtains, as he's sort of in bed, like that. Lovely. But, no, I sleep really well. In fact, I sleep too well. I sleep too well. I climb into bed. It's a matter of seconds and I'm out for the count. I climbed into bed yesterday. I was a bit late yesterday. It was about 5 o'clock. And I remember thinking, I need to go to bed now. It's 5 o'clock. So into bed I went, bang, out. Recently, Steve, I've changed my sleeping pattern and you've somehow become my favourite LBC presenter. That's nice. Siri chiming in on a regular basis and you're slating of so-called celebs. But the trouble is, Ashley, they're not celebs, are they? They think they are. They think they are, but they're not known for any particular talent. Maya Jama's now known for getting her boobs out. How tragically sad is that? Steve, Primark's probably the only store that does not have online shopping, hence the queues. They have a website where you can see some of the items on sale. Yes, but as I said, what's the point? The clothes are cheap. They're not going to bother doing mail order. But I just didn't understand why so many people were queuing. We're going to talk about it in the next part of the programme at about 6:30. And we'll be finding out why people have gone mad. It's only been, 9-12 weeks, something like that? And already people are out there. All the school children who've got... Because the reason they all go there is because it's cheap. So they can actually sort of go in there and there's things that they can afford to buy, whereas in an awful lot of shops, they can't because they can't afford it, which was a shame. Another one here, which says, somebody else about the fig tree. Yeah, it would probably need repotting, but, to get another huge pot would cost an arm and a leg. Mike in Finchley says the Spikers group have been amazing during lockdown. Without them and you, I'm not sure I would have made it this long, over 4 months. Love all you Spikers. So that's good news. Everybody very happy about the spiking groups. How many? It's been, 3 months? 3 months, 4 months, 4, 6, yeah, it's about 3.5 months, isn't it, really? Seems funny, doesn't it, really, when you think about it? And you think there was that time where it all turned topsy-turvy and went upside down. I discovered a thing the other day on my computer, because I'd obviously inadvertently pushed a button and it all sort of topsy-turvied all the emails that I get from sort of the company and from my boss and things like that, just basically saying, "Are you okay?" And I go, yes. And his PA, Hillary, saying to me, "Can you let me know your broadband speed?" Well, that wasn't going anywhere, I'm telling you now. Definitely not. Steve, in my area, we have plant swap. Works really normally. I'm trying to swap my canary date palm. No takers yet, says Mary. It's going to be the size, isn't it? It's going to be the size of it. Next time you're in Waitrose and want fabulous ice cream, they stock Grom Gelato, which is to die for. I'm not really... I know it seems a bit odd because we've talked about it, but I'm not a huge ice cream fan. I will have it very, 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 very occasionally. Very occasionally. Although in the last 2 weeks I've had 2 ice creams, and that's it. Steve, I've got a priority access to an online delivery slot because I'm a valued customer. A friend of mine said to me the other day, he said, "I've got to go." He said, "'Cause I've got a delivery from the Co-op." And I went, "Oh, right." He said, "Yeah, I've done an online delivery." I said, "Why the Co-op?" He said, "Because they're the only ones that can offer me something really quickly." He said, "I phoned it yesterday and they said, tomorrow morning 11? He went, "That's fine." What criteria did the producers have to meet to get to the job? And what questions did you ask them during the interview? That's quite a difficult question, actually, because I can't remember. I mean, nothing to do with me. I'm not in on the proceedings at all. They only pick the best of the bunch. Did you have an interview then when you came in for a job? Did you sort of come in, or did you just sort of send in the £20 in the envelope? Define interview. Well, I mean, did you actually sit down in a room with some people and they quizzed you on things, or is that how it worked? Yeah. But you Yeah. Right. Oh, right. Oh, right. Right, okay. I'm always good, because I never know, actually. I don't even know where they come from. You know, sometimes I walk in, there's somebody completely different here, and I go, hello, what's your name? Hello, my name's Thomas. And I go, that's nice. What do people call you? They call me Corey. And that's about how it goes, really. You don't know. It's yes, when Corey first started, yeah, Corey wouldn't have said boo to a goose, would you? You wouldn't have said boo to a goose. Not that we had any geese at the time, but he wouldn't have done. He was a terrified person. I've heard things, you know. Still am terrified. You fibber. Such a fibber. And I've been teaching my 4-year-old nephew Spanish during the lockdown, says Neil. But he still can't pronounce the Spanish word for please. What is the Spanish word for please? I can't remember. I don't know what por favor is. Spanish word for please. Yes, well, actually, he says, which I think is, wait for it, por favor. Por favor. Por favor. Por favor. Is that what, all those words for one word? That doesn't seem right, does it? Oh, right. So yes, here we go. Por favor. Oh, it is por favor. Yeah, all right.
Por favor.
Yeah, all right. Make a big deal about it, honestly.
Por favor.
Yes, I'm saying it. Por favor.
Por favor.
Yeah, all right.
Por favor.
I'm going to come round there and sort you out, I'm telling you. Nobody messes with the Alan, not this time. Have you tried frozen yoghurt? Yes. Yes, I have, and I love it. It's very good for you as well, isn't it? Not very fattening, I believe. And the Moo range of lollies are fan-dabby-dozy. I didn't know they did lollies. Better than ice cream, Steve. Fantastic. There you go. Matthew said, did you see Melanie Chisholm on TV yesterday? Gorgeous. So improved. So would. Yes, she's lovely. She is lovely. I know you love your weepy films, says Dan the Bricky. Have you seen my favourite film, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? I hated Jack Nicholson. I was never a fan of Jack Nicholson. Don't know why. Perhaps I should change my thoughts on that. But it just never did it for me. I know that people love Jack Nicholson, and he's like actor's actor. But unfortunately, not me. Steve, I think the message referring to natural sleep means, do you sleep at night like 11 till 7? And I'd say yes, every Friday night. Yes, it'd be a bit difficult for me. 11 till 7. What time do you start work? 4. How's that going to work out? That would be absolutely terrible, wouldn't it? Another one, talking about people going off to do events. I'm playing Mastermind, says Naomi, whilst listening to you. I didn't know you could play Mastermind, but it sounds quite good. And somebody says, I get priority access, says Frankie, to an online delivery slot because I'm a valued customer. What makes you a valued customer? Is there some reason for that, for being a valued customer? I'm trying to think, after yesterday, and I've told you I've sort of planted up things, and I've still got a box of little mini geraniums to put in. They're not mini geraniums, just they haven't grown very much at the moment. And it's finding things to do during lockdown. So a lot of people are thinking about going on holiday. For example, where can you go? Where can't you go? In Germany, you no longer need a reason, such as business or to see the family, for entry from today as land borders are now open. Greece, UK visitors were excluded from start of tourist season yesterday. Italy, travel to and from Britain has been allowed since June the 3rd. Portugal, Britons are allowed to fly in, although land border with Spain is closed. Spain, borders will open to EU countries and Britain on June 21st, but Germans are being allowed in as part of a trial for tourist entries. Sweden has never closed its borders. France, arrivals from UK subject to 14-day quarantine because of Britain's own quarantine rules. Belgium, open with Britain since yesterday. Bulgaria, Britain subjected to a 14-day quarantine, unlike most EU countries. And in Denmark, tourists only allowed from Iceland, Germany and Norway, not Britain or Sweden. So now you know. The other thing is, because they're going to be talking with Nick Ferrari about the face masks, mandatory on public transport, well, show me a bus which is full of people wearing face masks. I want to know what the answer is to people trying to get on a bus without a face mask. Will the bus driver turn them off, or will people just walk straight past him and totally ignore him? What's he going to do? He's not going to get into fisticuffs. They're never going to enforce it. It's not physically possible. Apparently on the Underground yesterday, there were literally hundreds of people with no face masks on. Really? Have you ever had Monty Don in conversation? Yes. Oh, I've got, listen, Pamela, I've got more experts on gardening than you can shake a stick at. Everybody from Christine Walkden all the way through. And really, it's like if you ask me about food, I've got so many chefs who listen to the programme because of the time we're on. It's brilliant. Mitchell says it's my birthday Saturday. I don't eat chocolate or like sweet things. Can you recommend a treat? Have you heard of a sausage roll? It's quite a nice idea, isn't it? If it's your birthday. You don't have to eat chocolate. Chocolate's not very good for you. Not very good for you. I know you get different sorts of chocolate. Green and black is supposed to be very good, isn't it? And so that's all I can offer. I can't do actually anything about recommending sweet things because I'm more a savoury person, much more a savoury person. Queues across the UK. They'll talk about that a little bit later on. Everybody queuing, and here's a picture of Rosie Huntington-Whiteley. She's a bikini-clad British model. But we're still in the dark ages of the newspapers printing pictures of girls in their bikinis. And yet nobody suggests... I mean, I think one of the papers actually has got a picture of Robbie Williams in either a pair of his pants or, failing that, it's a pair of Speedos. A little bit difficult. And there's one here. Where was the following said last week? This is false copulation. The birds aren't actually mating. They're cementing that pair bond. Was it A, Chris Packham's back garden, or C, Kyle Walker's kitchen? Incidentally, while we're on Springwatch theme, says Ali Ross, what is Chris Packham referring to here? Ellie Harrison is down in Gloucestershire. And, and she's going to be looking at an animal with very big eyes, very big whiskers, and she's probably going to use the C word. Is it dormice, house mice, or biloddy? Ellie Harrison, that's the one who sort of popped up everywhere. She looks about 15, but in fact, I think she's married with about 3 children. I didn't even know she was still on the television. I thought she was complaining, last time I read, she was complaining about not sort of getting the sort of gigs that she wanted to. They've used her on all sorts of things. But, and then she disappeared for a little while. She's got that sort of unusually long hair, which is difficult to tell if it's fake or if it's not fake. So, other stories in the papers. Boris Johnson praising Patrick Hutchinson. This is the black guy who was carrying the bloke who'd collapsed on the floor out. And it sort of turned him into a celebrity, so he'll be booked for all sorts of things very shortly. And the TV star, somebody called Gemma Atkinson. She's the former Hollyoaks actress, but I mean, she's certainly not a star. She's way off being a star at all. And I think there was something, were they not saying about her that she's got some work coming up somewhere? I can't remember where it was. But it's the EastEnders ex-actor Dean Gaffney, who thinks he's going to be going back there, attending a wild party with strippers. Kind of his level, actually, really. Gaffer's gaff. And it's just really a tragedy. The trouble is, he's so much of an idiot. It's a little bit difficult. He thinks he's going back to EastEnders. I don't think they could ever want him back. Associated with things like this, they wouldn't want to put him back on there, but he's a bit stupid. He's a bit simple. In April, he proudly posted a picture of his daughters, Charlotte and Chloe, during the isolation period. He wrote, "Family really is everything at this time." So they've contacted his agent to find out what he was doing at a party with loads of strippers, and the answer is, it's because he can. I mean, he's a 42-year-old. He was guest of honour. I mean, it's a bit sad, and you think EastEnders are going to take you back. Think again. Lady Gaga's in the paper. Said, do you know, I like Lady Gaga. I don't know anything about her, but I think she's quite good. And Michelle Keegan's dreams of living in a super mansion. It's not. It's very average where they are. Could drive her batty. They're knocking down a £1.3 million country house and creating a giant home in its place. It's not that big, believe you me. Animal experts want them to build bat and bird boxes to safeguard wildlife. They've also got to build trenches, take them out, which are a hazard to hedgehogs and other small mammals, which could drown in water at the bottom. They've also got to create hedgehog-friendly fences, and they can't disturb nearby nesting birds. Well, there you go then. That's kind of told them. That's what it is. You can't. The trouble is, you start messing around with some of these bylaws about bats and stuff like that, and you find yourself in an awful lot of trouble. Seriously, awful lot of trouble. It's Tuesday morning, 16th of June. We're racing through this month. Seriously, then we're into July, and then it's Christmas. I think that's the way it works. I can't remember, actually. Oh, no, we got bonfire night in the middle of it. Steve, did you hear Dave O'Brien mention you yesterday in his intro something about cheap socks, pants and Primark? He probably thought, was it, have you found it? Oh, they will find it. Apparently it was in his intro. Oh, I should be checking on that one very carefully. I've a good mind to move in next door to him, paint the house garish green and purple, and keep chickens or a rhinoceros in the back garden. That would amuse him, I think. Actually, what's happened? Is it the wife's going? Dave, there's a rhino in the back garden. Oh, that'll be Steve's from next door. Steve, I'm an Uber driver in Southsea, and it's mandatory for face masks, says Andy. For both riders and drivers from yesterday. Nobody will be getting in my car if they don't comply. Well, I agree. I thought it was the law. Somebody says, Steve, the queues for the shops were ridiculous. We're still going through a pandemic. Have people forgotten it, says Mina? Yes. Most of the people in the queue for Primark were not wearing face masks. They were not socially distancing. And the producer said that there were people on the bus yesterday who weren't wearing a face mask. Why were they on the bus? I'd love to be an inspector. Off the bus. Unless you've got a genuine reason for not having a mask, like there is some sort of major problem which exempts you from things like that. But no, far from that. No, you put a mask on. Also, listen, if all the other people can do it, you can do it as well. It's not difficult. Since lockdown, says Sarah, I've been streaming black and white films, especially those from the 40s, the 50s and the 60s. Betty Davis, such a great actress. The new films are just not the same. I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm inclined to agree that they are not the same. But that's the thing, isn't it? That you watch a film and you go, do you know, they don't make them like that anymore. which I quite like. Steve, I'm not big on Jack Nicholson either, but do watch Something's Gonna Give, where he plays with Diane Keaton. Paul Michael Glaser of Starsky and Hutch fame is also in it. A very touching film with a scene filmed in my favourite Paris bistro, Les Grands Colbert, says Chris and Chelsea. Oh, right. Well, there you go. Steve, do you remember that joke of a car, the Citroen 2CV? I used to buy them 20 years ago, 50 quid. Now they're going for 15,000. How did that happen? Well, they used to be known as, the Citroen 2CV was known as a skip with wheels. And but people used to make jokes about it. You see them all over France. That's what they were like all the time. Please do give your fig tree another chance. Yep, Citroen 2CV. There you go, skip. It was a skip with, with the heated rear windows. You kept your hands warm when you're pushing it. And they've used them all over the town. Some people tart them up and do them. I've never been in one. But I quite like the look of it. I mean, you're right, actually. Look, there's one here, which is £114.99, I'm assuming a month. And that's in stock. And that's, they're quite nice, aren't they? I mean, I see Thomas in something like that. That's your sort of, jazzy kind of car. The yellow one will look really good. Yeah, because you can't drive, can you, yet? It's a trouble, I don't know. Somebody said to me, why don't you buy him driving lessons? I don't know, we're not wasting money. The very idea that he's going to be out on the road at the same time that I could be is too frightening for words. It'd be like sort of watching somebody, we're coming up to the junction, go, brake, no! It could be terrible. There's a mother and daughter in the paper today, nothing new there. This is Chantel Humphreys and care worker daughter Isabel. The fact she's a care worker has got nothing to do with this story at all. They were in crop tops and ordered to leave a supermarket for being inappropriately dressed. The fact that they both got tattoos all over the place. Mother's got them all over her hands and everything like that. Chantel's been accused staff of being sexist during Sunday's confrontation. She said it was a boiling hot day. There was nothing wrong with what we were wearing. We queued up to get inside, walked past a staff member. She came and said we'd have to leave. She said what we were wearing was not allowed. I said that was ridiculous. Chantel said a manager who was a man agreed that we'd have to leave. He said it was a family store and what we were wearing wasn't appropriate. He said it's the same if a man came in with no top on. How could he compare the two? I felt totally embarrassed. Well, he shouldn't have felt embarrassed. I mean, surely you must be used to people sort of looking at you all the time. And what did James say? Oh, yeah, we got it now, have we? We've got the James thing. Oh, is it repeatable? You think it's okay? Okay, all right, here we go. This is what James O'Brien said yesterday.
What is it about Primark that gets people so hot? What is it about Primark that makes people so thirsty? Primark is a phenomenon on the British high streets. That I've been in Primark. I'm not completely stupid, and I've, like you, marvelled at the prices and wondered whether people actually do what Steve Allen, my friend and colleague, who I haven't seen for weeks, goodness I miss him, is reputed to do with his socks and throw them away every day so that you can wear a brand new pair the next morning. I come out the news thinking, what is it about Primark?
It's true, isn't it? I've not seen him for ages. I mean, he might have gone grey. Who knows? Who knows? I wonder how he's coping with his haircut. Gray? I mean, I haven't seen him for ages. In fact, somebody said to me he was back in the building the other day, and I thought, when am I going to see these people? I haven't seen loads of people for ages. I mean, they've probably forgotten me, I should imagine. I mean, luckily, I've started sending them in a plain brown envelope, photographs of me taken at one of my shows. And I'm going to be, sending out pictures like that to him as well. But no, it's not just socks on a daily basis, it's pants as well. Socks and pants on a daily basis. Funny, isn't it? Things that people get into. But he's right. It is. I went in there with Dale once. And he walked in and said, Steve, it's so cheap. He could happily spend money on clothes, but because he was on television, he got loads of his clothes for free. So at the end of each series, they'd give him all the clothes and he'd have loads of it. And then I'd be given it as well. So I've got rails of his stuff at home. Perhaps I should sell it, but not really. I wouldn't do anything like that. Steve, buy Corrie a three-wheeler Reliant because you can drive one of them without a full driving licence, says Mike. Corey's got a car. Thomas doesn't have a car, but unfortunately Thomas is sort of over 6 foot, so we're going to have to buy something that's 6'4". You 6'4"? Yeah. I got in my car the other day and then he banged me head on it because it was a different sort of vehicle. I'm used to a sort of a certain thing. Very annoying. Anyway, so what do we do with this mother and daughter? There's something embarrassing about people with tattoos all over the place. Anyway, everybody was looking at us. It was sexist to compare what we were wearing to a topless man and very insulting. My daughter's a care worker and works very long hours. That's got nothing to do with it. Don't bring that into it. What's it got to do with the fact? He said you were dressed inappropriately. To be honest with you, I don't see it. And but they vowed never to return to the Asda in Broadstairs. We'll have to find somewhere else then. Shouldn't imagine Asda are going to be sort of crying themselves to sleep anytime soon. I don't really see it. To be honest, they're wearing no less than anybody else wears. She's got a bra on. You can tell that because it's got the white straps, then it's got the green straps of her halter neck top. And the mother, I mean, apart from the dreadful tattoos all over the place, just looks like a normal top. I didn't know they had dress codes in the supermarkets. In which case, because yesterday the producer was wearing shorts, and on my programme I have and it's an unwritten rule, and it's no shorts. No shorts, because I'm always working on the assumption that maybe the Queen might turn up one day and I'd like to pop in and see Steve Allen show, and then she might sort of walk in and they're confronted by Thomas's little spindly legs. Even though he called himself yesterday an athlete, I think he was joking about it, and he was wearing what? What are you doing now? Sorry? They weren't short. They were just shorts. And it's the sort of thing, if you're on holiday in Bognor Regis or you're going to Blackpool for a week, then it's fine, but it's not appropriate on this programme. It's I would never wear shorts. Yeah. Actually, the funny thing is, when we were in our last building, they didn't want people to dress up. They encouraged people to turn up in shorts and stuff like that. Well, I've got the worst legs under the sun, and now they're burnt legs as well. So, I mean, I've got... Because Thomas was the first person who saw all my burns. He was the first person. He was the one who suggested, oh, my goodness, Steve, you should go to hospital. And it was in this very studio. That's the safe on air version. Really, it was a case of, beep, 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 beep. And I was funny because I was looking at the scars this morning and I was thinking, Thomas is the only one who's ever seen them. Because apparently he's a first aider. I think he says that, actually. Steve, the skip on wheels joke returned to the old Skoda. No, you can adapt it to anything like that, can't you? Any car. Bentleys, a whole lot of Bentleys. Steve, just coming through Teddington, my way to Twickenham. Where do you want the skip? Says Ian. Just leave it in the road. Donnie says, would you like a signed picture of me? Jane says, Thomas sounds nice. Oh, no, seriously. You wouldn't be interested. Wouldn't be interested. And Steve, with socks on photo, sent out in a plain brown envelope, says Russ at Carl Shelton. Ooh, matron. And Jacob says, do you throw pants daily too? Yep. Yeah, I don't know why. I can't remember when it started. It was such a long time ago. I've just got kind of used to it. That's why when somebody recommended some pants the other day, and we looked at the price, and they're at 30 quid a pair of pants. Now, I don't mind a fiver, but not £30 for a pair of pants. That was way too expensive. Although I've discovered there's quite a number of journalists who listen to this programme who also shop in Marks and Spencer's and get their pants there as well. It's like the one-stop shop if you're a certain age, because it's sort of between classy and being at the right price. because we're not particularly fashionistas. But we do have the news at 6 o'clock coming up very, very shortly. Then we take some more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Electric cars are going to be getting green number plates. One lady says, don't fly tip round my way. You're messing with the wrong person. Donald Trump's niece will publish a harrowing book about her uncle and the puppy trade of misery after Molly Mae Watson and her ghastly boyfriend bought their dog from Russia. Oh, we wouldn't do it again. Too late. Tuesday, the 16th of June, we're sort of getting to grips with the photo that we're sending you out, as this is the first time in months that the Groovy Gang have all been together on the same programme. It's been since 12th of March, since we've all been... This is the first day that we've all been back together. And so we're wearing our Groovy Gang T-shirts, and we've just done a... What have we done? Is it a Twitter photo? Yes, Twitter photo. Is it? Okay, right. This is where I can never find the blooming thing, I can tell you. And so it's a picture of all of us wearing our T-shirts. Look at us, honestly. The Groovy... Oh, it's backwards, isn't it? So we now got the Groovy Gang backwards. Have you noticed that? On the actual picture, for some reason, every single one of the T-shirts is reading backwards. Have you noticed? Well, how does that happen? Anyway, it does actually say the Groovy Gang. So we were standing just outside the studio, and that's good, isn't it? We're all there. You can see me. Don't think we'll be holding our stomach in again. And Thomas's haircut, and Corey's non-haircut. Am I getting a phone call? No. Why? You getting a phone call? Oh, it's probably your phone. Your phone's gone mad. So we've got that. That's our first picture in 12 weeks. No, more than 12 weeks now of us all together. Somebody says, Steve, a gentleman should only ever wear shorts on the beach or the tennis court. Yes, I agree with you. And then it was Donny who says, what about socks and sandals? Absolutely not. That's the biggest no-no in the entire universe. Definitely not socks and sandals. So you should find that. You should see that if you're plugged into our telephones. You can see us all there. We're all looking particular. The thing hanging round our neck, incidentally, Thomas wisely took his off, is our pass and our hand sanitizer as well. So that's where we've got. You got hand sanitizer as well, Corey, on your thing as well. Yeah, right. We've all got it. It's fantastic. So that's the picture today. We look a little bit like sort of, here we come, walking down the street. You get the funniest looks from everyone we meet. It's 7 minutes past 6. Now, I'm very confused by the Madeleine story, because the latest, which you just heard on the news, and it's on the... it's in most of the papers, front page of The Sun this morning. The prosecutors have written to Kate and Jerry McCann to tell them that Madeleine is dead. Now, if you remember, they did that to start with. They said, she's definitely dead. Then they retracted it the other day, and then they were now sure that she wasn't dead. Now, today they're back, and they've confirmed that she's dead. They say, and this is the clincher, that they have concrete evidence that their suspect killed her, but they can't yet reveal details. Hans Christian Wolters says, I know it would be a relief to the parents to know how she died, but it will hamper the investigation. And that's where it all gets very confusing. So they say they've got concrete evidence to prove that she's not alive. And they've written to the McCann. Now, this is obviously not what the McCanns want to hear. So the McCanns, quite rightly, have then gone back and said, but what is the evidence? And they've said, we cannot tell you, because it will hamper the investigation. They said that revealing the evidence too soon might damage the chances of him ever coming to trial. We have concrete evidence that our suspect has killed Madeleine. British police have been informed, but don't have all the evidence we have. The results of the investigation have been shared, but not every detail has been passed to Scotland Yard. And to be honest with you, they say, I don't think the McCanns have been informed of all the details, but they know the results. So your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. They may take the suspect back to Portugal for a reconstruction, but I think it's only if German police submit a request. Local legal expert Raul Pereira says the suspect could be flown to Portugal for the practice of judicial enactments that require him to be present. We've done it here in this country with people that if you remember, we've taken people up onto the moors before. And they say he believed the sex offender is a solid suspect, but convicting him would require a miracle. It would be the proof. It would be the proof, and that's why they're obviously not keen to say anything about it at all. But it takes a new twist to it. So they're now confirming, although that's what they've confirmed. Scotland Yard haven't come up with anything yet. Now, I'd be happier if we had somebody from Scotland Yard saying, yes, we also have seen the evidence and we can confirm that Madeleine McCann has died. So what the evidence is, I've got no idea. No idea. And somebody's writing about our picture saying, is it a new boy band? I quite like that one. A new boy band. And it's the fact that all the T-shirts are backwards that I can't get over. I don't quite understand that at all. Why would it be backwards? Never mind. But thank you, Ian. I was sort of inquiring as to whether or not it could be a boy band. And all sorts of people are... I have seen your response, actually. It says, nothing new about us. Is that the one, nothing new about us lot? Yeah. New boy band. Oh, look, it's historic as far as I'm concerned. So, socks and sandals, definitely not. Definitely not. It's just absolutely awful. And somebody says, loving the Groovy Gang picture. It's also now on display on the original Spikers Facebook group, as not all members are apparently on Twitter, says little Julie. I'm going to find out if we can turn the thing round so you can see. It says, all our T-shirts say, you probably think it's Chinese. It does say the Groovy Gang. It does say the Groovy Gang. So, Primarks, get set, go. And there you went. And there you went. The Isle of Many unlocked. The Isle of Man became the first place in the British Isles to end social distancing and reopen pubs. Up to 30 people can now gather outdoors, while 2 visitors can be invited into homes. Restaurants will open for indoor dining, and gyms can also restart. So that's the interesting thing is, but I don't know, have we got a date for when they think gyms are going to reopen again? We haven't got a date, have we? We haven't got a date. Some of my neighbours were selling gym equipment, and they had a steady stream of buyers for weights and stuff like that. But they've now decided to wind down that little operation because they say the gyms are going to be opening. But I hadn't got any confirmation yet as to when they're going to be opening these things. Now, I know in certain places they are, but I didn't think, excuse me, that we actually had confirmation. In the same way, we're still waiting for confirmation that the hairdressers are going to be opening. Polly says, I asked a council officer if I could have a skip outside my house. He said, you can have a bloody cartwheel for all I care. Thank you. Here all week. Seats at all prices. And Steve says, Martin, whilst on the way to work last night, a bus pulled up next to me in Preston. I looked into the bus and saw the bus driver to look at his 60s, no face mark and no screens whatsoever. It was shocking. I thought this was supposed to be law. I thought that they brought this in, and it's supposed to be that people on the buses are supposed to be wearing face masks. But if what happens if you're the bus driver, and there must be bus drivers listening. We've already heard from one this morning, and it's a case of, you know, I don't have a face mask. Why have you not got a face? You can't get on the bus without a face mask. Well, I'm not wearing one. Well, I'm not letting you on the bus. What they can do? Get out and start a fight? Of course not. Where do we find your picture, Steve? I'm on Twitter. I don't know what it comes as. Thomas will tell me. What does it come up? How do you find me on Twitter? Is it just Steve Allen Show? At Steve Allen Show. There you go. You will find it there. At Steve Allen Show. Easy peasy, as they say. I like the idea of all these different people. Don't we look groovy? And, yeah, we do, except all the T-shirts are around. Corey got those done. Corey got the T-shirts done, which was quite good, wasn't it? Oh, did you design... You've only put letters on. What do you mean you designed them? Is mine gold, and yours are yellow, or are we all gold? Are they all gold? Mine are gold. Yeah. Just want to make sure I got it right. Don't want to miss out on all these sort of things. So everybody was out the other day. Primark did the best. Primark did the best. They were very, very happy with that. Lisa Minot, the Sun Travel editor. I probably mispronounced your name incorrectly, Lisa. Minnow. Is it called Minnow? Oh, you being Lisa Minnow? Oh, okay. She says, don't Polax our camping holidays, because people love camping holidays. That was some of the best times when you were little. We didn't think it was a poor holiday. We just thought it's really cute and it's cool. We're actually going. on a camping holiday, or caravanning, anything like that. But they're determined to ruin everybody's happiness when we go on holiday. And we do like a holiday. I don't. Of course, I'm not a holiday kind of person. I wish I was, but I can't get excited about a holiday. I really can't. I wish there was something inside me that went, oh, have a holiday. But not for me at all, actually. Steve, a girl... Oh, so I'm talking to myself here, actually. It's a piece in the paper about a girl of 7 in agony for hours after she trod on a skewer left after a beach barbecue. Ooh. Oh, my goodness me. She had to wait for an hour for the ambulance with the skewer still in place. It was finally removed after 4 hours. And her mum said, can beachgoers collect and bin their rubbish? God, that'll be the miracle, won't it? What, people actually taking their rubbish away in this country? I don't think so. There's a lovely piece in one of the papers talking about the woman who confronted the fly tippers. And she said, don't fly tip round here, I'm watching you. They put it all back in their vehicle and off they went, claiming it wasn't theirs. But they have a photograph in the paper, and they must be fairly sort of good. Tony says the WVRS ladies did a nude calendar for charity. You and your team could do one for Make Some Noise. Don't somehow think that's going to be going down particularly well with the team. No. Thomas has emphatically said no. Corey's thinking on the idea. And how much do we sell the calendars for? What, a nude calendar of us? From say me. I don't know. A nude calendar of us. And then we could have different things happening on different months, couldn't we? Until it gets to Christmas, then we could be standing there with a piece of holly in the appropriate place. 12 ways to kill Thomas. Or you could do all sorts of things. And then we could have autumn, all the leaves are blown away, and there's Thomas standing there with his little hands in front of him. You know? No, okay, well, that one's gone out the window. Steve, love the photo, the boys are lovely. Can we hear them? No, you can't. Love the photo, Steve, the boy... Oh, we've just done that one. Were you in the queue for Primark after the show yesterday? No. I've only ever been in Primark once. About the opening of the high street. I mean, yesterday was manic. I wonder if today will be the same. I mean, shoppers were on the loose, all the papers have said, but where was this social distancing and where were the face masks? Answer, neither. Absolutely neither. It was just people, because they're worried if there was a 6-foot gap, I mean, the thing could have run for miles. Absolutely run for miles. Also, swimming pool and hot tub sales have soared since lockdown. I don't know where you put all these blooming things. Has everybody got big enough gardens you put swimming pools in? Or do they mean, as Luke had, like a paddling pool thing to just keep your feet a little bit cooler in the weather? Plus, intelligent alien civilizations could exist. Don't get too excited, please. On as many as 36 planets within the Milky Way, researchers made the prediction based on the possibility of life developing on other worlds in a similar way to how it did on Earth, which took 4.5 billion years. Okay, they said the number of civilizations we can detect depends on how long they exist while actively sending out signals into space, such as radio transmissions from satellites and TV. So what they're saying is there could be something else out there, but it's not what you see on the newsreels and on the big screen and the cinema. It's not going to be do, and then some huge thing comes up from behind the mountain, or it's not going to be, something that's going to do us harm. That doesn't exist at all. Even though the argument has always been, well, it's so big out there, you would never know. There has to be something. I mean, but if you're looking at something, it could be... I forget what they were saying, actually. They say the average distance to any intelligent alien civilizations could be 17,000 light years away, making detection and communication difficult. For that read, impossible. 17,000 light years away. You can imagine. I mean, it does make... I mean, it's very interesting, isn't it, to think that you could have something as big as the Starship Enterprise. I quite fancy that idea. I think that's a brilliant idea. We'll have one of those floating around in the ether. Thank you very much indeed. But I just don't think it's ever going to happen. But the big argument for those people who want to believe in things like that is that because the universe is infinite, it just goes forever and ever and ever, there's got to be something else out there. Why they think that, I've got no idea. Uber's given 757,000 rides to NHS workers in the UK and helped over 1.5 million people needing to get somewhere during the time of crisis. They're also, if you don't put a mask on, not going to take you anywhere, and they'll cancel your account. So be warned. Be warned. They don't take kindly to that. You should, if you're getting into a taxi, you should be wearing a mask. Just to protect the driver. As opposed to, because we don't know anything, do we? I'd hate this to come back and bite us. On the bottom. Steve, you're certainly the best looking of the three. I'm certainly the oldest of the three. Even if you add the two of them together, they don't come up to my age, which is very embarrassing. And Steve, I wonder why the family of the little girl with the skewer in her foot didn't take her to A&E. She didn't need an ambulance. Well, she was on a beach. And they obviously decided that, it makes me cringe. I did it years and years ago. We were in school in Hong Kong. I can remember the school vividly, and for some reason, I put my thumb down on the desk, and it went straight through a drawing pin. I had a drawing pin that was stuck into my thumb, and I remember it to this day, because it still makes me cringe. Steve, I was on 3 buses yesterday. There were a lot of people without face coverings, says Kevin in Edgware. Even the 3 bus drivers had no face masks. When I changed buses at Brent Cross Shopping Centre, there were guys from TfL to stop people getting on the buses without masks, but they still let people get on without them. As you say, it'll never work. Well, it won't. You can't. I mean, there are millions of people who take transport every day. They couldn't stop it on the underground yesterday and the overground trains. I saw somebody sitting by a bus stop. They had a mask, but they weren't wearing it. They were holding it. I suppose that's going to be enough now, isn't it? You just sort of go, oh, I do have a mask, put it on. They obviously, they gave out, apparently, 7,000 face masks at Brixton Tube. Nobody on the bus has face masks on. It's so overcrowded, says Sue-Ann. I don't know. Tom says, Steve, captain of the Groovy Gang and Spikers, I love the T-shirts. Yes, we love them too. Designed by Thomas, apparently, and put together by Corey. That's what he said. He said that. He said that. He did say that. He said they were designed by him. Is that not true? Is that not true? Is he telling fibs? Oh, dear. Oh, that's not nice, is it? It's going to be a fight next door. It's going to be a fight. It's a bad friend. Well, he's not a friend. No, you're mistaken. I've explained this thing to you before. Just because we all work together, we're not friends. Yeah, he's your boss. No, you're not. I'm your boss. No, you're not. He's the same as you now. He is so. He's the same as you. Admittedly, he isn't Scottish, but he's exactly the same as you. He can ask you to do things and tell you, like go make coffee for everybody out there. He can tell you to do that now. But of course, I can say, go make coffee for all those people out there, and you have to do it because I'm in charge. Because I'm Chief Groovy Gang member. We union. No, the one thing we're not is unionised. See, black cabs have been giving free rides to the NHS since March. Thank you. Steve, check your Twitter feed. I've sorted your picture out. It's the right way round now. Well, mind you, we had some trouble with it because it was taken... Did you take it on my phone or did you take it on your phone? Thomas was trying to do so, whatever it was. It wasn't very good. But glad you're all back together again. Could you please wish Tracy a very happy 60th birthday? Crikey. A 60th birthday. That's amazing. Oh, and I've lost this thing. I had an email that came in yesterday, actually. In fact, quite a few came in yesterday. I was trying to sort of sort through them as quickly as possible. And it's from Little Julie, who says, you mentioned Chantel from Big Brother, who was spotted. Do you remember the story? Spotted in a Chinese takeaway with her photographer, who got out of the car with her. She posed inside the Chinese takeaway. He took a picture. They both walk out, get back into the car. Well, that listener who was there at the time was Tracy in Billericay, an original Facebook Spiker member and good friend. You've met her a few times at various lunches and get-togethers. Well, today she celebrates a very big birthday. So wish her a great day from me, Michelle, Joe and Winnie. So happy birthday, Tracy. Yes, I remember that when she wrote in and said she was in the Chinese takeaway and she saw Chantel getting out of the car and going in there with a photographer to take a picture, which then appeared in the paper. Because I said, oh, this is a setup. And she said, it sure was. It sure was. Also, I still think this has got to be the best email of the day from Mike. Yesterday was fantastic and such a relief after 3 months of queuing outside Tesco, Sainsbury's, Asda and Waitrose. I was also able to queue outside Debenhams, Primark, the Boot Locker and JB Sports. Great stuff. Not. It's this queuing. This insane thing that the Brits do. We queue. Don't have to queue in churches. They're open for prayer, with the clergy wearing visors inside, and you'll be socially distancing because they've removed half the seating. And so you'll be sitting nowhere near anybody, which I think is absolutely amazing and is very, very good indeed. What is it? Mr. Motivator in all the papers today. And also, an amateur astronomer has got a picture, it's in most of the papers today, capturing the shot of the International Space Station as it moves in front of the sun. Seriously, it's almost as if somebody's painted it on there. Very, very clever. Very, very clever. The Daredevil in a record wire walk over an active volcano. You'll look at the picture and go, that volcano's actually spouting, steam and throwing stuff in. Yep, and he walked over nothing on Earth. I've got a film, actually, I watched the other day, and it's called Trapeze, and it's about a circus. It's got loads of famous people on it, and it's a really lovely thing. I love stuff like that. I really do. Lonely smokers, that could be you, struggling to sniff out the habit. Very difficult, very difficult. If you've got a habit with cigarettes, then this isn't helping at all. Pete from Retford says, if there are aliens, Steve, and they visit, well, they have to be quarantined for 14 days. They would thoroughly ruin the invasion of Earth. Yes. I mean, that would be quite funny, wouldn't it? Because, in theory, if they're so intelligent, they will actually know about quarantine anyway. Whereas most of us in this country haven't got the faintest idea, really. Scientists claim there is no evidence for a 2-metre rule. I don't know where it came from, actually. But we're all doing it. Lockdown a disaster for society, says William Hague, writing in the Telegraph. And face coverings will become the new norm for an Easter year. Sadiq Khan has said. He was talking on LBC the other day, and he said, and I said that as well. I said, you're going to be wearing these for a long time, but it doesn't bother me. I don't mind wearing a face mask. Listen, if it's going to protect you and make sure that you live, definitely, I'm going there. I'm going on that one. Wear a face mask. Nobody's ever gone, oh, you look ridiculous wearing a face mask, because it's a case of you're the sensible person. Also, The Times running a piece on, has your hairdresser visited yet? No, but quite a number of them are. And millions of pupils are doing no work. No, their parents have got no control over them whatsoever. Can't stop them smoking or having sex. So why on earth you think that you would be able to actually make them do, some homework? It's almost laughing. A few more John Lewis's in online. But once, as she said, people have got over the excitement. And there's obviously some sort of excitement to do with this. And they've started bringing all that in again. Eventually, we're just going to go, oh, why do you want to go out shopping? But some people obviously wanted to stand there all night queuing. There's nothing on earth would get me queuing all night. But, you live and learn, don't you? Also, more stories in the papers about... there's a computer whiz kid, born in London, died in Italy when he was only 15, is close to becoming a saint. A saint? I didn't know they did it like that. The Madeleine story is running in all the papers today. The German police have written to them saying she's definitely not alive, and they know how it happened. Now, whether or not they know it happened because they've got some sort of evidence that they're not sharing with us, or whether or not they're just sort of clutching at straws because the person who they believe perpetrated the crime is currently in prison at the moment, and he's saying, well, go on, tell me what you got. And I'm not sure. They won't tell the McCanns anything, the German police. I'm not sure they've told New Scotland Yard either. And the reason being is they think it could jeopardise the chance of getting this person into court. So, our hands are tied. It's as much a guess from them as it is to you. Steve, why can't you go to a restaurant or bar, but you've been able to take an Uber since the beginning of lockdown? Yeah, well, have you seen all the pictures when they've got places abroad and on holiday? They've had table dividers, they've had sort of blow-up canoes and all sorts of bizarre things to try and separate people. Yeah, in Sweden, they didn't really care about anything. They just carried on. They just carried on doing it, and it sort of backfired a little bit. Steve, Mr. Moyles is talking about you. Did I miss a joke this morning about teaching a 4-year-old Spanish? Did I miss that joke? I didn't think we missed it. That was the por favor. No, I thought we actually got that quite well. Was it supposed to be a joke? Everybody's sending it in to me now saying, oh, this is it. Steve, wearing a face mask looks and feels ridiculous, but we're battling with a ridiculous and nasty killer virus, says Greg. I agree with you. Listen, who cares whether you look ridiculous? It's like, in the winter, you put on a silly hat because it keeps your head warm. Does it matter if, put it this way, I can look at other people and go, well, I'm warm as toast You're not. So wearing a face mask, because everybody's wearing them, well, I hope they're all wearing them, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I couldn't care less, actually. I really can call it. Oh, Chris says, Mr. Moyles, the cheeky chap, he's been doing impressions of you on his show. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous, honestly. And I was going to offer him some strawberries this morning. Not going to bother now. I'm going to sell them. I might offer him strawberries. I might. I don't know. Not if he's taking the mickey. So unlike him, isn't it? So unlike him. Anyway, more for what we're doing in a moment. We'll run through the front pages of the papers. Also, the football are putting the Tories on the defensive over the axing of free school meals. Have you seen how much footballers earn? Could it not be that they could actually fork out for some meals for school pupils? It's all tax deductible, I'm quite sure. Quite sure. And another one here. The Mirror, because it's Royal Ascot, the essential pullout. Although how they're going to manage it, I've got no idea. I think they'll just run the races as per normal. There just won't be anybody in the stands. And Marcus Rashford has vowed to fight on after Boris Johnson refused his plea to give 200,000 vulnerable children free school meals this summer. Is this when they're at school or when they're not at school? I don't understand, because if you qualify for it, they wouldn't get them in the school holidays anyway. Wouldn't be making any difference at all, I don't think. SAS Ant sorry for his attack on Black Lives Matter. He basically called them scum. He's deleted it now. I mean, do you think he was drunk or something? Why on earth would you write something like that? Why would you write that? I'm Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning with breakfast. A lot of people inquiring about our picture and where you can see it. You'll find us on @SteveAllenShow. Is it Twitter? Is that that's Twitter. Thank you very much indeed. I can never remember what these things are. Even though you'll notice, you'll probably have to do it yourself on your own phone, that all our T-shirts are reading backwards, but it does say the Groovy Gang. Channel 4 star Ant Middleton has apologised for calling Black Lives Matter absolute scum. He equated the protest group to the far-right English Defence League in a now deleted tweet, which was passed to the Mirror. The TV hard man had said the extreme left against the extreme right. When did two wrongs make a right? It was only a matter of time. BLM and EDL are not welcome on our streets. Absolute scum. Last night, he said, on Saturday night, I made comments about the violence breaking out across our streets. While I remain dismayed at the actions, I'm horrified to realise that my wording could be misconstrued. No, I kind of understood that. I did not mean to say the BLM are scum or to imply that BLM and the ADL are equivalent. So, he says, when did two wrongs make a right? It was only a matter of time. BLM and EDL are not welcome on our streets. Absolute scum. No, I don't think I've misinterpreted that at all. But he says, I despise that. I accept that my tweet was inappropriate and offensive. Would like to apologise. He said, I'm anti-racist and hate and anti-violence. Perhaps you'd had a drink. Or failing that, you weren't bright enough. Who knows? He says, Prussia will now build on Channel 4 to discipline after it set out a new and clear commitment to be an anti-racist organisation. Channel 4, strange enough, did not comment. They always do that, don't they? People sort of do things, and then nothing ever comes of it afterwards, which is a shame. So it's Ascot today, so you can wear your hat, but you can't go anywhere. You can just sort of sit in the sitting room, I suppose. Also, hitting the high street, some people with masks. They actually managed to find some. Unfortunately, not all the people queuing outside Primark. I mean, you hardly saw anybody wearing a mask, and there was no social distancing. But then, a lot of the experts have said we don't need to worry about this social distancing. Yeah, and also on the buses. It's a case of not everybody's wearing a mask. You should be wearing a mask. I mean, for your own safety, if you've got half a brain cell. That would be the kind of thing here. Selfridges offered a new vision of shopping when it reopened. Goods were sanitised after customers tried them and distancing was observed. And they also said, if you want to try shoes on, they've got little pop sock things that you put those on, then you can put your feet in. You watch, somebody will be peculiar about the whole thing, because you have to try shoes on. If you buy shoes, we all know what size we are, but you do need to try them. And you need to actually, sort of make sure that they're comfy, because you've got to walk in the blooming things. The Sun are doing Maddie the Saddest Letter. This is the one from the prosecutor, Hans Christian Wolter. And he says, I know it will be a relief to the parents to know how she died. Well, they're not going to take your word for it. I hate to break it to you, but, somebody writing to them, no matter who they are, saying, oh, by the way, I'm sure that you would like to know how your daughter died. They don't think she's dead. They don't think she's dead. They want to, where is this evidence? What is the concrete evidence that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that she's lost her life? Because so far the police don't have it, the McCanns don't have it. Clarence, their spokesman for the family, he doesn't have anything at all. The only person who has it is the German prosecutor, and he said that he's not going to release it because otherwise it would spoil a prosecution. So you'll write to them and just sort of basically go, oh, she's definitely dead. Well, what is the proof? What is the proof? I mean, I'd rather he'd not said anything. Would make it an awful lot easier. It just means it's going to upset loads of people. And the Maddie suspect is now refusing to talk. Front of the Daily Star today, British scientists reckon dozens of intelligent alien races have developed in our own galaxy, even though the nearest one's about 17,000 light years away. I don't know what a light year is, but I've seen the Starship Enterprise. I don't know, good. That's an old whack, isn't it? Obviously no speed restrictions up there in space. Hogwash staff are mutinying at JK's publishers over the trans row. And as Little John says, if hordes of shoppers are free to mob Primark, why can't they go back to work? Why can't they afford masks? I suppose that's why they're shopping in Primark, because it's cheap. And a minister admitted last night he knew he was saving a Tory donor tens of millions of pounds in approving a £1 billion property scheme. It is like Yes Prime Minister come to life, isn't it? It really is. The more you see Yes Prime Minister, the more you realise it actually is going on in our time. Trapeze was Burt Lancaster, Tony Curtis, Gina Lollobrigida. Brilliant film. Lancaster was the trapeze artist before becoming a film star, says Duncan and Hamtop. Really? Well, I never knew. Told me something I knew. Didn't know. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. The Daily Express today, while I'll never live with a man again. Oh, it's not H from Steps, is it? No, it's not. It's an agent. It's an agent. And she's got a doggy. Shoppers on the loose. It's the picture that appears all over the place. People queuing as England reopens. Partly, it's not all open. And there's loads of people here. Long lines of shoppers. Top shop in Oxford Street. But there were still far fewer people out there. Because, to be honest with you, why would you want to stand next to somebody who might have the coronavirus and you don't know? That's what would worry me. Also, the secrets of the lockdown hairdressers. That's all we're waiting for, isn't it? We just want the hairdresser. We don't care about anything else. Just give us the hairdressers back. Open the pubs again, so that and just tell us that Christmas is going to be happening this year. Because I've got this horrible feeling that we're not going to get the pantomimes, which we were hoping we were going to get. But you will hear it first on LBC. We've got a hotline in to one of the biggest pantomime companies, and I just want to make sure that they know that we would like to buy tickets to the pantomime, but they need a good 6 months to get everything ready. You just cannot sort of say, oh right, let's just open up the theatre and everything, and it's all going to be fine, because it's not all going to be fine. Steve, maybe Primark should start selling masks. They probably might. I don't know, actually. I thought that'd be a good seller, wouldn't it? A light year is the distance you would travel in 1 year if you were travelling at the speed of light, so pretty far, says Alan. So 17,000 light years is a long way. I mean, you'd be dead by the time you got there, wouldn't you? It'd be a bit pointless. You don't stay alive. 17,000 light years. I mean, how many of us are going to live to that? Nobody. Zero. So it doesn't make any difference where it is, because you're never going to find it. They're going to go, oh, well, perhaps if we went faster. No, you're going to be dead. I promise you. 17,000 light years. That's the distance you would travel in 1 year if you were travelling at the speed of light. Still none the wiser with it. Royal Ascot, the 4-page full-out. They're determined to do it, aren't they? They're determined to sort of get you going into the betting shops. The warning that many pubs and restaurants could go out of business unless the government fast-tracks them in. And what about gyms? I'm still waiting to hear from gyms. I want to know whether or not gyms are going to be opening anytime soon, because at the moment it's all a bit up in the air. They don't seem to have given us anything concrete on that. Presumably gyms will open at the same time that pubs open. That would be the thing, wouldn't it? That'd be the thing to hear about. In fact, that's the thing we definitely want to hear about. Sadly, just about it for this morning. I think we've roughly been through the papers. It's the Maddie McCann story and the story of all the people shopping yesterday, which will probably continue on today. I would think that was very, 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 very likely that there will be people queuing today to try and get into into Primark and other shops which might slowly but surely be coming online. That's the only way we can describe it. But if you don't have to go out, don't bother going out. There's no rush for it. They're still going to be here, hopefully. Although Travis Perkins are closing a lot of their branches, aren't they? They're the builders merchants. Planks of wood and bricks and all sorts of bits and pieces like that. They've announced that a lot of their branches are going to be closing down, with a loss of, could be a fair number of jobs there, because we have a Travis Perkins in Twickenham, but it's fairly big. Whether it survives, I've got no idea. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Joe Wicks puts a halt to his daily PE lessons. Goodness, where will he get all the publicity from now? Victoria Beckham reopens her London store to the sound of crickets and tumbleweed. I mean, poor old Victoria Beckham. I mean, what's going to happen there? I mean, even in this day and age, they're not going to be queuing round the block for Victoria Beckham. Peter Andre says he's not afraid to strip off for a calendar shoot. Sorry, I'm going to be sick. Doomsday calendars, maybe. I mean, really, don't say that to people, Peter. It's very unnecessary. Thing there, and in the end, the girl, she kept bringing different people over, and they kept saying, "I'm sorry, that's the company policy. You need to bring the receipt with you. We can't just. How do we know you bought it? You might have shoplifted it." But they don't say that. But that's obviously their idea, because years and years ago, you could walk into M&S and you could pick something, you could shoplift it, put it in your bag, go to a counter and go, "Sorry, I bought this yesterday, I haven't got my receipt," and they'd give you your money back. It was the biggest fiddle going. There was one woman, she was a professional Marks and Spencer shopper and shoplifter. That's what she did. She shoplifted because she looked the part. She looked a bit, if somebody turns up and they're dirty and the smell and all that kind of thing, you're not going to go, "You're a Marks and Spencer's customer," because they're not. And this was a smartly dressed middle-aged woman, hair always nicely done, earrings, nice makeup done, to say, "I'm sorry, it just didn't suit." And what she'd do, she'd pick up a coat, 103 quid, she'd put a little bit of lipstick on the collar and stick a couple of bus tickets in the pocket. And they would then assume that, of course, she had worn it, so it was hers. But, of course, she hadn't. They knew her. They were looking out for her on the cameras. There she is. There she is. But they couldn't actually catch the moment that she shoplifted the item, and she would just stand in queue and they'd give the money back. Now they don't do that. Now they want to see the receipt, because you could have shoplifted. Loads of people shoplift. And we were standing there for ages with this woman, and the people behind the counter weren't having anything to do with it. They said, "Really? No, I'm sorry, that's company policy." And she said, "Well, I'll have to go to Kingston." And they said, "Well, you can go to Kingston, but I promise you it's company policy. You'll have exactly the same there. They're not going to give you your money back." Simple as that. I mean, how do we know? It'd be like me turning up with a bra in one hand and a pair of knickers in the other. And going, "I bought these the other day, and to be honest with you, I'm trans and they don't suit." Because they couldn't say anything. But on the other hand, if I didn't have the receipt, they don't have to change anything, which is good. Shane said, "I wish I had Corey's head of hair, a great photo of the Groovy Gang." You don't want his hair, believe you me, you don't want his hair. Every time you say that, he cannot resist the temptation to look at his reflection in the glass. Should we sell your hair? Your hair's not long enough for hair extensions. It's really not. Yes. But every time you mention it, he can't resist looking at the reflection of himself in the mirror. A friend of mine the other day noticed the picture and wrote to me halfway through the day and went, "Who is that bloke at the front of the picture?" I said, "Me." And he said, "No, the one in front of you." I said, "Oh, that's Thomas." He said, "Where's he from?" And I said, "Aberdeen, I think." And not really knowing all the answers to the questions, he said, "I could take him on a trip around the world." I said, "He doesn't want to go around the world. He's more than happy to come to Leicester Square." But loads of compliments, nothing for Corey, sadly. Not even wig manufacturers. But, I mean, we're all there. I think what Corey should have done is leant to one side. I could have leant to the other side. But and for fairness, though, another person thought Thomas looked like a hooligan, which I thought was a little bit that was a bit unfair, wasn't it? You don't look like a hooligan at all. And it's because of the haircut you do look slightly suspect. 7 people liked the comments. People that we know, which is even worse. But everybody very happy with the picture yesterday. Thank you very much indeed. The Queen's Armchair Ascot, which they did. Also, the BBC to run even more old repeats. Oh, Godfathers. Surely not more. Also, the McCanns now say they've had no letter claiming that Maddie is dead. So this was the German prosecutor who said that they've got the letter, and then the McCanns claim they've never received the letter, but they didn't say that. That seemed to come from their spokesman. It's all spokespeople going backwards and forwards. I don't know where I am with the story. I really don't. Bob dies. Bob died. Remember a cat called Bob? The one who sat on his shoulder, and they used to, go around London and everything else. Came in here as well, and because they made a film about Bob the cat and about the whole story, and it was lovely. And Bob came in. Corey very upset about that, because it's a case of he loved Bob, and but we did find out that Bob was in fact 72. He was 14 in cat years, which is about 72 in our world. 14, 72 cat years. I mean, he had a good innings, didn't he? But no, we're not allowed to mention it. Corey gets a bit upset, which is and he said, "Oh, did he come in here?" And I went, "Yeah." He got quite excited by the fact that the cat came in the studio, which is lovely. Steve, recently you talked about buying the boys drones. Do they have to go far outside London to fly them? No, you can fly them. We can fly them anywhere, because it comes down to how much does the drone weigh, and these are little tiny drones, which, you could fly. They've got lights on. They're not going to disrupt anything because they don't go that high. And I bought another one which has got 4 engines on it, which is lovely, and it's also got a camera which moves up and down and sideways, and that one you can also use without a license because of the weight of it. So we have restrictions, but this one, and it was only £100, and I bought it. It's still in the box. I'm going to end up probably giving it to my godchildren, because they've got 6 acres to play in, so they can't lose the blooming thing. But you can see where it goes, and it sends pictures back to your telephone, which is a good idea, isn't it? You're going to get it out, aren't you? Oh, right. Sorry. Why are you looking at me like that? The drone, yeah. It broke. How did it break? What do you mean you don't know? Of course you know how it broke. You trod on it. You trod on it, didn't you? You absolutely trod on it, you peasant. You stood on it. I might have a spare in the car. No, I've got loads. Seriously, I did buy a load. But we're back on the biscuits, are we? I can't believe you... that yesterday. I can't believe you trod on a drone. That's all. Mind you, my one, the plastic has got bent on it and it doesn't fly as it should. It flies in a bit of a haphazard way, which is basically up and crashes straight down again. It's obviously got to be perfect for it to fly, but very nice. So that's why Thomas in Edinburgh, it's okay. Gene says, is Warren okay in his computer problems? Not heard from him for a while. We're a little bit concerned. Well, I always get, every time he goes, oh, it's just all gone wrong again. He gets very worried, when he's been on the computer for hours and hours and hours, and it's just, I don't know, I've just kind of lost the will to live with it, frankly. Because I go on the computer, and I went on yesterday, and what was I looking for? I can't remember. I was looking for something in particular, and it must have been on Amazon, because I think I ordered something, and then a box set arrived yesterday of Maggie and Her. And what was the other one? No. And so I'm looking forward to watching that when I get home. And then I'm hoping to go and pick up my car today. Hoping. That would be nice. But sometimes they say, but I'm not bothered. I mean, as I say, I've got a car to drive around in. Not that I'm driving around at all. I'm not going anywhere. I went up to a garden centre the other day. I was looking for a couple. I didn't see what I wanted. So I think we might have actually reached it. But it tipped it down, didn't it, again? And what's it going to do today? Tip it down again. That's all we seem to end up with is rain, blooming rain. And it drives me mad. And I didn't realise your replacement car was a Jag. You can't complain about anything. It's just a Jag. Listen, oh, God, honestly. They always sort of criticise me. They say, you don't appreciate what you've got. Yeah, but for years I've suffered with a Cinquecento. And you can imagine trying to get me in a Cinquecento. I mean, there's no room. And it's manual. This car I got at the moment, the Jag, is automatic. But I haven't quite fathomed out how all the lights work and everything else. Whereas mine, on the computer, it tells you, if you've got a tyre that's gone down a little bit, or, this bulb's gone or something, or how are you feeling today, Steve? It always talks to me and sort of, yeah, I'm only in a Jag. Yeah, I'll take a picture of it and send it. It's in a pale blue. Like a sky blue. So it kind of stands out a little bit. You get people looking at it, and I'm sort of thinking, oh, God, I hope they don't know it's me. I don't want to suffer with this. I mean, admittedly, it's quite... They obviously... Oh, leave Steve with it. He's obviously quite happy. and but I'm not really, no. I just want mine back. After you've not, because when I get back in mine's like driving a tank. So you get into it and you can spread yourself out all over the place. Yeah. I'm complaining about a Jag. I know, I didn't think it was positive. It's like, I said yesterday, I nearly bought some of those jubblies to put in the freezer so I could have a jubbly, after I've had something to eat. And then I thought, no, it's just sugar, isn't it? What, are you mad, Stephen? And the answer is yes, absolutely. And Corey looks fit. That's what somebody said, you look fit. He so doesn't, believe you me. I mean, I wish I could tell you that he looked fit, but he doesn't. He just doesn't. No, he's not. Yes, he's passable. You would keep going, wouldn't you? You wouldn't stop. I've looked at your Groovy Gang photo, Steve. Love it. You're all looking well. You've definitely lost some weight. I don't think I have, actually. Jason says, do you remember the Cuckoo Waltz? Of course, with Diane Keane and Lewis Collins. Yes. I liked the Cuckoo Waltz. I didn't buy it as a box set. And, Steve, what actually are Warren's computer problems? It crashes. That's what happens to it. It crashes. And, he sometimes finishes the night and he goes, oh, this bloody computer. Yesterday, though, my computer, when I wake up of an evening time, first of all, I had to do two things yesterday. Firstly, have a cup of tea, coffee, which gets me going and sort of boosts the energy levels. And I had some water as well, a little bit of cold water, because I've started putting water in the fridge, and I don't normally do that. I normally drink, lukewarm, room temperature water, because apparently it's supposed to be better for you. But I shoved a couple of bottles of water in the fridge the other day, and that was actually quite nice. So I had that, and I knew I had to water the hanging baskets. But the first thing I do is go to the computer and click on and check my emails. Well, I couldn't sign on. I couldn't sign on at all. I was trying desperately. I was saying, perhaps I need to turn the computer off and then reboot the system, which is the thing that sorts it out for me straight away. But I couldn't get it going at all. When I came in here, they said, there'd been problems on the computer. I felt so much better because up until then I was driving myself absolutely stark staring mad. Johnny says, come down to God's own country of Eastbourne today and I'll give you a spin in the Suzuki Splash. Dean says, very stormy night in Blackpool. Now the seagulls and the birds are very noisy. And then, Jane thinks Thomas looks sweet in the photo of the Groovy Gang. Oh, he's really not. Seriously, I have to work with these people. I'm not, I'm not trying in any way to defend them, but it's just that sweet would never be something that would describe either of the boys. It's just young would be a thing that describes the boys. Your sweet tooth, yeah. He's saved his biscuits from yesterday. He had a little packet of ginger nuts. I think that's what he said. And he's still going through them today. He's saved the packet. It's something he's never done before. Normally, if they're there, he just eats the whole lot of them. And that's it. But he actually saved some of them to keep him going, which is lovely, isn't it? I'm not surprised you've lost weight. I mean, you've not been on this programme, and this is the feeding programme. Has he given you some of his little dimes? Oh, do you not like dimes? Oh, really? Oh, I thought you liked those. He loves them. Oh, he's giving... Oh, right, swappy put. Now, you have to try those grapes, because I don't know what those are like. It's the first time I've seen them. They're not... Are they nice grapes? What are they called? Victoria. Oh, right, from the Lambruzzo region. Oh, right. I've never had them. I only saw them the other day. Steve, Cornetto or Magnum, says Donnet. Cornetto. Every time Cornetto. Every time. There's not even a discussion on it. Shane says, I'm having meat pie and chips for lunch. Well, that sounds quite nice. I could eat a meat pie and chips. Can you eat a meat pie and chips? Yeah, no, you shouldn't, but it sounds lovely, doesn't it? I might have Kentucky Fried Chicken today. No. Why not? I haven't had it for months. Ages and ages. Just a little treat. I buy a party barrel. Then I can bring some in tomorrow if I've got any left. And then you could heat it up. You could heat it up in the microwave. Ron says, sorry, but no Jag can compare to your own car, and with the exception of a Phantom, nothing else comes close. Yes, I'm used to the space. I'm used to the space in the... That's the only reason. I'm not knocking a Jaguar in any way, shape or form, because I was quite excited when they said, oh, you've got the Jag. And I went, really? Because I don't normally get a Jag. It's all automatic and it does this and bells and whistles. But, can't wait to get mine back because you can spread yourself out in it. It's just... And it goes like a rocket. You touch the accelerator, straight through. A poster advertising voyages on the Titanic It's coming up for sale. Somebody's been very canny and looked after it. It's worth about 30,000 quid. 30,000 quid. Also, Rhiannon Sugden's in the paper today. Remember the dreary one? Oh, here's Rhiannon Sugden. What does she do? Oh, so she gets her boobs out, again. And she's complaining. There's a series about, the Page 3 girls who feel that they've been, done over by people, and she's claiming that the thing with Vernon Kay ruined her career. I, of course, laughingly chortled to myself, thinking, "Oh, that's a career, is it nowadays?" And she says, every time I see him or hear him, I hate him, and all the rest of it. And I'm thinking, to be honest with you, the worst thing he ever did was text you anything at all, because you've milked it ever since. In fact, really, Rhiannon, if you had half a brain cell, you'd know that were it not for Vernon Kay, nobody would have heard of you. You seriously would have sunk without trace. It's a case of, you always bite the hand that feeds. And unfortunately, he was your hand that fed, and you decided to bite it, but that's it. That's your career, isn't it? That's what it is. And who was it who said that? It was Shilpa Shetty. She said it to Jade Goody in the house. Jade Goody was going, she was foul-mouthed. And Shilpa, who never swore once in it, went, "And this is you. This is you. This is all you can do. You turn up on these sort of programmes." And that's when Jade Goody lost it completely and called her every name under the sun, the Shilpa Popadoma, the whole racist thing with the two other people, Joe O'Meara and the other person on there who's totally, disappear completely. But it was Shilpa Shetty going, "And this is all you've aspired to. This is you." And, of course, Jade didn't like that. She was a foul-mouthed old bag at the best of times, or the worst of times. But then it all sort of came back, because then, Jade started getting hate mail. When she came out of the house, I remember seeing it. It was on the television a short while ago. They were showing old clips. And Davina was saying, "You're probably wondering why we've taken you out of the house and there's no crowd here. And it's because of what you were saying in the house." And Jade Goody was going, "Well, I don't know what that's all about." They go, "That's why they took her out of the house. There was nothing. There was nobody there. In fact, I remember Davina had to walk up the stairs and said, come down. There is no audience. I'll tell you why." And it was because she was so foul. Absolutely. And that was racism of the worst possible kind on Big Brother. And they had to stamp on it very, very quickly. Like the other day, Ant, the bloke from the SAS programme, with some of the things he was writing about the Black Lives Matter, saying they're scum. And he said, "Oh, no, I didn't mean that." Yeah, took it down fairly quickly, though, didn't he? I think we all knew what he was saying. It's just dreadful. I'm in line this morning I want photos of a bored schoolboy. A bored schoolboy in Ireland who goes out on a paddle. Have you ever seen paddle boards? You know when people stand on these boards? I wouldn't want to do it because it would frighten me. You did coach it at summer camp? Oh, right, okay. Thomas used to coach it at summer camp in America. Anyway, so this kid goes out there and he finds the wreck of what? A 4,000-year-old longboat. A 4,000-year-old longboat. And all the museums have gone, "This is, amazing. This is absolutely fantastic." You just don't find things like that very often. It was like finding the Mary Rose. And they said, bring the Mary Rose out. And people are going, "It's down there?" And when we looked at it, they had to make a cradle to go on it. I would love to see the wreck of a 4,000-year-old longboat coming up. You can imagine. I mean, that is just... See, I love stuff like that. When they did a programme on the television in Turkey, they were flooding a basin, but they found remains of Roman villas, complete with the mosaic floors. And they had, I think, less than a week to get the mosaic floors out. So what they had to do was cover them in a glue, put netting on them and lift them all up after they dried to get them out before the government flooded the valley. But they reckon there'd be loads more of these mosaic floors in perfect condition. There was a fire and they all got covered, and it was just... And the music that they used was from... Jurassic Park. Da da dun da da dun da da dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun dun, and the voiceover's going, "These are among the best mosaic floors in the entire world." Da 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 da. It was brilliant. Anything. So a 4,000-year-old longboat. Yes, please. Yes, please. It must be encased in mud, mustn't it? But a kid finds it. How brilliant is that? I still maintain, if you dig down in London, anywhere around where the city used to be, because we used to have a wall around London, or Londinium, as we used to call it, and if you went outside the wall, That was where you were taking your life in your hands, because there'd be robbers out there, there'd be people who are willing to, rip you off and do all sorts of things. So, London was encased in this wall. Sounds fantastic. Wouldn't you love to go back to days like that? I would. I'd love to do that. If you could wave a magic wand and be transported back in time, yes, please. Steve, Iceland does Kentucky-style chicken legs and thighs, just heat and cook for half an hour from frozen. Right. I suppose at least with the Bentley, your stomach doesn't touch the steering wheel, says Paul. Oh, dear. Oh. It's not nice from a scrawny little old nobody like you, isn't it, really? He says, with M&S open now... What do you mean open now? They've been open all the time. Where are you from? Are you living in the little cloud cuckoo land or something? No, we've had it open amazing amount of time. Amazing. I mean, put it this way. To have Marks and Spencer, it's been open for ages. You know why? They sell food. Well, it's obviously not for you, actually. But, yeah. Yep, that was it, actually. My friend played guitar on a cartoon theme tune called Girls Stuff, Boys Stuff, shown in Canada. Oh, right. Best Jag ever made, XJS, as driven by Ian Ogilvy in The Saint. Do you know, I wouldn't know what my one is. I've really got no idea. Really got no idea at all. It just says, the name of the car, and it just says Jaguar. Perhaps I'll have to find out, actually. Perhaps I'll have to find out. No doubt in everybody's mind, Jade Goody was a racist. That's why all that took off in such a big way. And she was taken out of the Big Brother house, and they told her the error of her ways. But the trouble is, she was too stupid. She was sort of half stupid, and then she played up to the being stupid bit. And that was it. She had to go to India, she had to grovel and apologise, and eventually we sort of got round to it. But how on earth Shilpa Shetty ever put up with that blatant racism, I've got no idea. But luckily they monitored it, and they tried to keep it in check. Steve, where's my bag? Well, you have to wait, John. He says, we have brave postmen and women who actually come to our doors. We've all got that. July. They're being dispatched beginning of July, which is what we said at the time. Okay. Also, how do we know Tony Blair has been how do we know how Tony Blair has been spending the lockdown? We don't, unless they issue some sort of statement or something. But I should imagine but there is no lockdown. Where are you coming from? There is no lockdown at the moment. Why would there be a lockdown? People are going out shopping. Life is returning to normal with precautions. That's what it is. I love the way that people go, oh, of course, are you doing essential shopping? No, that finished ages ago. Marks and Spencer's been open all the time. Why? Because it's food. And some of the Marks and Spencer's branches sell socks and T-shirts and pants and some dresses and all sorts of handkerchiefs and all sorts of things like that. I don't know, are some people living on a desert island or something? They haven't quite fathomed out how this works. Dear me, honestly. Another one here says, a lot of people talking about people who play... I never could play guitar. I never could play guitar. It was the only thing I thought, perhaps I'll buy a guitar. And then I thought, no, I could play something else. And I thought a ukulele would be quite nice. Discussing masks in the studio because Corey's mum makes them, and she makes them and sells them for charity. And so it's in leaf green, as we would call it. And you can put a filter in the middle of it. It's sort of like double, whatever they call it, which is quite nice. Thomas, of course, hates it. No, it's not my sort of thing at all, because he has a black one, and it looks good on him. But you can also reverse it. You can use it as white. The funny thing is, when you've got masks on and you smile, nobody knows you're smiling, do they? It's very embarrassing, unless all your face moves with it. But of course, as I've had Botox, you can't see any movement. You wouldn't know if somebody was smiling. I think that they should be transparent, so that you can see through it. Transparent. Oh, transparent. Oh, right. No, transparent. Yeah. Well, it doesn't... Put it this way, it doesn't matter. You say either, I say either. So it's I don't say neither or neither. Neither, neither. Transparent, transparent. Ginger nut. Ginger newt. It's not the same, is it? Steve, why is the film still on... I don't know anything about that film, actually. Don't know anything about that. Also, if you're willing to raffle a virtual Prosecco evening, I'd definitely bid. Oh, no. Actually, I think I've been eclipsed on that one. I think I've been eclipsed because I think Sheila Fogarty is doing a virtual wine tasting. Although I've secretly harboured a desire to actually go for it, just to say, where is she? And somebody to prop her up from, she's fallen under the screen or something like that. And they go, are you all right, Sheila? I had a little drinky poos. It could be brilliant, couldn't it? Lovely. And Steve, I'm lucky I can play guitar and piano, but then again, I come from a very musical family. Even the sewing machine's a singer. Da 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 da. Thank you, Ron. You're barred. You'll never see the light of day again. And I heard you say you used to go to Skindles in Maidenhead. No, you didn't. I've never been. I passed it. I've never been in it. So good no, it's way too late for things like that. Previously called Valbonne, was it? Did you ever meet Lewis Collins? I know such a good Lewis Collins story. Such a good Lewis Collins story, but I can't say it. I can't say it. I've told certain... Did I tell you the Lewis Collins story? Did I, Thomas, tell you the Lewis Collins story? Yeah, good one. But no, I never went to Skindles. I worked in clubs. I didn't want to actually go to them on my days off, thank you very much indeed. And somebody else says, I love Tony Robinson's Worst Jobs in History. We had to saw the wooden planks to make the boats. It was thirsty work, says Ian. I bet it was. I'm dying to see this 4,000-year-old longboat, because mud will preserve it, as in the case of the Mary Rose, where half in the mud was all preserved, and it was just fantastic. And it's lovely. Mind you, do you know that they were talking the other day about the virtual, 2 metres apart from it? They think they're going to stop that. So that would make life a bit easier if they think you're not going to catch it. So I can just see a whole lot. Mind you, I got on the bus yesterday, everybody wearing a mask except one little tow rag sitting at the back. Have you got a mask, lovey? No, mate, I ain't got a mask. It's always those type, isn't it? The type that you really couldn't care less if they were on the bus or they weren't on the bus. So we'll do the papers and the new book out. Oh, and we've got a poem today. It's the second one that we haven't had. Remember yesterday's poem? This one this morning. This is lovely, and it's called Discovery. We'll come to that a little bit later on. The producer obviously coming up with some gems from his archive. I think he's got a load of poetry, and it's written on walls, and it's on the table, and it's, on the piano stool or something like that. I just think, it should be in the bin, actually. Like yesterday's. We hated yesterday's. What's his face? Walt Whitman, who sounded like a country and western singer. Ladies and gentlemen, Walt Whitman. I sing for you. He was American, in the 1800s. We know who he was. I was here to do the programme. Walt Whitman. Walt Whitman. It's like in every country and western song, there was always, she'd been killed in a road crash, the dog got run over, or failing that, your wife's run off with the next door neighbour. But at least you get to keep the house, I suppose, at the end of the day. We had one awful. It was on Kenny Everett's World's Worst Records, and it was a bloke, and it was called "I Want My Baby Back," and it was a story about a man who'd been out driving, and he's had an accident, and his wife had been killed. And it basically came to, because they're all very sad country and western songs. They're very sad. I mean, you get very mawkish about the whole thing. And it was basically, over there was my baby. Over there was my baby. Over there was my baby, and way over there was my baby. Because she'd obviously been sort of, flown to the wolves, as it was, thrown to the wolves. But but I loved country and western music. I must be the only person who liked country and western music on this radio station at this time of the morning. And Steve, pleased to see your downloads being recommended in the Spectator magazine by Mary from Giles and Mary off Gogglebox. Yes, she's a fan. Which I think was so sweet. She writes about me in her Dear Mary column. Which I quite like, actually. I think that's so sweet. So sweet. And also, what was the other one? Oh, I get copies of The Lady now. Have you ever seen The Lady? That's so nice. Such a glossy magazine. And it's got everything. And I get it. So I have a read-through. And then I give it to my neighbour, who's 90. And she loves it. She absolutely loves it. And it's very nice. And because we used to get all the magazines sent in to us. We haven't had magazines sent in for ages. I mean, I do buy Country Life each week because I like looking at houses I can't afford, and that's always a good bit of fun. The book that I've had in is to do with historical stories, and I'll tell you who it's by because you'll know who the person is. I will also tell you the odd story of the McCanns. They claim they've not had the letter from the German prosecutor saying that they know that your daughter is dead, and they've got, you wouldn't write that unless you had categorical proof to do it. Here we go. Model Rhiannon Sugden, a dreary old baggage at the worst of times, says Vern and Kay got away with their sexting fling, but it ended her career. Well, you shouldn't have gone for it then, should you? But of course it made your career. You loved every minute of it, didn't you, Rhiannon? So her work dried up. What, wearing underwear? Very tedious. She said he just got away with it. No, he didn't. He had to apologise to his wife. Why don't you get the facts right? Nothing worse than somebody who's going to drone on about it in a TV programme. It's called Page 3, The Naked Truth. She says, Kay pursued her on text after they met in Manchester and things stemmed from that. Well, he shouldn't have given you a phone number then, should you, Dimbo? God, blimey. She said, if I'd slept with him and had a full-blown affair, I would understand the backlash. No, you gave him your phone number. What do you think it was for? Shopping lists? God, some people are so dumb. So dumb. To be honest with you, I think you probably ruined his career. But at the end of the day, you milked it for all it was worth, and you're continually doing it all these years later. Why don't you grow up and get over yourself? This is an odd one. The footy legend's wife says the row was set up. This is between Colleen and an old Rebecca Vardy, who turns on tears like they're going out of fashion. Stephanie Shilton questioned whether the Wagatha Christie bust-up was a PR stunt to keep Colleen as the number one footballer's wife. Who cares? Who cares? What, the footballer's wife who drifts with other people on many occasions? At least Rebecca Vardy's husband doesn't appear to do that. It's just Rebecca's a bit drippy and also not blessed with looks. She's a bit like the other one, Paddy McGuinness's wife. I mean, she's everywhere. She goes out with a photographer so they can have sort of pictures taken. The German prosecutor has insisted a letter telling Kate and Jerry McCann's daughter is dead is on its way after the couple said they'd not received it. And so the McCann statement read, since the recent police appeals regarding Madeleine's disappearance, there have been many inaccurate stories. The widely reported news we've received, a letter from the German authorities that states there is evidence or proof that Madeleine is dead, is false. That's all they do now. They just write letters backwards and forwards. They have a spokesman called Clarence, who used to be on the BBC, I seem to remember. And they say that Madeleine McCann's suspect, Christian Bruckner, kept kids' clothing and swimwear in his mobile home. And so then they've got a picture of his mobile home, and they've got costumes that were found and all the rest of it. But the prosecutor, Mr. Walters, says they've got the letter. Well, he's obviously sent it, but it hasn't reached there yet. And they're saying, no, we haven't. No, we haven't. So we don't seem to be any further. And also, the man whose name has been run all the way through this from start to finish, practically, well, over the last few weeks, months, is saying it's nothing to do with him. Now, I would have thought that if it was to do with him and he's in prison, the least he could do would be to admit to something so you could get a bit of closure on for the McCanns. But at the moment, it's just, it's a bit up in the air. It's a bit going nowhere, I'm afraid. Paddy McGuinness crashed a £225,000 classic Lamborghini Diablo into a farmer's field during filming. The comedian, who walked away from the smash, skidded off a winding country road following a rainstorm and spun into a ditch. You see more of those things sitting in ditches and broken down by the side of the road than anything else. The demonstrator, rescued during protest violence, would like to thank the Black Lives Matter hero who saved him. This is injured Millwall fan Brian Mayle, was carried from Saturday's melee by the martial arts expert Patrick Hutchinson. Families say Bryn, a regular at the Lions, the Den ground, now hopes to thank Patrick. Yes, I bet your friends are going to be thanking you for that one. That'll be an interesting one, won't it? Also, Donald Trump signed a police reform executive order and said he opposed radical efforts to dissolve forces. Jane Moore's column today talks about Ricky Gervais, saying wherever he is in the world, he goes for Italian food. He said, because I know it's going to be good and the same. She says, Jane Moore says, we have a similar issue at Moore Towers, where whether we're at a Greek, French, Chinese, Italian or Japanese restaurant, the bloke will spend eons studying the various culinary delights on offer before ordering steak and chips, pretty much every time. That's the old Victoria Wood sketch, isn't it? Something like that. You know, we sort of went out to a Chinese restaurant, but we ordered the English menu. You know, because it was always considered foreign food. It took people ages to get into Chinese food, whereas I love Chinese food. I love Thai food. Indian food I have a slight problem with because of all the bits and pieces. I can go a bit mad. Well, madder, if I have Indian food. So I can have chicken tikka, but that's it. I can't have the masala because it's the sauces that drive me mad. But to be honest with you, I'm just as happy with chicken tikka. Or pancake rolls, spring rolls, you name it, any sort of rolls. But they're all deep fried, aren't they? So I can't have things like that. Yeah, but you have the same stuff every blooming weekend, don't you? Are you still having the same stuff? Are you really? Good Lord. Oh, right, you go out with a burger. Yeah. Could you not sort of have a banana milkshake now with a bit of rum in it or something like that? No? Thursday, Friday, right. I could drink a banana milkshake right now. I think they should make them and put them in the supermarkets with little bits of banana in it. Or failing that, just big bits of banana. I'm not very bothered. Oh, sorry. Chocolate's quite nice. Chocolate milkshake. Thick chocolate milkshake. Ice cold. I bought some milk the other day. I buy this Guernsey milk. And you can either get it with the cream at the top or mix through. Delicious. Delicious. Seriously, I mean, it's absolutely... It sends me round the bend, but I absolutely love it. Ever since, I think, Phil Vickery told me how many calories were in it. You got it from a milkman, did you? Did you make a milkshake? We used to have Crusher milkshake. I didn't like Nesquik because it left the powder in the bottom, but Crusher milkshake was a liquid, so it dissolved in. And if you did it with a big blob of vanilla ice cream, a chocolate milkshake with vanilla ice cream in it and some banana was delicious. I could drink it now, actually. If you were sort of thinking that you were going to go out and maybe see if there's anybody got any for sale anywhere. Why is there not an ice cream shop that does milkshakes at this precise moment in time? Why do we have to sort of sit here torturing ourselves? It's not fair, is it? It's not right. Or I could just have peanut butter on toast. That's quite nice. And Corey could have the peanut butter and Marmite on toast, because you know that makes him sick. Through this week. Anybody heard of Rebel Wilson? Rebel Wilson? Australian actress. Oh, right. She's carrying a lot of weight, isn't she? Is she deliberately like this? You think she's an actress, do you? Oh, right. Anyway... But she's here. The pitch-perfect actress says she couldn't resist poking fun at Megxit and Prince Andrew's problems at the BAFTAs. Oh, right. That's the basis of this interview. Oh, she's obviously got some Prime videos out, I should imagine. Why are you wearing a jacket? Is there some reason why you're wearing a jacket? That's 2 mornings running you're wearing the jacket, as if you tell me why on the break. Okay. Is something happening or something? Are you just sort of... You're just sort of getting used to wearing a jacket because you think it makes you look posh. What's that? Or something? What is it? Already posh. If Mrs. Woman's listening, she will probably back that up, I should imagine. What have we got here? I've got a yoga retreat for sale. Nice one. This is in Scotland. It's set in 5 acres on the banks of Loch Orr in the Scottish Highlands. Resident feline Lily is an 11-year-old hybrid Scottish wildcat who loves to get her claws into visiting mice. Human visitors are warned to pet her at their own risk. They've got a huge waterfall and everything else. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? And also a noisy neighbour has been jailed for playing loud music all night and attacking emergency service workers. This is some plank called Kaylee Loy. Kaylee is 34, mental playing age about 6, I should imagine. She admitted blaring out tunes on nights in February and March in breach of a criminal behaviour order imposed in 2017. Early this week, she attacked a paramedic. She'd also attacked other police and healthcare workers this month. She admitted the offence, and Exeter JP's jailed her for 44 weeks. Should have been 44 years. Leave the old bag inside. Makes it much easier. An antiques dealer, Oswald Simpson, has been driving one of Britain's oldest road-going cars for 65 years. This is a Wolsey Siddeley. He bought it in 1906. He's 85, is our Oswald. And he's a dealer, antiques dealer. And he served in Korea, and he paid £460 for it. God, those were the days. He repainted and reupholstered the 5-seater Tourer to drive wife Janet to their wedding reception in 1960. And although the car, registration B200, has no speedometer, he reckons he can do about 40 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. I can do that waiting at traffic lights. Seriously, 40 miles an hour. But no, it's a beautiful car. You'll see pictures of it in the papers today, and you'll be going, now that is a nice car. You know, I mean, not my sort of thing. I've seen people who actually do sort of, you know, rebuild cars and do everything, and I can't do anything like that. I just have to sort of buy it. And there's also another stupid person. This one's called Shana Dixon. Shana Dixon is another waste of space in life. And she plagued the emergency services with hoax 999 calls, costing them more than £500,000. You know, like one of life's losers. Her persistent and sustained calls cost £350,000 in just over a year. She also cost Kent Police hundreds of thousands and the South East Coast Ambulance Service £94,000. The ex-nursing student would repeatedly call saying she felt threatened or whatever. A police officer sent to help during one of the incidents ended up being pushed by her into a canal. She admitted GBH and malicious communications, got 2 years in jail. Not long enough, is it? Obviously a real stupid person. What's her name? Shana Dixon. God, Struth. And also 5 newborns. Really cute. And what they've done is they've wrapped them. It's a bit like they've been gift wrapped. And it's a way of soothing. So they've just got their head poking out. And presumably their hands and feet are all in. So it's quite a cute picture, actually, if not slightly disturbing. It's from Australia. It's Australia, and it does look really nice, actually. I'm quite impressed by it, really. Quite impressed by it. Hitmen are claimed to be tourists, unmasked. Oh, these are the people. This is the thrilling story that Skripal TV series doesn't tell you. As you can well imagine, there's going to be loads of things like that. So many things that we don't understand. You know, something will happen and we go, how does that happen? It's been a while since Emily Atack has been in the newspaper. And we're not sure whether she's actually doing anything. She's a former I'm Celebrity contestant, that's it. Ryland Clark Neal's bid to be on every channel at any given time has been given an almighty boost. He's got ITV, and the reboot of Supermarket Sweep is being moved from ITV2 to the main channel. Oh, ghastly. Dale would hate it. Absolutely hate it. He filled the giant shoes of Dale when it returned to critical acclaim last year. No, it certainly didn't. Certainly didn't. Not in my household. Definitely not. Britain's Got Talent bosses are preparing to announce their winner to an empty auditorium for the first time. 14 years it's been running. 14 years. Amazing, isn't it? But this year's live semi-finals and finals are being planned to go ahead without an audience to protect its performers and the public. Oh, I think you do need an audience, I think, for something like that. You have to have that sort of reaction of, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, when you watch some of these dire acts, I don't know where they get them from. Normally, for about the first week, they put on all the rubbish who are too stupid to be saved. And we're all supposed to go. You can always tell if they do a long interview. So what's the dream? Oh, I want to be, like, famous. All right, okay. And do what? Don't know. I can do a Stevie Wonder song. What's it called? Isn't She Lovely? It's a very nice one. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she I've forgotten the words. Have you got something else you can sing? No. Do you want to go home? Yes. Goodbye. And off they go. It's the most dreary programme on the television. It's only acceptable with somebody good on there. Another one. Talking of Viking longboats, we have a documented evidence of a Viking longship that's under its car park of a public house called the Railway Hotel in a place called Meals on the Wirral, says Mike. Really? Really? Send me evidence. And I remember Clarence, the cross-eyed lion. I was told he was very good. Yes, he was Clarence, the cross-eyed lion. That was in the programme Daktari, which everybody knew about. Alan says, I'm still seeing people on buses not wearing masks. What's wrong with these antisocial idiots? Well, that sums them up. They're idiots. They're stupid people. I'd have them off the bus. I wouldn't be wasting time, I'm afraid, with, well, you just go and sit at the back, dear. I mean, some bloke got on the bus the other day. He was obviously one of those dipsticks. And he had the mask on, but it was under his chin. Serving what purpose? I've got no idea. Marilyn says, just try your fish fingers in the oven, put on your foil tray, put baked beans on it as well. No, and dry them out. Can't dry out baked beans. It's got to have all the liquid in it to keep them going. I do like baked beans. Rory Bremner's in the papers today. He's lifting the lid on his lifelong struggle with ADHD. Greg Wallace wants to start his own fitness empire. Customers in Soho enjoy their drinks al fresco. And the granny wag who slams Colleen. And Love Island's Molly May. You know, the one with her dreadful boyfriend who bought a puppy from Russia. you know, without checking anything at all. And the thing died within a matter of days because they're using it as an accessory. She was holding it. You know, you put them on the ground, they walk. Anybody who I see on a bus, I'm afraid, holding a dog drives me absolutely crackers. It really does. I think they're animal haters. They're such stupid people. You only have to look at them to realise how stupid they really are. Thought I'd get that off my chest for this morning. Why not? Why not? What else we got? Maya Jama again. My God, talk about dragging out 5 seconds of fame. Just because she got her boobs out the other day and she goes, oh, because nobody's going to tell me not to do it. Who in their right mind would be remotely interested in even writing to her in the first place? She'd not really done anything of any note. But she says, I was determined to prove everyone wrong. Claim to fame, she went out with Stormzy. And that's it. So it's what I said in my book. You know, so you want to be a celebrity. It's fame by association. She wasn't famous beforehand. She certainly wasn't much cop at what she did. But it's a case of, you know, now because she's been out with him, she turns up on programmes. And if you get your boobs out, you get the heterosexual presenters who will leer all over you. Seems to be the perfect career. But it's a bit disappointing that that's the road she had to go down. Nobody noticed her up until now. So she's from Bristol, and she talks about her drive to succeed against all the odds. I mean, it's 2 pages of sort of nothing, basically. It's the same sort of thing that everybody else has got. With her ex-boyfriend Stormzy in 2017, and then of course she's talking about that because that's all she's got. That's it. It's like poor old Rhiannon Sugden. All she's got is the fact that Vernon Kay texted her, but of course she gave the phone number. Honestly, what do you do now? What do you race? I mean, seriously, we race towards the end of the month. What's going to happen in July? Well, hopefully the hairdressers will open, the pubs will open, and what else are we waiting for? Gymnasiums, will they be opening? I don't know if gymnasiums are going to open anytime soon. They're going to have to put in loads of stuff. Unless it's sort of one of those where you just go in and use the equipment. Somebody's going to have to wipe everything down, aren't they? Who's going to do that? Do they have the staff to do things like that? I really don't know. Very, very worrying. But so far, you've actually been out there and you've done the shopping. We all went mad for the first day. Well, I say we, I didn't. And second day, you were much better. You didn't actually go out at all yesterday. So, in fact, there were loads of there weren't queues on shops. I went into M&S in Richmond. There was nobody queuing outside. Strange enough, there were people queuing for the bank and the bank machine and people queuing for the post office. But there was one person in front of me queuing for... No, there wasn't, actually. I've just realised I was the only one. In Marks and Spencer. I went upstairs, bought some shirts, came downstairs, waited for about 15 minutes to pay for them, because there was that woman's story, which I told you about earlier on. And then I came home on the bus. And everybody was wearing masks. It was actually quite pleasing. In fact, I was very pleased, because I got quite worried first day round, seeing as both Thomas and myself had discovered there were loads of people sitting on buses who weren't wearing masks. You know, complete idiots. You know, people who should have been wearing masks. You know, I mean, either you want to live and protect yourself, you don't want to be ill, or you don't care about other people. And I want to make sure that we care about other people. I want to make sure I'm here at Christmas. Although, to be honest with you, I think Christmas this year is going to be a wee bit of a washout. Wee bit of the washout, I think. Steve, ice cold milkshakes from McDonald's. Strawberry, vanilla, chocolate, my favourite. Banana. Yes. They don't do banana in McDonald's, do they, Duncan? I've very rarely do you see banana things. I don't know why. It's one of those... Do you know, I always wanted... We went to, like an Essex show last year, and it was in the middle of a field. They had all sorts of exciting things going on. It was really lovely, but it was blooming baking. Middle of a field, and we all sat down on straw bales, and we had afternoon tea. We had, and it was just lovely. But, the busiest thing, out of all the stands there and all the scouts and all the other different, the Women's Institute and people like that, the busiest thing was sitting right in the middle of the field, and it was the ice cream van. And he had a queue like a witch. I remember thinking, are we going to go and get an ice cream? Of course, we ended up buying an ice cream. And I thought, if ever I was going to make money, an ice cream van would be the thing to make money. Because you've got the freezers in there. You leave the engine running and you've got lollies and all the rest. I mean, I could be quite happy in an ice cream van. A little bit of music playing out of it. But he was packed. He was really, really busy. And I remember thinking, well, good for him. It's like, we have shops in Twickenham that put the ads in. I do not believe in this day and age, and if you want to see your high street resurrected, you have to support it. You have to go out to your high street. You have to buy things there. I know you can go to some of the big centres and you can buy stuff, but you have to support the high street for all your little local things, like You know, you can get your cups of coffee. You can get your hair cut. We've got numerous hair cutting places. We've got the greengrocer, who does fruit and veg and everything else, and that's all every morning. They get all their stall out. So by the time I get back home, Paul Cooper and John and Alex and everybody else have finished it's all laid out, it's all ready. So you can shop there, I think, from about sort of 6:30 or something like that, because they go to market and they do it. The butchers, he's always got a nice little queue going. I know that's a risky business. We've had butchers before. It's surviving. They have to survive. So he was lucky. He had a great start because there was nothing open at the time. The fish shop, Sandy's, does very well. Marks and Spencer's, queues. I mean, I discovered Saturday there was a queue. If you don't shop early in the morning, there's a queue by lunchtime, so that's not worth it. I always go first thing in the morning. And Waitrose have had queues. But sometimes I get the driver in the morning to drop me off there, so I can just buy a few little bits and pieces, which is good. All essential for me. Not that it's anything to do with anybody, but I like it. And Steve, tougher fines are needed. We'll throw the idiots into jail. That'll stop the virus from spreading. Well, they do need to make sure that there is something, because if they say £100 fine, I want to see that implemented. I want somebody to get on the bus and go, I'm sorry, you're not wearing a mask. Off the bus, and we're going to take all your details. Because otherwise, this is not going to work. And it has to work. Much easier. Steve, Neil says, I used to listen to your show with my Dutch girlfriend. So that's nice. We seem to have everybody's different girlfriends this morning. And until something awful happened. You see, she loved wearing inflatable Dutch shoes. And one day she simply popped her clogs. You saw that one happening, didn't you? It's so rare for you, Thomas, to be ahead of some of these jokes. You're barred, by the way. Steve. I went to no, I'm not doing that one. That's so. I know. Oh no, we've had worse. Since you've been away, we've had some real stinkers. Steve, how is it you're always managing to avoid queuing, and I always seem to arrive when it's at its longest, says Ron. Well, I do that as well. If I happen to sort of think, I'll go to Marks and Spencer's, and there's more than 10 people in the queue, I go to Iceland. And then by the time I've finished in Iceland, I come out and the queue has gone down in Marks and Spencer's. Or if I'm really clever, I can nip to Waitrose in the morning, get the driver to drop me off at Waitrose, tiddle round there in about a minute and a half. I just need to get a couple of baguettes and some things like that. And then I come home, and then there's about 5 minutes to wait in the Marks and Spencer's thing. And most of the time, there's nobody queuing for Marks and Spencer's. We've kind of gone above that, I think, which is lovely. Steve, I love you so much. That's nice. You are the funniest thing since sliced veg. I'm not sure, Kathy, whether sliced veg is funny or not. I don't know. Actually, but that's how Michelle Mone has lost all that weight, isn't it? Vegetables. I wish I could just lose weight. I go through days. You know, when you get days where you feel a bit bloated, and other days where you think you're having a thin day. I mean, even Thomas, since he's been away, has put on a little bit of weight. I don't want to mention it, you know. You put on a bit of weight. No, it's not the opposite. No, I'm sorry to tell you this. Sorry to tell you. I mean, I'm just helping. You know, I'm trying to be sort of a generous person and sort of to make you more aware of your body awareness, things like that. We're going to talk about diets in this part of the programme because basically they don't work. And these faddy diets, you know, it's an all juice diet, or it's an all this, or it's an injection, all, you know, just they'll last you 5 minutes. Oh, the poem. Oh, yes, here we go, the poem. I was trying to leave it as long as possible. I was hoping that nobody had noticed. And then perhaps they'd go, did you do the poem? Yes, we did it. This is by John Frederick Freeman. And it's called Discovery. Beauty walked over the hills and made them bright. She in the long fresh grass scattered her rains, sparkling and glittering like a host of stars. But not like stars, cold, severe, terrible. Hers was the laughter of the wind that leaped, arm full of shadows, flinging them far and wide. Hers the bright light within the quick green of every new leaf on the oldest tree. It was her swimming made the river run, shining as the sun. Her voice escaped from winter's chill and dark, singing in the incessant lark. All this was hers, yet all this had not been, except 'twas seen. It was my eyes' beauty that made thee bright, my ears that heard the blood leaping in my veins, the vehemence of transfiguring thought, not lights and shadows, bird, grasses and rains that made thy wonders wonderful. For it has been, beauty, that I have seen thee, tedious as a painted cloth at a bad play, empty of meaning and so of all delight. Now thou hast blessed me with a great pure bliss, shaking thy rainy light all over the earth, and I have paid thee with my thankfulness. Oh, that was so wonderful, honestly. Well, it's killed the producer off, that's a fact. He's just lost the will to live. Never mind, this'll wake him up. There you go. Way! Honestly, where does the producer get these from? I mean, are you sure you don't have a book of poems that will never see the light of day ever again? The boring book of poetry. Well, limericks are okay. Sort of. They're going to be marginally better. Or perhaps even just something that rhymes would be nice. I'm not too fussy. But anything that doesn't send the producer to sleep. You know, it doesn't help when you look up, looking for a bit of guidance and inspiration, and there he is, Sparko. I'm addicted to you, says Kathy. I've followed your career all the way through. I'm glad you think it's a career. My mother never thought it was a career. I think she thought it was part-time. Some people, says Jackie, have their masks over their mouths, but not their noses. I know. Do you think they understand about it? Scott in Swanley says, I went to this pub and it had a dartboard on the ceiling. I won't lie, it made me want to throw up. You're barred. And when I went to ask my doctor about the best way to lose weight, and he said, don't eat anything fatty. Not nice, is it? Although sometimes that's the thing that people need. People who've seen a picture of themselves, you know, where they're sort of showing a little bit of sort of tummy. And Scott said, I bought a dog from the ironmongers. When I got home, it made a bolt for the door. Sorry, you have to go. You have to go. No more jokes. No. Yeah, that is just absolutely appalling. I still like the white horse that goes into the pub and the barman goes, we've got a drink named after you. And the horse goes, what, Eric? Isn't Eric just such a silly name? I apologise to anybody called Eric. It just makes you laugh. Eric. Barry. Oh, no, I like Barry. Barry's nice. Eric just makes me laugh because I just see this white horse standing at the bar with his legs crossed, you know, waiting to drink a glass of whiskey. And his name's Eric. Like that one? Oh, well. We did our best, ladies and gentlemen. Need those cups of tea in the morning. How do you decide what treats to bring in for the boys, says Jane? Well, it's based on cost. It's based on if it's cheap and cheerful, then they actually get it. I mean, the other year, I gave them walnuts. What I didn't tell them was that they used to have chocolate on, but I liked the chocolate, so I sort of licked the chocolate off and then put the walnuts back in the box. They didn't know the difference. They aren't sort of bothered by things like that. Poor old Warren, he's given up with the computer. He's now thrown it at the wall. He's had quite enough. He said, well, at least Apple are open now. I can go and get a new one and hopefully not have any more problems. Nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse. He's really suffering with it. So if you've got... We've all had that with computers, where all of a sudden it either freezes or... I mean, this morning when I couldn't get online, that drove me mad. Steve, and what happened to proper Brussels sprouts, the big flowery ones, not these cannon ammunition they sell now? You can bring down aircraft with them. I love Brussels sprouts. Isn't it fun? I never quite understood why people didn't like Brussels sprouts. You don't like Brussels sprouts, do you? You love them. I just don't understand. It's a green vegetable that if you do it cook a little bit with a butter or something like that, or some chestnuts, cut some chestnuts up finely, or some bacon, what is not to like about them? They're absolutely delicious. And yet some people go, ooh, Brussels sprouts. It's one of my I think it was my favourite. Yeah, just don't over. You don't want them mushy. You want them slightly al dente. So they've got to have a little bit of a crisp bite to it. But I mean, I don't think any... Well, I mean, I can eat them throughout the year. But I don't think any Christmas dinner would ever be complete without having Brussels sprouts there. I just don't... The only thing I don't like at Christmas is I don't like bread pudding. I'm not bothered about fancy stuffings and things like that. You know, so-and-so with apricot and things. I'm not bothered about that. And I don't do leeks. I'm not really bothered about leeks at all. But apart from that, I mean, the sausages with the, you know, the little bacon wrap round them and Brussels sprouts, and it's got to be crispy roast potatoes. I could eat those for ever and a day. Somebody brought in a bowl of crispy roast potatoes now. That would make me very happy this morning. I would be eternally grateful. 5:15. Heavy company, welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to, yes, you can go shopping. Yes, you can't go swimming though, can you? Swimming is still out. Gyms are still closed. Pubs are still closed. Hairdressers are still closed. What else is still closed? Still queuing at the banks, which is, you know, okay. Because I just use the I just use the machine outside, which is okay. If I need to take out more than that, then I just I'll stand in a little queue, but I won't do long queuing. But I tell you what I haven't done. I've saved, I save all my change in a jug, and it's full right up to the top. But I'm going to have to, if I go to the supermarket, I'm going to have to queue for ages. And then when I get inside, will they be opening their machine up? Could take for ages. Or I can go to my bank. They have a machine inside there at RBS, and I could put it into there. But they don't give you it back. It goes into your account. I'm not sure if I want to do that, actually. I'm not sure. I'm waiting to decide, actually. I must phone my brother today, actually. I've been a bit remiss over the past few days. Only because you get in... And because you wake up at odd times, sometimes you get a bit drowsy. I had to force myself to water the baskets. But because I've only got 6, I've asked Paul if I can have another 4. So I don't know whether or not we're going to be lucky enough to have 4. And then he brought them in Galia melons this morning. They do little tiny melons, like, a quarter of, like the size of a cricket ball or something like that. Really cute. And I nearly bought those in for you today, but I thought, no, I like those. So I'm going to have them. But... And I had, what did I have yesterday? Can't remember. Had frankfurters in it, that's all I remember. Steve, mothers in past times always used to say to children, eat up your greens. So it was cabbages and sprouts that kids loathe, says Alan. See, I'm not a big fan of cabbage either. I just think cabbage was a bit naff. And, Steve, it's a scientific fact that Brussels sprouts contain a trace of arsenic. It's the trace of arsenic that gives the sprouts that slightly bitter taste, says Philippe on the Isle of Wight. Do you know what? I was talking to my driver the other day, and we were talking about ice cream. And there's an ice cream shop in Upper Street, Islington, where they do all sorts of flavours. A friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Richmond, which is very nice. And I said, do you know what the ingredient is, the main ingredient in ice cream? And he said, no. I said, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? And the answer is, it's seaweed. And blow me down, they did it on the television the other day, and they were saying, oh, and do you know what the ingredient is? They went, no. They said, it's seaweed. They went, what's that for? Seaweed is the binding agent for ice cream. So there you go. Sad news about Bob. Steve, my heart goes out to James Bowen, says Connie. I had 2 cats in my life, so I know exactly how he's feeling right now. Do you think he might get a new cat? I think probably not. I don't know, actually. I'm only guessing. It's because a friend of mine, as you know, had a dog called Lulu. And when she passed on, I said, oh, are you going to get another dog? He went, no. I think he found it quite stressful. Very stressful. Steve. I love sprouts too, but I don't like leeks. Especially at Christmas. I mean, plumbers cost enough the rest of the year. Never mind Christmas, says Michael. Right, you're barred. Steve, I love sprouts. The trouble is, says Becky, people tend to boil them to death. They do, and that's the big thing. It's like Thomas and I said exactly the same thing. You literally put them in. It doesn't take very long to do them. I sometimes do them in a frying pan. I've done them with grated cheese before now, and with some chopped up chestnuts and stuff like that. Have you had that before? And some lardons. That's quite nice, actually. And it's good for you. It's good for you. It's only... Yeah, no, I think sprouts are good for you. Yeah, it's green. If it's green, it's okay, I think. Isn't that how it works? Just not with everything else. Doesn't work like that, does it? Mm. Delicious. Steve, I recently came across a cassette of songs by Willie Rushton. I wondered, did you ever interview him? No, he was a regular on the television. A real sort of an eccentric Willie Rushton. I loved him. I thought he was great, actually. He popped up on so many different programmes. He was sort of like a good guest. Steph in Brighton says, and a bit like sort of Spike Milligan and Viv Stanshall, from the Bonzo Dog Doodah band. Steve, some gyms are now openly offering outdoor exercise. David Lloyd's are offering circuit training, high intensity and yoga and Pilates. It's lovely being back, says Melissa. Indoor gyms opening 4th of July. 4th of July. Have they confirmed that? Because my next-door neighbours, but a few, have been selling gym equipment, weights and stuff like that. And because the gyms are opening, there's no... But I think people like to own that sort of stuff, don't they? I think so. Rory says, morning, Steve, been accepted to the Groovy Gang, despite their backward photo. We've had that retweeted with it being round the right way, actually. Prosecco ordered, tote bag ordered, chewing the carpet, waiting for it to arrive. And it's now a collector's item, waiting for it to appear on Antiques Roadshow. Well, surprisingly, talking of Antiques Roadshow, I got a book sent in today. And the book is packed with stories from the Georgian period, which is 1714 to 1830, in case you didn't know, which covers strange pets, binge drinking, smugglers, money launderers, moving to Australia, dodgy politicians, dating tips, and instructions on how to sell your wife at auction, among many other things. And it's written by David Harper. Now, you know who David Harper is, because he's the one who's the TV presenter specialising in antiques, classic cars and history. He's a writer, an artist, a speaker, and an auctioneer. His show, you'll love this bit, his antiques, auction and art business is based in Barnard Castle in County Durham. Where have we heard that name before? But anyway, he's known for his brightly coloured trousers and socks and shirts and everything. What, Barnard? I know Barnard. Every time I see the name Barnard Castle, but I've seen his place. It's huge, and he loves the Georgian period, and it's a lovely book. It's what I call a dip into book, and I shall dip into it later. And he just goes, "All the best, Steve, David." Thank you very much, David. That's very sweet. Very sweet. No, lovely book, lovely book. But the only thing it doesn't tell me is how much the blooming thing is. I never know these things. I sort of go through. But design and typeset by Print Display, Barnard Castle. But it's got loads of stuff in here. It must have taken for ages to do. And it's all sorts of things about the Georgians. So I've always fancied living in a Georgian house. Always fancied living in a Georgian house. Anything too old, I don't know. But I love that Georgian house look. That nice square box look, everything regimented, it just looks lovely. I told you, there's a lovely house that I've seen for sale. Unfortunately, I needed to have won the lottery last night. Because I didn't win the lottery last night, I can't afford to buy the house, because the house is $6.5 million. And there was only 15 million on offer. So I was sort of thinking, and this other house has got history with it. It's got a lot of history. The trouble is, it's got too many beds. It's got 8 bedrooms. What in goodness those are you going to do with 8 bedrooms? I've got no idea at all. I suppose you'd have to sort of rent them out to people, but I mean, I don't fancy that idea. Willie Thorne, the snooker ace, he's not well. He's in hospital at the moment. So they're saying, can you pray for him? Because he's not very good at all. Rhiannon Sugden droning out the same tatty old story from ages. I mean, this is back in 2010. I mean, for God's sake, dear, let it go. Let it go. If it hadn't been for him, nobody would have heard of you. Your career would have finished a long time ago. Bomber Harris has become the latest target for statue activists after he was accused of being a warmonger. He was in charge of Allied bombing raids on German cities. He's been branded a colonial warmonger in Rhodesia by toppletheracist.org. It also says he was responsible for the area bombardment of civilian villages in Mesopotamia. But a senior RAF source hit back saying last night, defending the war hero, saying there is no situation where vandalising a monument of somebody who fought for and delivered our freedom could ever be justified. Exactly. When they wrote on Queen Victoria's thing, she actually made full use. She was the one who abolished slavery. I mean, you know, either people don't know their history, or they're just out for causing a bit of trouble, I think. Plus, there's police last night probing whether the prime suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Amazing, actually. Also, you think he was responsible for everything, this bloke? He's saying not. They say Tristan Brubach is the 6th missing or murdered youngster in the link to Christian Bruckner by detectives. And they say that there's an e-fit of the person who was said to be in front of the park at the time. But as I say, he's saying nothing to do with Madeleine McCann at all. So I don't know. The McCanns say they haven't received anything from the German prosecutors, so they've now sent that over again. Where are we going to after this? Dawn Neeson, in a column today, talks up to Patrick Hutchinson. Big up to him. That's the bloke who sort of, he said it's not black versus white, it's everybody versus racist. And he was helping that bloke out, the Millwall fan. That'll be a rarity. And also talking about J.K. Rowling today as well. And also Maya Jama causing a stir on Saturday whilst co-hosting Peter Crouch's Save Our Summer. And she wore a dress. Oh, and she also had her boobs out. You know, because that's the only way she can get publicity. They never go great presenter. They just go, oh, she's getting her boobs out. Which, of course, people go, oh, we'll have to watch that. That's what they like. They did it with Helen Skelton, didn't they? That Helen Skelton, who was wearing sort of see-through clothing and everything else. It becomes very sexist. Rory's best pal and worst enemy, that's ADHD. They said it helps his comedy. Do you know, he's 59. Doesn't seem possible. He looks very good for 59. Came in a short while ago. You'll find him if you want to if you want to get the podcasting, which is very nice. And this was... I love these pictures, actually. They always do these picture quizzes, because apparently people like quizzes in newspapers. Keeps people entertained, doesn't it? It's like doing Sudoku. Have you done Sudoku? Oh, of course you would do it. I've never done Sudoku. Have you done Sudoku, Corey? Oh, you've done it as well. Oh, you do it every day. Right, okay, just me again, then. Why am I always the one who gets left out on these things? See, I couldn't do the Sun's junior crossword. I was rubbish at that. I can't do cryptic ones at all. I'm rubbish at anything like that, anything involved. And yet, strangely enough, I can solve all the conundrums on Countdown. For some reason, I see the words there. They seem to sort of fall into view. And I've been able to do the numbers thing most of the time. Again, I can sort of work that out. But I can't do anything like Sudoku, or it just defeats me. Which is embarrassing, isn't it, really? There's also a picture of Spot the Differences of Fern McCann. Well, one's fake and the other one's fake. There you go, that's the differences. It's all photoshopped. Dreary old Fern... Oh, I'll tell you what I watched the other day. The Fahirs sisters. God, isn't it? Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I don't think the weather's going to be great today. I've got a sneaking feeling. So, hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Nothing. Not a peep. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? No. She's not having it, is she? You can just tell. When she has a mood. Why is it... Do I have to say anything else apart from hey Siri? I don't, do I? There's not some other key word. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Nothing. Nothing at all. She's completely blanked me. And I don't know why. Is it because it's been upgraded and perhaps they put it on some... I don't know. Perhaps they put it on something else. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Nothing. Nothing at all. Right, that's it. I shan't bother ever again. Press and hold something. Like what? Press and hold what? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
Here's the forecast for today.
You're right. Oh, she's not going to read it to me. Obviously, she's given up on that department. Chance of rain today, 60%. 60%. Fancy changing Siri, honestly. Normally she's at my beck and call. Now she's started being a bit... She's probably got an agent, I should imagine, actually. Steve, Barnard Castle is a great place to take the wife on her birthday in spring, and they've got great Specsavers. Ron says, I only watch Countdown because I think Rachel Riley's brilliant and gorgeous as well. She's so slim. Seriously, she's so slim. Steve, I'm a new listener to your show, and I didn't know you could buy these sort of things, actually. And this is buying... Because, there's one thing. I do have these coin counters. I do have coins, and actually I do need them counting. But I like using the machines in the supermarkets, even though you have to pay. My one I wouldn't have to pay, so I suppose I could just put it all through, which is good. I love poetry, says Susie, but I think it should rhyme. One of my neighbours has 2 cats called Eric and Gertie. Unusual names for cats. They are. They must be either family or something like that. Alan says, do you remember Arthur Negus? Of course, Arthur Negus was lovely. I think he started off old. Do you remember going for a song that was an antiques programme which had the singing bird? Yeah, Arthur Negus was brilliant. He was very, very nice, actually. Nice person. Also, I've been moved on the soundbite. The Steve Allen soundbite on Eddie Mayer's programme is at 5:58 now because Eddie's got an extra hour on his programme. I think they should give him an extra 3 hours on his programme, to be honest with you. Can't get enough of it, Eddie, can we? So I'm now 5:58. What was the soundbite the other day? Do you know what the soundbite was? Was it because we try guessing these things, and as you know, if you're a regular listener to the programme, it's hopeless. No masks, no social distancing, waiting for the shop to open at 7:30 in the morning. I mean... Is there something the matter with them? There you go. That was a soundbite from yesterday. That was actually quite a long one. Oh, Peter Andre's got a dilemma. The dilemma is, where's his career? And no, it's because his daughter, Princess, is coming up 13 and she wants a puppy. Want puppy. And he said she can't have one. And the reason, not because they don't want her to have a puppy, it's because his wife, the doctor, is allergic. So she can't have a puppy. Bet your bottom dollar, good old Katie Price will buy one and say, you can keep it here. And that's how it works, because they don't seem to have any control over the children at all. What's that? My daughter has a new puppy, Luca, in preparation for when our 15-year-old dog, Rover, pops it. Oh, dear. You see, I mean, I'm not sure about that. When we lost our cat years and years ago, we didn't go and get another cat. We just didn't. Steve, the reason Siri's sulking is probably because she overheard you chatting to Alexa. Possibly, actually. Possibly. You never know. Also, this one here says, do you remember? Yeah. Eddie Mayer. So that's why, because there's extra. And also, is Corey related to Joanne, who portrayed Anna Bates on Downton Abbey? No, not that he knows of. Not that he knows, but there again, he doesn't know a lot of things. It probably could be his sister, but as he's not been home for about 20 years, there's no point, actually. He wouldn't have the faintest idea about anything like that. Locked into the spike as always, says Waj. And, see, with you on the sprouts, love them. As a kid, I hated them, but my mum simply called them pixie cabbages. That works. See, pixie cabbages sells it to me. Willie Rushton always read Winnie the Pooh stories on Jack and Ori. Ha ha. Steve, do you think if you lived in a place like Poplar or Dagenham, you'd have the sort of listening figures that you have? What, because of where I live? Oh, no, it wouldn't make the slightest difference, I wouldn't have thought. I don't know. Never think about things like that. Oh, what, because you think I live in Twickenham, I've got different... No. Except if you live in a particular... If I lived in Dagenham, and that's where most of my family came from, then I'd have exactly the same sort of listening figures that I've got now. I should imagine there are as many people listening to me at the moment in Dagenham and around there, and Hornchurch, as there are listening to me in Richmond and Twickenham. Exactly the same. People are the same on radio. You don't know where people listen when you go on the radio. You don't go, oh, look, I can see that person there, and you live in... I never know, unless somebody, writes it down like Richard from Luton. That's the only reason that I would know. All this talk of sprouts, Steve, want it to be Christmas now. Wonder what Christmas will be like this year. Different. And, Steve, some gyms are now offering... Oh, that's, yes, about the exercising. I don't think they've actually given the exact date, have they, for the gymnasiums opening. I'm still waiting, actually. I'm going to pop through this book. I'm going to romp through it. David Harper's A Romp with the Georgians. Funny, outrageous, and dastardly. There's loads in it. I mean, it's not like a padded out book. Some of these sort of books can be padded out, but this one isn't, actually, and it's got loads of stuff in there. Loads of stuff. That's my book of choice. Gets our book of choice. It's a bit like the Richard and Judy book club, only we haven't got Judy here because we couldn't possibly at this time of the morning, and Richard's busy. So there you go. Paddy McGuinness escaped serious injury when a Lamborghini Diablo spun out of control during a test drive for the new series, worth £250,000 for a car. £250,000. And, Steve, I bought a Bluetooth headset for my mobile phone. Took me ages to get it working. I'm hopeless with these things. See, I thought that was quite easy. My phone is paired up to my car. You just get in there and it paired it up. So, in other words, if I'm listening to the radio, which I would be most of the time, and the phone rings, it comes up on the dashboard. It tells me who's actually calling, and it dips the radio, which is brilliant. Steve, did you hear about the weightlifting vegetable? He was a muscle sprout. You're definitely barred. That's about the worst one we've had, actually. Matthew says, you're talking magazines and country life. Well, I religiously collect GQ. Must have 100 issues of GQ. We used to get all the magazines here, all of them. And I would spend ages looking through for features. It was a great source of features and stuff like that. Did you see the photos posted of... Jason Manford. Now he's started his job at Iceland. So convenient to have a professional photographer there too. Yes, and the free outfit, which he gets. Steve, as a child, you won't like this one, I used to take the water the cabbage was cooked in, pour it into a mug, add a little bit of pepper and drink. Oh, no. No. Well, I tell you what I had when I had no money in London. Frequently, and I couldn't afford to eat anything. To be honest with you, it didn't actually make too much difference, but I would screw up an OXO cube into a cup of water and drink OXO in water. A bit like sort of a cheaper version of Bovril. And I didn't like Bovril either. You can make bubble and squeak with Brussels, says Marilyn. Love bubble and squeak. Yes, I mean, I don't want any more like that. I'm worried. I don't think you're supposed to drink that, are you, really? Is that good? Steve, I'm glad summer's over. Well, it's over for a few weeks whilst we get through the rain and the monsoon season, and then you've got it coming back. Look at this. How interesting. Paul Routledge, he says, even after 86 days, the pantry is giving up presents. I'm opening the tin of OXO cubes, to see what could be salvaged. Everybody had OXO cubes. They were cheap, didn't they? They did chicken OXO and they did the beef OXO cubes, and then you just sort of poured it into a mug and you drank it as a hot drink. It was particularly delicious. At the time, I never thought, people are going to sort of point and laugh, I think. Oh, look, Zara and Mike Tyndall. He's the failure on all the reality shows, and they got all dolled up at home to mark the first Royal Ascot without fans. And she's 39, he's 41. They got spruced up for the race meeting at Gatcombe Park, which is where they live, because that's their mother's estate, Princess Anne. And they sort of printed a picture. He looks like he's lost weight. He was a fat blob before, actually, but he did a couple of reality shows. He didn't do very well on them. Do you know, the other day I told you that Russell Brand has popped in to see The Neighbours on Ramsay Street. Who else do you think has actually popped in to see The Neighbours on Ramsay Street? You think of any celebrities? You'd be surprised when I tell you the list of who'd been on Neighbours. They obviously had a thing of employing famous people. I'll give you a few clues. Kylie Minogue, wait a minute, Kylie Minogue, no, don't do that to me. No. Lily Allen. David Walliams and Matt Lucas have been in it. They appeared in the 2007 episode of the soap when they pop into Erinsborough's Scarlet Bar. Clive James was in it. Janet Street Porter was in it. Emma Bunton has been in Neighbours. Shane Warne has been in Neighbours. Paula Abdul, Andre Rieu, Michael Parkinson, and Jess Glynn. Loads of people have been in Neighbours. Michael Parkinson, during filming, Carl bumped into Parky while shopping for postcards. Wow. Joe Wiley appeared as a diner in a restaurant. Susan asked to borrow her napkin to write down a telephone number. Wow. Yeah, all those famous people who've been in Neighbours. We like the Neighbours cast. We've talked to them on many an occasion. Steve, Ryan Thomas on Neighbours, Denise Van Outen, Richard Arnold. Oh, right. Steve, your audience has nothing to do with where you're from. I'm listening to you all the way from Malta, says Denise. Thank you. James says, I'm all right at the conundrum, Steve, on Countdown, but I can't do the numbers round. Oh, some of them sit there struggling with it, don't they, really? And it's got one here. And I'm not sure. I don't have enough time to do it, so we'll actually hold it. Morning. I see that there is one store now, Asda. You know, they do salads and protein bowls. They will not have disposable forks from June the 25th in a bid to cut plastic waste. I think they do them in Marks and Spencer's, but they're like a wood substitute kind of thing. They're quite nice, actually. They're very nice indeed. But plastic, they're never strong enough, plastic. Nothing worse. You know, you're on the aircraft before. I mean, now they're actually better on the aircrafts, but years ago, they would actually give you your sort of lunch. You have the bread roll and the butter and a plastic knife. Well, I mean, 9 out of 10 times you'd break the blooming thing trying to butter the bread roll. A bit of a treat, actually, a bread roll whilst flying the skies. And Steve, thanks, Siri, just told me the forecast for Beverley, East Yorkshire, twice, without me even asking. Michael says it truly is a global show. I'm listening all the way from Merseyside. Oh, we got people from Scotland. Scotland, listening on a regular basis. Not only the producers, Mrs. Woman, she's up in Scotland. And his Mr. Man's up there as well. So a lot of people. We get a lot of people north of the border. We don't want them, but they're there. And they sort of come in and we sort of have a little bit of chat to them. Paul says, I took your advice and I had Costco ribs. I couldn't resist and ate them in the car park. I felt like a right chav, but they were very good. I'm sorry, but I mean, there's no easy way. If you're going to go and eat Costco's ribs, take some wet wipes with you and a towel or something, because you're going to get absolutely messy beyond belief. But they are quite nice. Steve, geneticist crossed an OXO cube with a hyena, but it made a laughing stock of him. All right, he says, I'll get me coat. I think that would be a very good idea. Very good idea. Steve, I can't hear the name Barnard Castle now without laughing. The book sounds wonderful, says Susie. It is wonderful. It is wonderful. This is by David Harper. It's called Romp with the Georgians. And what it is, it's dastardly historical stories, funny and outrageous, and it's packed. It is absolutely packed with them. I mean, it'd take you a month to get through this thing. Brilliant. Brilliant. Also, one here says, green water, good for you, says Janice, full of iron. Always had it as a chart. Did you? Well, after you've cooked vegetables in it. I'm not sure about that size. Can you believe, says Shane, he's in Sydney, He says, can you believe I've never watched Neighbours? I suppose there would be people like that, wouldn't there? Martin says, when can we get a haircut? 4th of July, they're saying. 4th of July. I'm not sure I can last. Actually, I can, because I'm all right at the moment. Dreadful, isn't it, really? Oh, somebody listening in Mauritius to the programme. When you asked Siri for the weather, mine answered, and I'm listening to you in Mauritius. Sunny and windy, by the way, says Marie-Louise. Marie-Louise, thank you very much indeed. And what else have we got in the paper today? What else have we got? It's Pussycat time, you know, after we lost Bob the cat. And Gulp of the Week from Joe Wicks. I'm not sure I'll ever do anything in my life that will be more meaningful than the PE with Joe during lockdown. That's quite nice. I like that idea. So it's Willie Thorne. He's on a ventilator after going into respiratory failure. He's fighting for his life in Spain in an induced coma. And a friend says the next 24 hours are critical. He's been in and out of hospital since being diagnosed with leukemia in March. His carer, Julie O'Neill, writing on a GoFundMe page in a bid to raise money for his care, said he was taken to intensive care and on Sunday had respiratory failure. So we wish him the very best of luck. He can't hear us, but at least the thoughts are there. Steve, the important thing is what your listeners are listening from. Couch, sofa or settee. Or bed. Again, a lot of people, bed or bathroom. Bathrooms, very popular. Or kitchens. Very, very popular. Garden, exactly. People in the then you can share it with the neighbours. I don't mind being shared with the neighbours because I was out there this morning. Not your neighbours, obviously. My neighbours. I was watering this morning, and I felt quite good about it actually, because you always sort of think, oh, I'll leave it for a day, and my baskets are looking particularly good. But don't worry, give it a month, and then you'll be seeing the photographs, and you'll be going, it's another brilliant year. On the Steve Allen patio. It does look very, very good. My feet hurt and I wondered why. I've got the wife's socks on. Dark in my room when I get ready for work. Got the wife's socks on. Oh, dear. Jill says, are you going to start using disposable wooden cutlery full-time as well as disposable foil dishes? I might. Because every time I go into Marks & Spencer, I could pinch some of the wooden cutlery. Couldn't I? But I do have the full contingent of knives and forks and stuff like that. And scissors. Loads of scissors. In the kitchen. I use it for cutting spaghetti. I use it for cutting meat. I use it for cutting just about bread. I've used it for vegetables, all sorts of things. Scissors, I don't understand why anybody would ever want to put a piece of meat down and then cut it with a knife. Scissors, you just take the meat and you cut, and you can shapes or squares, and it's brilliant. And in Costco, they do sell a pack of 3 scissors, or you can buy scissors all over the place. But don't spend too much money on them. They're not really that expensive. I mean, I've got some really nice ones, black ones, which are really sharp and they're easy to grip and everything else, but always. And then spaghetti, because I'm a bit of a messy boy with spaghetti. Once I put it in the saucepan, couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, the saucepan. And you just cut it in the actual thing there. It's brilliant. Matt in Wapping says, Steve, my girlfriend cut my hair. Here we go. The back is now very short. Should I have waited till July? No. But the trouble is, when you actually get to July and you go to the hairdresser, the hairdresser will be going, who cut your hair? You're going to be going, she did. Simon is listening every day from Istanbul, not Constantinople, in Turkey. Bob says, Spanish fireman, 2 sons, Jose and Hose B. He says, am I barred? Yes, absolutely. You have to go somewhere else. And I like the idea of sort of people telling me that they're mistakes. What's the difference between a buffalo and a bison? Can't wash your hands in a buffalo. You're barred. That's definitely a no-no, isn't it? Oh, I'll tell you. And I cut my shopping spree short the other day, Steve. There were no toilets open or bushes in the vicinity to relieve oneself. When will they be open, says David in Hampshire? I don't think they will for ages. For ages and ages and ages. I don't know why. We couldn't work that one out the other day. But no, there's nowhere to go to the toilet. I actually was also in exactly the same state. I'd had myself a couple of cold coffees. They sell them in loads of places. I've seen them actually, and they sort of vary in price. They're either $1.85 in M&S, but they've been down to £2 for £2 in Waitrose. I love a bargain. I do like a bargain. And I had 2 of those. I thought, I need a toilet. And I said, oh, there aren't any toilets open. There's nothing. I had to wait till I got home, and it was a bit of a mad dash. We've got a lovely poster advertising the Titanic. It's outlasted the ship by 108 years, tipped to sell later on, I believe. Very rare. It's a lithographic print promoting transatlantic trips bookable through the travel agent Thomas Cook. It features an amalgamation of the luxury liner and sister ship Olympia, and also appeared on menus and the second-class passenger list. But after the Titanic sank in 1912, owners, the White Star Line, ordered the posters to be pulped. One of the few survivors will now be sold on Saturday. They reckon it's worth 30,000 quid. 30,000 quid. In other words, would you like to pulp all of these? Yeah, sure, I'll take them away for you. But bag them up, stick them under the bed. £30,000. Can you imagine? And people talking about David Harper's trousers. There you go, David. You'll be thrilled. It's all good. The stock from boiled carrots is supposed to be good for an upset stomach. Oh, boiled carrots. No, I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. Steve, another one here, talking about asking whether I'm going to be getting the wooden cutlery from Marks and Spencer's. Quite possibly. I see no reason why not. Listen, if they make it, why not use it, for goodness sake? So that rare Titanic poster, £30,000. Can you imagine it? Because they obviously didn't want any memorabilia around from the time, because it had been such a disaster. Oh, look, the Tyndalls again. And he has lost a lot of weight, hasn't he? She's sort of, I don't know, she's missing something. I can't work out what it is, actually, whether they need another bit of coat going on there. Also, I haven't got my sense of smell back yet, says Prince Charles. He went out the other day, leading the royals back to work. They've always done little bits and pieces. The only person who's not doing anything is Harry. And he's sitting over in America, I believe, at the moment. There's 14 years running her own company. A woman called Naomi Timperley. She took up a high-flying role as a consultant at a regional business in January. She was headhunted for the high-powered executive position at a major company and given an £80,000 a year salary. After the virus hit, the project she was putting on was put on hold, and she was let go on April the 1st, despite asking to be furloughed. It was her first job, so she's actually gone from landing an £80,000 a year job to a P45 in just 3 months. That's how bad it is. And they're looking at all the different people who have lost absolutely everything. And that's why Hugh Osmond, writing in the Mail today, founder of Punch Taverns, he says, ditch the 2-metre rule now or face disaster. Because there's going to be loads of play. I mentioned Travis Perkins the other day, and they're also, I think, looking at axing some of their places. So the builders' merchants, not particularly a brilliant idea, is it? Plus, the royal palaces plead for help. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge at Kensington Palace. You must go to join Kensington Palace. If you join Royal Palaces, you can go to Ken Palace. Also, the Tower of London needs cash, and Hampton Court has missed the crowds during lockdown. So you can go, but there's certain places you cannot go. Okay. Last year, the charity, which which one is it now? This is the charity which is looking after all these houses, historic royal palaces. So they lost 85% of their annual income, about £96 million. Oh, my goodness. You need to get back to these places. You can go through the gardens, take some sandwiches, because there's nowhere else to buy. You might get an ice cream, I suppose. Dennis says, scissors, 4 minutes past 6. LBC, it's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I didn't realise that historic royal palaces, I mean, they've lost 96 million. They look after a lot of the palaces that you go to. They go to the Tower of London, Hampton Court, Kensington Palace as well. Although actually, most of that's a royal residence. And I didn't think that if the royal family lived there, I wasn't sure. But they raise all their own funds and they have sponsors and volunteers. Last financial year, they spent 37 million on conservation and maintenance alone. They've got 6 sites. And Kensington Palace, I mean, you can go through all these places. It's quite interesting to go. And it's not very expensive in terms of, you know, how much you would spend to go to these places. And you get a card and you get a discount in the shop and in the cafes. So it's brilliant. Steve, who on earth would cut pizza with scissors? A pizza cutter? No, you know, you just cut pizza with scissors, all of us. All of us here, every single one. I don't eat pizza, but, I mean, all of the boys, they all cut with... You just have it on the board, and you just go cut. You don't bother with the roller thing. That's pretentious. That's for sort of a pizza job. No, scissors. Tip, 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 tip. And it's much easier. Much easier. And, Steve, I know you rarely watch EastEnders, but how characterless as the character Adam Woodyat plays. I think he's brilliant. He's been there since the beginning. I think that shows great stoicism. I think he's amazing. He's sort of fitted in all the way through. You have to have people like that in soaps and in programmes to maintain some sort of stability. Sarah Vine, columnist of the year, talking today about Andrew Banks. The man pictured urinating next to the memorial to PC Keith Palmer has been jailed for 14 days. Fair enough. She says it was a revolting act, but can the authorities please extend the same treatment to the woman who tried to set fire to the Union flag on the cenotaph? Absolutely. Let's find out who she is. Get her in court. You know, if you're going to start doing things like that, because I should imagine on the day that Andrew Banks, and he's not the most pleasant of people, was urinating, there must have been loads of people who were urinating all over the place. There's no toilets open. But the woman who tried to set fire to the Union flag, she should be jailed for about 10 years. But of course, as usual, they seem to have different laws for different... They go, oh, the public outrage. Well, I think setting fire to the flag was a bit outrageous. You know? And, Steve, we took our boxer dogs down to the coast on Sunday, and thankfully the public toilets by the dog-friendly Bluebird Cafe were open, says Ian the Skip. Well, they really... I wonder if they're private toilets, does that mean that they can open them? I don't know, actually. I like the idea of a cafe being there as well. Barbara Streisand gifted something the other day. What did she gift? She gifted to George Floyd's daughter, who's called Gianna, some Disney shares. Now, what they're worth, I've got no idea. Old Walt was named to use dreadful racist terms. I'm not sure that was maybe the best present. The stories of Walt Disney and some of his things, he used all sorts of the N-word and the P-word. And in his 1933 animated film Mickey's Melodrama, he even black-faced Mickey Mouse. Maybe not the best present to give. Maybe not the best present. I just thought I'd throw that into the mix because everybody else had talked. Oh, Pussycat's here. It's a cat with a difference. A two-tone face. Have you ever seen a cat with a two-tone face? And fathers, kittens, one in each colour. And they've got a little, looks like a grey pussycat here who is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. In fact, they're both... Cats are so beautiful. I don't know why. I think everybody should have cats. But I think that they should be allowed to live there. But this cat is split down the middle. He's got two different colours, and he's fathered two different coloured kittens. One a little black kitten with a little white smudgy bit, and the other one, this sort of beautiful, like a Persian blue, which is absolutely amazing. Thunderstorms sweeping across Britain today. 60% chance of rain. So you have been warned. The Met Office have issued a yellow weather warning as the storms moved eastwards. So it means today, north, dry, heavy showers and storms, low 11 centigrade, high 22. Down here in the south, dry, then heavy showers and storms. Tomorrow, in the north, heavy showers, longer bouts of rain. In the south, heavy showers, thunderstorms. Friday, oh dear, don't bother getting your car washed. Friday in the north, showers in the morning, some sun later. In the south, possible showers on Friday, sunny afternoon. Good, isn't it? Just what you don't need. Rain all over the place. Just when you were saying, what was it we were saying? Literally, how many weeks ago on this programme? Oh, there might be a hosepipe ban. Don't be so ridiculous. This is the United Kingdom. EastEnders, best BBC comedy ever, Steve. Some of the acting, same level as Hollyoaks. Do you know, I've not even seen Hollyoaks. For years, I see little clips, but I've never actually watched a whole programme, which is not good. Also, independent museums also at risk. Oh, did you see the one the other day? And I can't remember what it's called. The, not a fun fair. It's, what do you call Alton Towers? Theme park. The oldest theme park in the country apparently is going into administration unless it's saved. Seriously, I think it's in Kettering. And I think I've been there. I think it's been going for about 99 years. And they issued a warning that they can't survive that much longer. It's sort of, there you go, Wicksteed Park enters administration after 99 years due to months of uncertainty. They're in Kettering, owned by Charles Wicksteed in 1921, opened and owned by a charitable trust, and they're devastated. 48 permanent staff, 67 part-time and other jobs. Oh, that's dreadful. I think I went there. Do you know why I think I went there? Because I think it's got a roller coaster. But it's not a very big roller coaster. They've got a water slide, but it was opened in 1926, the Log Flume, which is the oldest of its kind in the UK. I mean, you know, they need to start sorting these things out. This is where the Brits go. This is where we go. We take the children to the theme parks. They like a theme park. They like a water slide. People love getting wet. Although, to be honest with you, the water looks absolutely filthy. doesn't exactly look like you're going through a clean puddle. Looks like you're going through a duck pond or something. But we went on water slides years ago. We loved it. You go, no! All this sort of water everywhere. So that's why you have to support these places. Please support these places. I mean, also the Brooklands Museum at Weybridge, well recommended for aircraft and classic cars. The Concorde visit is a must, says Mark in Reading. You might find these places disappear. That's what we were talking about yesterday with Claire on the programme, and we were saying, you know, more businesses are going to go under. I mean, you're seeing big names around the world that you thought, oh, that'd be really safe, and then all of a sudden it turns out, and now a theme park, I mean, that's as far as I'm concerned, pushing it about as far as it can go. A theme park? That's what we're famous for. We're not as good as the Americans, but we do our best. We do our best. We aren't particularly brilliant at theme parks. I mean, the Americans do them so much better. They're bigger. They're well practiced at it. It's like running a well-oiled machine. It's fantastic. Disney World and places like that. You've been to Florida? Of course you have. And well, no. I was sort of thinking you look like the sort of person who would go, and you probably wear Mickey Mouse ears. Producer thinks you're trashy. I've been to Disney. I liked it. I say liked it. I mean, we went on the teacups. We went on It's a Small World. We went on a few things. We got backdoored, or whatever they call it. Yeah, we got hotel and everything. Yeah. And the firework display is nice, and we saw the Main Street Parade and stuff like that. That's always very good. It's a small world in there. That was quite fun as well, if not a bit dated. But no, we liked it. As I say, Walt's history doesn't bear looking at, because otherwise people around the world would be complaining bitterly. And it's you know, to have a little theme park in this country going into administration is unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. We seem to be worried about other things, don't we? Before we're thinking about the leisure time. So we're having all these children. Well, I say we're having all these children. There's all these sort of people having children. And I think there will be a population explosion after all this is over, because people are just stuck at home not knowing what to do. I was talking to somebody the other day who said because of their workload at the moment, anything considered exciting during the week is out completely. It's just the weekend. You've only got the weekend left to do things. So you have to be sort of, you know, have to sort of get your priorities right. And a theme park. He wants to go where? Oh, to Florida. Yeah, we also want him to go to Florida on July the 11th. Do you really want to go to Florida? Yeah. That's great. You can take pictures and send them back to us. We get lots of pictures of you standing outside the castle in your shorts with your Mickey Mouse ears on. I can just see that. Mickey Mouse ears. We've got to buy into all the stuff, haven't we? Because most of the stuff, I think, in Disney, it's all farmed out to different companies who take it over. I don't think Disney own any of the shops there. They've got a Harry Potter shop. You could bring a little wand back, couldn't you? Fans that spray water. That's very good. It's very nice. He's so excited by this. You can get a giant hot dog with onions, an ice lolly and stuff like that. Kids love it, though, don't they? I mean, I think it's magical. Oh, you're very down on him, aren't you, honestly? Thomas doesn't like this idea. He's not a fan of the theme park. He doesn't do fun, does he? We've all discovered that. I mean, ever since he's sort of been away from the programme, he's lost the little bit of fun what he had, you know. Don't have the interest of a 6-year-old. But that's the fun of going to a theme park, isn't it? It's because you can be a child again. It's like going to Vegas. It's adult Disney. A little bit too adult in some cases. But, I mean, you know, that's the whole idea that nobody want, you know, when people say to you, grow up, you go, what for? Why would you want to hasten the end? Stay alive. Be a child. I don't mind. Somebody says to me, oh, you're very immature. Good. I'm delighted to be immature. I want to be immature until the day they bang me down into the ground. I'm going to have a very nice time. It's nice being a bit silly, isn't it, occasionally? Don't you think so? I bet your woman mother at home she'd say, woman mother, woman, goddess divine. No, she'd be the one saying, go on, enjoy yourself. Because listen, your childhood is over too quickly. That's why some adults go berserk. Mainly in Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square, and other cities around the country. But that's something completely different. But I mean, just enjoy yourself. Live, do you know what they always used to say to me? Live every day as if it's your last, because one day it will be. And so you can go out there, you can go to, the theme parks in America, you can go on a roller coaster, you can scream and put your hands above your head, you can have candy cotton floss and whatever they call it, and ice creams and giant hot dogs with onions and burgers and everything else, and you can put the Mickey Mouse ears on and go, okay, Pluto. You can do all those sort of things. You can be as stupid as you want. And nobody can ever tell you off because you're in a magical kingdom. God, you're miserable, honestly. No idea, ladies. Honestly, I'm having to persuade him. Of course, Vegas he'd go to straight away. Why? All those bosoms everywhere, I should imagine. Bosoms and tequila. Yeah, whatever. I mean, the chances are, if ever you played on a swing or a slide as a kid, it was made by Wicksteed. So there you go. Look at you, honestly. It's like, we're still trying to give it. He's going, I don't see the point of standing in a queue, for hours on end to get a 2-minute ride. But the whole idea is theme parks. It's the whole atmosphere. It's the fun of watching somebody falling over and falling into their ice cream cornet. It's the fun of the people holding their hands up on the roller coaster and screaming all the way around it. The family argument. Can we go on that ride next? No, we can't. Why can't we? Because you have to queue for hours. Oh, let me queue. And then they've got a sign up and it says, from here, it's 3 hours. And you think, that's fantastic. That's 3 hours I'm never going to get back in my life ever again. We're going to queue. Come on, as a family. Come on. Let's, oh, dear. I don't understand people who just, don't really want to enjoy themselves very much. I mean, what do you want to do that replaces a theme park in sort of Thomas's mind? I mean, what would you go to a museum? Oh, but you can go to a museum anytime. Go to a museum. Are you walking around a museum because it's free? You're doing that. You love to educate yourself. That's why you're on this programme, of course. This programme is an education. You expand your mind whilst I shrink my wallet. But I work for that. That's what I do. I mean, I work to go out there and have a little bit of fun. And if I go out there and happen to spend £1 or £1.50, having a bit of fun in a theme park with an ice cream or a Miffy or some cotton candy, that's my business. I'm enjoying myself. So, favourite museum for Thomas would be, here we go, and I've done all the museums. What, the Museum of London? V&A? Oh, which one? I don't think you have told me. Oh, you like the Imperial War Museum? Okay. And what was on the site of the Imperial War Museum? It was the hospital. And what did they call it? Bedlam. Yes. That was the hospital. People used to go there. The Victorians had a day out. They would go and look at the lunatics walking around the garden talking to themselves. That was the German preoccupation. But as a museum, it's fantastic. But then all of the other museums are great. The V&A is fantastic. The Science Museum is good, even though it's changed an awful lot since I was dragged there as a child and learnt to hate museums. I like the Horniman Museum, I like the Bethnal Green Museum of Childhood. I like loads of places. There's loads of different things you can do to expand your mind. But at the same time, you can go to a theme park and have a bit of let off steam. If you actually go to parts of Disney, they've got old rides. It's not, but it doesn't matter it being expensive. You're not doing it every day of your life. You're doing it maybe once. You're never going to go there all the time. I mean, twice probably would be pushing it a little bit. But it's Alton Towers I've done. The trouble is it's so far away for us in London. It's about 4 hours. And you get up there and I always say to some, if you're going to go, pay to be fast-tracked. Because you don't want to stand for an hour and a half and things like that. If you can afford to go, but of course Thomas being slightly, let's say, careful with his money, he writes everything down. So, and what he does, he goes there and he goes, how much is this ride? Okay, would you like to sign here, please? It's going through as a tax thing. And we get all of that. He negotiates with the ice cream sellers. He goes, do you have any sort of strawberry lollies? Yeah, how much are they? £1.50. Have anything cheaper? Could I just have some ice? That'd be quite nice. He then barters. Give you £1. No, it's £1.50. There's no such thing as a set price. Yeah. And can we have some popcorn and stuff like that? I'm not paying £1. I can get it cheaper in London. I can buy a huge sack full of this popcorn for about 30 pence. And that's it. But you have to enjoy yourself. I mean, life is... Listen, this last few months has been the most miserable time in people's existence. People everywhere are going round with long faces and going, I've had enough, I'm fed up, I'm self-isolating, there's nothing to do indoors, the family are driving me mad. You can't go out anywhere. Now you can start going out to places, and you've suddenly realised that you can actually put a smile on your face, because that's the only thing that's going to get you through it. There's more than 40,000 people have died as a result of coronavirus, and yet we still try and be upbeat. We look on their loss of life as a celebration of their life, because they actually, did... something fantastic. They gave up their life, and it's hopefully pushed us into maybe sort of being careful. And that's why I don't think the government are saying wear a mask on a bus for the fun of it, because we all look ridiculous. They're doing it to try and save any more people losing their lives. But as you've heard already, they appear to have got some sort of a tablet now, which apparently we've had for ages and ages, and that could be the useful thing. That could be the solution we're looking for. Blooming well hope so. Because loads of people have lost their jobs. We've always said every day on the programme, and that's why the Make Some Noise was so important. We raised over £85,000 on our tote bags alone, and it's for people who have lost things. They've lost loved ones, they've lost a job. The most important thing, they've lost their houses, they've lost their property, and that's why we can do something to help. I mean, there's one here, I'll just call him David. He was a high-flying director. He lost his job due to the coronavirus, and what does he do now? He delivers packages as a courier, does it in his own little car. He does them for Yodel. He delivers 100 packages a day. How much does he get? About 90p a pop. Each parcel gets him 90p, so he's got to do 100 a day. He says, every single customer has been so positive, even offering me a bottle of water or a biscuit. They appreciate the effort. He lost his job 7 weeks ago, and it's a case of, he went out there and he found something else to do. And he was earning $60,000 a year as a payment consultant because he refused to just sit on his bottom. So good for him. But when it comes to funds, buy British. Buy British. And here they are at Ascot, the bizarre scene in the winner's enclosure. There's nobody there. And yet they've got loads of flowers out and all the sponsorship and all the rest of it. And it'll go on today. But they'll be missing. See, next year I think we'll be back to normal, as normal can be. But at the moment, I think what we have to do is just you just have to smile through the misery. And for many people, it will be absolute misery. I've seen people on the television talking about, how bad it's been. Some people, have been furloughed. Some people are worried about it. Steve again at Clapham Junction, says Kevin the restaurateur. Dozens of enforcement officers, packets of masks this time for handing out. Which is good news, isn't it? But I mean, it's up to... People have known about it. I object to them paying for it. You haven't got a mask. Oh, have one of these. Why can't people go out? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Steve, I can't believe we raised that amount of money for the tote bags. Lovely news. And should be coming in July. Oh, it will, Kay. It will be there in July. They start sending out 1st of July, as far as I know. Which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We read everything out, which is good. It's unusual, actually, on radio stations. Not all of them do. Helsinki has one of the few timber roller coasters built in 1951, and the speed of the cars is controlled by a man pulling on a brake at the back. See? Oh, that's exciting, isn't it? A wooden roller coaster. We had one in Battersea Park. Unfortunately, there was an accident. Somebody died, and so they closed it down. I'm not selling wool. Well, the trouble is, what else did we have before wooden roller coasters? We now have these things designed on computers to give you maximum thrill. So it gets to the top. Go onto YouTube, type in tallest roller coaster, and you'll see it going right up to the top, and then it just tips over, and then all of a sudden, straight down. Half your body is left up there. And it's fantastic. I can imagine you. You're the one who closes their eyes and goes, is it finished? I can see you being like that. Doesn't make any difference here. So what was the last holiday where you had fun? Did you get a bucket and spade and go to Bridlington or something like that? Did you go and dig and make sandcastles, put flags on them, and then complained when the tide came in and washed them away? Or you dug a little sort of hole round it and made a moat and played... You went kayaking in the Isle of Skye. God, Dullsville, how boring. Of course you loved it, because you don't like theme parks. You don't like fun elements. I mean, would you do the... sort of the big bouncy boat on the Grand Rapids on the Colorado River? You do that? Yeah, Dullsville. And where'd you get an ice cream halfway through the Grand Canyon? There's nowhere. There's nobody turning up going, ices, mivies, candy, cotton, floss, stuff, and there's you going, no, but I went cycling, in Scotland or something. Oh, Godfathers, honestly. I bet your children's parties were a great whiz, weren't they, when you were younger? So what are we doing? Well, we'll be having some friends round, and we'll be going through what you can see at the V&A Museum this week. You did paintball. Very useful. Was that in the house, or did you go to a special place for it? Oh, right. So you had to pay for it. So you don't mind paying for that, did you? Oh, you didn't pay... Oh, right, you didn't pay for it. Somebody else paid for it. Oh, well, there you go. So paintballing gets your juices going. My God, you're more boring. Well, you're not coming to my next birthday, my 40th. I've decided I'm only inviting people who want to come to a theme park. So much better. Steve, have you been to the little-known Sir John Soanes Museum? Oh, many, many times. Yes, I've seen the Rake's Progress. Have you been to Sir John Soanes Museum? In Lincoln's Inn Field, just behind the Law Courts on Fleet Street. You never been there? Oh, go to Lincoln's Inn Fields, just walk through, and it's like being transported back in time. All these old Oh, yes. Fantastic. Steve, you're a fun person. I can remember spending lots of time laughing, looking at the funny mirrors in Ramsgate, says Maggie. Yes. Yes. He didn't do anything. He doesn't do stuff like that. 6:30 is the minutes to 7. Dan says he thinks it's July the 11th for Florida. He says, I think Disney are only just opening by then. We should have gone on the 26th of May and obviously cancelled. We rebooked for early October and have now changed the date to April 2021. And even now, thinking, will things be anywhere near how it used to be? Looking at no parades, no fireworks, no character meets for the foreseeable, and having to wear a face covering all the time you're within the parks. And in Florida heat, that'll be no fun. Advice? Get a refund and look at 2021. Is this for Thomas? No, it's for Corey. Well, he hasn't told the girlfriend yet. I mean, she was hoping to go to the Bahamas, but obviously not the same. So we're going on a mystery holiday, and hello, Pluto. She's going to be thrilled, isn't she? She's going to be so excited by the whole thing. Bill says, thank you for the... we need a bit of banter to be light and funny. Thank you. We've got to get through the days, Bill. We've got to get through the days. I've had too many people who are sort of saying it's really miserable. We've got no money. We've got nothing. We've got no job to look forward to. We might lose the house. It is one of the worst times that we've ever had. But there's now this tablet, which might be the thing that can save us. It might be the way forward. It's something that we've known about for some time, and it's a steroid. It's a steroid, a cheap steroid. Put it this way, two words you never thought you'd hear in the same sentence: cheap and steroid. And it looks like they're going with it. Long way to go yet, but at least it's a start, isn't it? I think so. So, Bill, thank you for that. And also, why don't you download Steve Allen's programme, says M.W. Pusey, before. So in other words, there's no need to lie there helplessly waiting till 4 a.m. for Steve Allen's programme. Just download the programme for the morning before. Although, actually, if you actually get the LBC app, then you can actually go online and you can download everything. There's tons. I mean, there's years and years and years of programmes. When you think that we're turning out 2, sometimes 3 podcasts a day, you can have loads of things, and you can take them on holiday with you. You can distribute them to your friends. You can do all sorts of things. All sorts of things. So why not just go to lbc.co.uk, and then you'll find everything you need on there. And it's free, not one penny per. You don't even need to go and spend money in a theme park. You can actually have all the fun you want on the Steve Allen roller coaster of life. Join the happy, groovy gang, and we shall see you through it, and we shall live to fight another day. That's all I said before. People sort of say, it's, you should be self-isolated, you should be doing this. No. No, I've been very careful. That's why I'm still here. Still pushing it out, still getting out there, but I appreciate for a lot of other people, especially those who are yet to be diagnosed, and they will. There's been a lot of non-self-isolating, which is such a shame, because you think you've had the advice, and if you can't take that on board, Steve, are you pleased football's back tonight? Is it really? Do I sound as though I could care about that? Steve, sorry, but I agree with Thomas. Theme parks are for kids only, and as for the fun fair at Hampton Court, what puts me off is it's run by a whole... No, it's not. No, you see, you've actually got that wrong, Matthew. What you get are all different people. The folk who run fun fairs are circus and fun fair people. They've been in their families for generations. Check with George Irving's company, who look after Hampton Court. And they've been in that for a load of time, many years. He's been running fun fairs since goodness knows when. There's some very big fun fair families, and that's what they do. They run fun fairs, and their children, I have to tell you, are amongst some of the best educated in the country. It is not unusual to find children of folks from fun fairs being educated at some of the top schools in the land. Why not? And I can spot them a mile off. Steve, can you try Poems by Spike Milligan? I've had a word with him. Not with Spike Milligan, obviously, because he's not with us anymore. But I've had a word with Corey, and he said, oh, yeah, that'll be nice. And so I thought, OK, great. Steve, such was the temper of people in the queues yesterday. I went out to get a prezi for the bloke for his 56th birthday, and asking people behind me to observe social distancing got beaten up. Only just out of a hospital, says Tara. Oh, there you go. Good Lord. It's not very good, is it? A lot of people talking about Brussels sprouts. Apparently it's certain taste buds, which is why some people don't like Brussels sprouts. So, well, obviously I've got the right thing. I've got the right thing, because I absolutely adore Brussels sprouts. In fact, when they did the little ones, the little teeny ones, I could eat a whole packet of those easy. You just empty them into a saucepan, a little bit of water, boil them up very quickly, and then, put some bacon in or something like... Oh, delicious. Absolutely delicious. Charles Wicksteed is a legend. He invented all the classic playground equipment that we grew up with. And, says Nigel in Wimbledon, stand on roundabouts, rocking bars, witches' hats, slides, everything we love. Wicksteed Park is run by a charitable trust. There is a fundraising link. It has to be saved. It's our heritage. Well, they've filed for administration. We can't afford to let places like this go. We have to continue to save places like... This is our future. This is where all the little people want to go. All the little children, they want to go there. They're so easily pleased. And when we used to go to parks in the happy days, when there'd be equipment, you could sit on a swing, you could go on the seesaws, you could go on the roundabout, cling on till you made yourself sick. It was all great stuff. And we can't afford to let it go at all. So there you go. Liz in Finchley says, I caught you for the first time at start of lockdown. A lifesaver. Thank you. We like being a lifesaver. Steve, says Marilyn, I always offer water to delivery drivers. Well, that's it. Pat says, some people have loved this lockdown time as they've been getting paid while staying at home. I know. Well, I sort of get paid, but I have to come into work. But I love every minute of it. Every single minute of it. Wouldn't change it for the world, as they say. When you get some people... But some people aren't that fortunate. They never sort of get this at all. Just realised what my car is this morning. I think I'm going home in a Galaxy, which makes me sound quite excited, like that. What have we got? We've got 19 minutes to 7, just in case you're... Because when we went home yesterday, quiet on our side of the road, the other side of the road, especially around Richmond on the 316, 7:30 in the morning, chock-a-block. Absolutely chock. I've never seen so many cars. I said to the driver, I've never known it's so bad. It's almost like people have forgotten there is still, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. 233 people died yesterday. You know, it isn't that we've got zero figures. It's 233 people who died of coronavirus. Steve, I don't like theme parks either. Oh, my goodness. We've opened a hornet's nest. Steve, talking about Hampton Court, says Chris, did you know Tom Jones was due to appear this year, but has postponed the show until next year? Most acts have rescheduled. It's not unusual. Thank you. Yeah, they do really well, those shows at Hampton Court Palace. But they've got to pay for it to keep it going. They don't get any government funding. They're self-funding. You know, the money that you spend for historic royal palaces, it's a case of that's what they need to survive. And it's old. It's Tudor. There's bits of it falling down. They need to sort of restore it. The gardens look lovely. It's a non-stop thing. You know, and it's only through your money that you spend on the tickets to go in, or you buy historic royal palace passes, that means that they can afford to do certain things. And they do concerts, and they do everything. Should go. Somebody says, thank you for mentioning Wicksteed Park. Although it's under regrettable circumstances, I live in the town, says Adam, and worked at Wicksteed's for 3 summers whilst home for the university holidays. It served the community in Kettering for so long, and it's such an important part of many people's childhood memories. There is a page, and it's justgiving.com/Wicksteed charitable, I think. And apparently Kettering is pronounced Kettrin for the locals. But I'm sure that's when I went on. I'm sure that the thing that I went on was called the Wild Mouse, or perhaps that was somewhere else. But Lisa is another one who agrees with me most of the time. Listen, I never expect anybody to agree to just about everything, but, you know, we do as good as we can be. Florid says, good morning from Dublin. Thank you for all being a ray of sunshine. Good. We like being a ray of sunshine. And this one here. We love cats. Picked up a mother and son just before lockdown and couldn't get any vet procedures since. She's become pregnant and due in a week or two's time. How exciting, says Phil. Oh, something cute about kittens. Something cute about them. Do you know, I think I'd be one of those people. I'd like a farm, but with cats everywhere. Cats and dogs and geese and the whole blooming thing, actually. That'd be nice. Why don't you see 3-wheelers on the road anymore? Blooming nightmare, weren't they? I always thought they were. And somebody else telling me about Sir John Soane's Museum in Lincoln's Inn Fields. You must go. And Marilyn wants to know where the £30 million that the lottery donate every week to good causes goes to. Well, I'm sure if you wrote them. In fact, you'd probably find it online, actually. There would be all the different things that they would be supporting. Connie says, morning, everybody. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, I'm an Essex boy. Am I still allowed to listen? Absolutely. Provided you're wearing shorts. But I am listening to you a little closer than Australia or Cyprus. I'm sitting in my Mercedes van in the Charing Cross Road. Gave you a wave as I drove past the studios. Unfortunately, we're at the other end of the building. So definitely not be seeing you, but at least we know what you look like, which is good news. So hope you have a nice day today. Steve, I've got a rubbish joke for you. Here we go. From Sydney, from Ian. He says, my sister bet me I couldn't build a car out of spaghetti. You should have seen her face when I drove past her. I know, it's dreadful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I mean, come on, for goodness sake, it's Wednesday, isn't it? There is a theme park near Great Yarmouth called Pleasurewood Hills. The main character is a bear called Woody. Sounds like the sort of thing should be in Nevada. I think the Wild Mouse as well. Somebody was telling me, I think it's the old roller coaster in Southsea. But I don't think we ever went to Southsea. I wonder why Wild Mouse, actually. Kevin the Restaurateur says that you were spot on about funfair families. I went to school with George Irving. Very smart, fantastic family, and the best birthday parties. Yes. I did a documentary years and years ago for LBC on a funfair, Trailins, who are another old family, down at Richmond. And the thing I love about circuses and the showman is the fact that everything packs up. And then it's left, and there's sometimes just a ring of sawdust, or not even sawdust sometimes. All the funfair, all the things that sort of come in, and I love it. But no, they're very, very respectable families, funfair families, quite definitely, and they are the showmen. They are the showmen, and the ones that you were talking about, Matthew, they don't like them at all. It's not so good at all. The Wild Mouse used to be at Littlehampton. Do you know? I think you are right on that one. I'm pretty certain. The best theme park is De Efteling in Holland. If you go, check out the Dream Flight. See, I'm a bit worried about checking out new sort of things. I can do a roller coaster, and I can do the Gallopers, but that's about it. My favourite family video, Steve, is my dad, who was 75 years of age, in a queue to shake Fred and Barney's hand at Universal. That's Fred and Barney, the Rubbles, and it's just wonderful. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. The Daily Mail this morning, 50p a day pill to conquer COVID. The PM hails the steroid that cuts deaths by a third in the sickest patients as the biggest breakthrough yet. Its first use 60 years ago. 60 years ago, and it's cheap, out of patent, in mass production and readily available. Hello? This is the saving grace, is it not? I don't want to get too excited. But it's a start. It's a start. Fashion displays at home and no cheering crowd for COVID Ascot. But and so you still get Zara and Mike Tyndall joining in the fun. Although, they never look like they're having fun to me. The Guardian. Rashford forces the PM into U-turn on free meals. He'd been campaigning on behalf of poor families, and now they've decided to go for it. He's written about the food poverty. He's 22, and yet 24 hours before, Number 10 had rejected a plea by the footballer to pay for the £15 vouchers over the summer. And but they've done a back turn, which is good, which we're very pleased about. So he must be very pleased as well. The Mirror, Royal Ascot, the essential pull-out. Nobody there. Back off the net, the World Cup hero Hurst hails the return of Top Flight. Game of two halves for the nation. So football's coming home, as they say. Maddie suspect, I did not kill her. So I never know whether the papers are being truthful or they're just making it up now, working on the assumption that somebody who's stuck in a German prison isn't exactly going to be talking to the British press anytime soon. But I did not kill her. The letter that was sent from the German prosecutor, Volter, I think, has not reached the McCanns yet. So they were sort of jumping. Perhaps they think that the post is the same as in Germany, because once it gets here, it can take forever and a day. Also, Brits last night celebrating a double victory over COVID-19. More on dreary old Rhiannon Sugden, who's doing a programme on the television about how Vernon Kay got away with their sexting fling. She was happily taking all these calls on her phone. To be honest with you, shouldn't have given him the number in the first place. But she's opened up in this new documentary. Doesn't she ever? You can't shut her up, actually. Although, as has been pointed out, listen, nobody would have heard of her if it hadn't been for Vernon Kay, because we hadn't heard of her before. They always put them down as models. We're never too sure whether that's the correct description. Daily Star today, the £5 Corona pill, a lifesaver. 50p? They reckon they can turn them out for 50p. Also praying for snooker ace Willie Thorne. He's on a machine at the moment to keep him going. So we wish him the very best. Rebel Wilson claims she spotted Ben Affleck on a celebrity dating app, Raya. The 40-year-old actress revealed she was searching for a partner on the platform when she saw the American film star. Speaking on Australian radio, she said, "I've seen Ben Affleck." Oh, right. Apparently this particular site is used by actors, models, musicians and athletes. For that, read musicians. OK, you won't find anybody well-known appearing on anything like that unless it's fake. There's no point at all, is there really? Apparently the Dream Flight is what they call a dark ride. Slow and not really a roller coaster. I went to Winter Wonderland and I went on one with my friend Paul, and it was inside. It was a roller coaster in the dark. I came off it so ill. I've never been... And then there was a big sign saying, if you have heart complaints, do not use this ride. Because what it was, it's like a zigzag like that, and you start here and your carriage turns round, and so when you get to the end of the line, it spins round and sends you off in the opposite. It's the most awful thing I've ever been on. But that's the only thing. The rest of it, I'm there. I've got my toffee popcorn and everything else. No, it's fantastic. Cameron takes swipe at Johnson for abolishing DFID. That's the Times this morning. Thousands to receive the life-saving virus drug. If they can turn it out for 50p. There's no patent on this one. This could be the godsend of all godsends, which is good news. The Telegraph today. Mandela, Oxford and a rebellion of the Dons. And they've got 14 Oxford professors who have accused Professor Louise Richardson, the university's vice-chancellor, of putting words in the mouth of Nelson Mandela when she claimed he would have seen the complex problems thrown up by the Rhodes Must Fall movement. Well, I mean, she hasn't got any idea at all. You can't sort of say something like that. Mandela's not here. I might as well say, of course, had you had a word with Jesus, you could have... so it's just a load of old rubbish. So 14 Oxford professors have accused her of putting words in the mouth of Nelson Mandela. Oh, well, she doesn't know. Steroids, the biggest virus breakthrough yet. Fantastic. I mean, this is looking very good. A full set of treatment, full course of treatment, a £5. Not just one tablet. The tablets, they reckon they can do for 50p, and a full course, a £5. So not only is it cheap, but it could be the saving grace that we want. Prince Charles looking, okay. On the front of the Express today, he said, I've still not got my sense of taste and smell back. The Daily Express are really going for the biggest breakthrough yet in the fight against the virus, the wonder drug. They say it costs £5 per course. This is dexamethasone. And it's been usually prescribed for arthritis, asthma and allergies. It cuts coronavirus deaths by up to a third. Well, that's got to be good news, hasn't it? And it's cheap. It's very cheap. Foreign aid, the PM calls time on the giant cash point in the sky. Oh, thank God for that. I still couldn't believe or get my head around the fact that we were sending money to China, who'd very happily given us coronavirus. I didn't quite understand why we were sending money over to one of the richest countries in the entire world. Cheap drug breakthrough. Papers running with this one, especially the Eye this morning. And Rashford 1, Johnson 0. Also, what Page 3 models did next. This is this dreary programme on, the Page 3 models, because they're not good enough to be catwalk models. Page 3 models are just somebody who sort of poses with loads of makeup on. They had one of the girls out of the Fahir's sisters. Well, I've never seen... I mean, seriously, I thought she'd stuck her head in a whole bucket of polyfiller. Never seen so much makeup on. Totally unrecognisable, I should imagine, without the makeup. But it was just a dreary programme about this boring family. God, and that turns out to be two sisters. Poor old Lydia Dim, she's not going to get a look in anywhere, is she? The Wild Mouse was in the Kersal in Southend. Well, that's a place I used to love. Somebody said it was at Canvey Island. I bet there were loads of them. I bet there are loads of them. Even at Canvey Island and even at, all the other one. Thank you. Did you ever go to Rill as a kid? No, never went to Rill at all. Wild Mouse used to be at Charlie Manning's in Felixstowe. That's another old... an old fairground family. And that's it. I've got to go. I just realised. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Ollie Murs gets filmed snoring. Far better than the singing. Rhiannon Sugden claiming that Vernon Kay ruined her career. Darling, as we've said, without Vernon, you wouldn't have had a career. And we say goodbye to the feline legend that is Bob, a truly formidable cat.